Chapter 278. The third epic mission was related to the Sacred Spring Sect, which was a good idea. After all, Jun Changxiao was going to take his disciples there to challenge it. If he could complete it, not only would he be able to display his prowess to the sect, he would also be able to obtain contribution points and break through to Wuzone. It could be said to be killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, there would be a big change in the plan for the challenge. At first, Jun Changxiao thought that it would be enough to bring the inner disciples and Zhou Hong, but judging from the number of missions, he could only bring the outer disciples. According to the normal rules of the challenge, each person would fight 1 match. That would require 43 disciples. Furthermore, Jun Changxiao did not expect to win all the battles this time. Therefore, after some consideration, he decided to bring 50 disciples with him. Needless to say, the 25 people who had participated in the Death Valley trial would definitely follow. Li Tiantian, Sima Zhongda, and the others were naturally present. After all, they had entered the sect earlier, and their cultivation levels were higher than those who came later. Disciples like Lin Jianghang and Cui Bujian were also sent out. Although Song Xianzhou had entered the sect late, his aptitude and cultivation level were high, so he would definitely follow along. Sect leader Jun went through a round of selection, and all the Iron Bone disciples were sent out. Of course, he didn't send Viper and Mountain Cat. After all, they were too old and didn't look like disciples. Sect leader. At the entrance of the canteen, Ma Yongning hugged his saber and asked, "Can I go?" When this guy joined the sect, although he often helped Lu Wanshi take care of the canteen, it did not affect his cultivation in the slightest. Furthermore, he was a dedicated saber cultivator. Due to the fact that sword and saber cultivation required one's aptitude and were extremely extreme, they were relatively rare on the Starfall continent. "You're too old," Jun Changxiao said. These words were like a sharp sword stabbing into Ma Yongning's heart. It was so painful that he found it difficult to breathe. "Sect leader," he said in a low voice, "I just look a little old. My actual age is only 29 years old. F***CK. If he didn't mention it, one would suspect that he was in his 40s or 50s. The corner of Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched as he said, "She looks even more anxious than Yang Yuhua." Ma Yongning said with a dignified look, "Please let me fight and prove to the head with my strength. Prove to do." He wanted to fight because of Lu Wanshi. That little girl would often sit in the cafeteria with her chin propped up on her hand, looking at the disciples cultivating outside and muttering to herself, "I really hope that when I go to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect, the sect master would bring me along to watch the show." Ma Yongning asked. Lu Wanshi said seriously, "Let's go cheer for our senior brothers." The seemingly careless words touched Ma Yongning. He secretly decided that he had to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect and use his strength to defeat his opponent and make Lu Wanshi happy. Just yesterday, the little girl had finally obtained the right to follow the sect master to the Sacred Spring Sect after pestering him endlessly, so he naturally had to participate in the battle. Clang! Ma Yongning unsheathed his saber and said, "Sect leader, please respect a bladesman. Otherwise, I will immediately commit suicide in front of you." Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Lu Wanshi took care of him with just a few bowls of rice. "How dare you talk about respect?" However, since he had to go, he said, "I can go, but it depends on the situation. I'll decide whether or not I'll fight." "All right." Ma Yongning sheathed his blade. 1He and 2He also walked over and said, "Sect leader, we are much younger than him. Can we fight for the sect?" Hearing this, Ma Yongning almost pulled out his saber and challenged the 2 bastards to a battle of dignity. 1He and 2He were indeed very young. They were only in their early 20s, and they had already entered the realm of peak martial disciple. Jun Changxiao decided to bring the 2 of them along. The number of participants increased from 50 to 53. Then, Jun Changxiao chose another 147 outer disciples, making a total of 200. In an away battle, they had to have momentum, so the purpose of the outer disciples following was to cheer for the disciples who were going to fight. After everything was settled, there were still 5 days before the day of the challenge. Jun Changxiao gathered the disciples early in the morning. The disciples all knew that the sect leader was going to bring their senior brothers to challenge the fifth-rate Sacred Spring sect, so they gathered at the martial arts practice field, lined up neatly, and all of them held their heads high. Jun Changshao stood in front of the main hall and said, "This battle may be difficult, but we have to let the world know that even if there is a mountain in front of us, we, the Iron Bone Clan, can overcome it. Be an Iron Bone Clan. Do Iron Bone Clan's things." All the disciples had their hands behind their backs as they shouted loudly. Their voices resounded in the sky above the sect, revealing the aura of iron bones. Shua! Jun Changshao waved his hand and said, "Let's go." Yes. Under his lead, the 53 disciples who had participated in the battle and 147 disciples walked out of the sect in a grandiose manner and walked down the mountain path. Li Luochio watched them leave and said, "Sect leader, the celebratory wine has been prepared. I and the disciples will wait for your triumphant return." "Yes," Jun Changshao said. After the disciples sent them off, they returned to the sect and began to cultivate even more crazily. They wanted to become stronger and fight for the sect's supreme glory in the future. On this day, the 200 disciples of the Ironbone clan left the Ironbone Mountain under the lead of the second sect leader and walked towards the unreachable mountain in the distance. In this battle, they would either succeed or die. The Ironbone clan has set off. Go and report to the alliance leader. The spies squatting at the foot of the mountain hurriedly sent the news to the Granchi sect. Jun Changshao had already noticed these people, but because they were just spying, he did not pay attention to them. Not long after, the news reached Qin Haoran's ears. He smiled coldly and said, "Jun Changshao really dares to challenge the Sacred Spring sect." The Long Blade sect leader grinned and said, "In the Sacred Spring Mountain, he boasted in front of so many people. If he doesn't go, how can he establish himself in the Jianghu?" Situ Wang, who has spat out blood, said indifferently, "A junior who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Go and experience the fear of a fifth-rate sect." "Let's go," Qin Haoran said. "Let's go too." Not long after Jun Changshao left, dozens of elders of the 100 Sect Alliance led their disciples and headed towards the Sacred Spring sect. The Iron Bone clan challenging the Sacred Spring sect was a magnificent feat that had never happened before. As a sect in the same county, they should have supported them. But this time, they were just going to watch a joke. Someone was going to support and cheer them on. Who? Xie Guanquan and the AI family. As a matter of fact, when Jun Changshao walked out of the Ironbone mountain range, he saw City Lord Xie and more than a dozen Green Sun City's patriarchs. Sect leader Jun Xie Guanquan clasped his hands and said, "Family heads, and I represent the 3.6 million citizens of Qingyang City. We are willing to travel with the Iron Bone clan." "Thank you." Jun Changshao clasped his hands and said. To be able to support him at this time made him very grateful. He also deeply understood that at least there were still people who supported him. "Father." Li Qingyang shouted at his father. Family head Li said, "My son, the Li family is proud of you." Sect leader Jun. When Jun Changshao was about to leave, AI Shang brought AI Shang Fong and AI Shang Ku over from another road. Behind them were many family heads of Huyang City, including Song Xuanzhou's father, Old Man Song, who said that the protagonist must bear the fate of being the enemy of the whole world, who said that the whole world is plotting against the protagonist. No, in this cruel world, there is also friendship, even if this friendship was built on business, to challenge the Sacred Spring sect and dare to accompany him. This was an iron relationship. "Everyone," Jun Changshao said, "today, you have cheered for my Iron Bone. Jun will remember this kindness in his heart. In the future, if you need my Iron Bone, I will do my best to help." His words were very serious, but the people who came with him only smiled. They would never have thought that sect leader Jun's words would be so hard to ask for in the future, so precious. Chapter 279. There are many places with abundant spirit chi in the Falling Star continent. Many sects would choose to build near mountains and rivers. A few thousand miles away from the Azure Sun County, there was such a mountain. The mountain was filled with spirit chi, and the mountain spring contained boundless spirit chi. It was called the Sacred Spring, hence the name Sacred Spring Mountain. 800 years ago, an expert came here to establish a sect. He established the Sacred Spring sect and worked hard to develop it. Today, it had become a fifth-rate sect and had a pivotal position in the surrounding thousands of miles. Many martial artists believe that the Sacred Spring sect's achievements today had a lot to do with the Sacred Spring. Drinking the water all year round would definitely be of great help to one's martial Tao. Unfortunately, martial artists who were not from the sect could not drink it. On this day, in front of the Sacred Spring sect that was filled with spirit chi, various forces came in an endless stream. They climbed up the stone stairs that had hundreds of years of history. A fifth-rate sect is indeed majestic. A martial artist looked at the rich spirit chi gathered at the mountainside with envy. If not for Iron Bone challenging the Sacred Spring sect, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the chance to enter such a large sect. Speaking of which, the eighth-rate sect in the Azure Sun County is really bold. They actually dared to challenge the Sacred Spring sect with an egg. What would a new sect do to rise in status these days? It's okay to challenge a sixth-rate sect, but if they lose to a fifth-rate sect, they won't be able to survive in the pugilistic world. The martial artists who climbed up the Sacred Spring Mountain were discussing. They came from other counties. Although they were here to watch Iron Bone challenge the Sacred Spring sect, they actually wanted to visit a large sect. Why? Because they did not take Iron Bone seriously at all. Once the challenge started, they would definitely be tortured badly. If it was a sixth-rate sect, they might still be optimistic. However, no one in their right mind would think that an eighth-rate sect could win against a fifth-rate sect. The Sacred Spring sect was really big. Just the outer courtyard's martial arts field was comparable to the venue of the Great Sect Tournament in Liang City. The main hall was incomparably majestic and exuded an ancient aura. One look and one could tell that it was very old. This was the foundation of a sect that had been established for 800 years. Even some new fifth-rate sects might not be able to compare. After the various cultivators came in, they looked at the unique architecture and the solemn hall, and all of them were filled with awe and veneration. As expected of a large sect, just by standing at the entrance of the outer courtyard, a feeling of worship rose in his heart. However, when they saw the disciples with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes bustling back and forth, and the auras they emitted were all at the martial disciple level, they were deeply shocked. Who hadn't seen a martial disciple before? However, the martial disciples of the Sacred Spring sect, just from their auras alone, were at the middle to high level. The martial Tao realms on the Starfall continent were further divided into ordinary, intermediate, advanced, and extreme levels. Let's talk about the martial disciple level. Every rank had a strength increase of about 1,000, 2,000. Those with the lowest increase in strength would be called ordinary martial disciples. Those who reached 1,500 would be called intermediate, and those who reached 2,000 would be advanced. An extreme martial disciple could reach 2,500. The increase in strength depended on one's talent and various other factors. Therefore, extreme grade martial disciples were often referred to as top geniuses. Then, what was the difference between an extreme grade and an ordinary grade martial disciple? Yes, and it was very big. Let's take a peak martial disciple as an example. The strength of an ordinary martial disciple was at most 12,000 gene, and the strength of an extreme martial disciple was at least 25,000 gene. With a difference of 2 times, an extreme grade martial disciple could easily defeat an ordinary grade martial disciple. The Sacred Spring sect disciples bustling about in the outer courtyard walked steadily and emitted a strong aura. At a glance, the elders of various forces could tell that they were definitely at the middle to high level. It was already good enough for their own sect to have a few middle to high level martial disciples. The fifth-rate sects could be seen everywhere. This was a huge gap. Everyone. At this moment, a graceful disciple walked over and said in a cultured and refined manner, "The room has been arranged. Please follow me." Everyone was shocked again. This disciple should be less than 20 years old, but he was a martial master. The aura he emitted was also very strong. He was definitely at the extreme level. He is one of the direct disciples of the Sacred Springs Sect, named Qing Linfeng. Is he the young master Linfeng who went to the Flood Dragon village alone and killed more than 300 bandits with only a 3-foot-long sword? 'Tis TSK, a hero from a young age. Everyone followed behind with awe in their eyes. The Sacred Springs Sect allowed a direct disciple with an extreme spiritual root to arrange a room for him. How honorable! Wait. At this moment, everyone's eyes stopped at the entrance to the inner courtyard. They saw a gentle and beautiful woman walking and surrounded by female disciples. That's the palace master of Miaohua Palace. My God, why is the patriarch of a fourth-rate sect here? Is she here to visit the Sacred Springs Sect? Everyone was surprised. Qing Linfeng said, Palace Master, she heard that Ironbone is challenging the Sacred Springs Sect, so she's here to watch the show. Everyone's mouth twitched. An 8th-rate sect challenging a 5th-rate sect was already unbelievable. It was hard to accept that the 4th-rate Miaohua Palace was involved. At this moment, 2 young girls walked out of the inner courtyard. The lily pattern on their shoulders was very eye-catching. Everyone's eyes widened. The lily pattern, could it be? Qing Linfeng said, they are disciples of the Lily Holy Sect. They're also here to watch the show. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Ironbone's challenge to the Sacred Springs Sect had alarmed people from second-rate sect. What kind of world was this? That young girl is Murong Xian, the genius of the Murong family in Tianhai City, right? TSK, I've heard of this girl. She has a supreme-grade spiritual root and is known as the pride of Tianhai County. The 11th elder of the Lily Holy Sect took a liking to her and personally went to the Murong family to take her as a disciple. It caused a huge commotion at that time. The most sensational thing is that she brought people from the Lily Holy Sect to the Shao family in Qingyang County to cancel the engagement. I heard that too. It seems that a supreme-grade spiritual root genius appeared in the 9th-rate county, but his cultivation regressed, and he became a good-for-nothing. His fiancée, Murong Xian, divorced him. In the Falling Star continent, men divorce women. I didn't expect a woman to divorce a man. What a coward. Murong Xian's eyes flashed with anger when she heard everyone's discussion. Junior sister, the senior sister whispered, don't lower yourself to the level of these superficial men. Everyone saw Murong Xian's anger and quickly shut up. They obediently followed Qing Linfeng to the inner courtyard. The senior sister said, Junior sister, breaking off the engagement with that good-for-nothing is already in the past. But you can't stop others from talking, so don't mind it too much. Murong Xian didn't say anything and felt guilty. Only she knew that she wasn't angry because others were talking about her, but because they were laughing at Xiao Ziji. It was undeniable that the two of them had nothing to do with each other. But he became a laughingstock because she was too young and ignorant to break off the engagement. Xiao Ziji, I'm sorry. I just wanted to pursue freedom. I didn't want to hurt you. Murong Xian murmured in her heart. Was sorry useful? This was a matter of different people's opinions. But in Jun Changxiao's view, whether Murong Xian did it intentionally or not, her actions had caused a great injury to Xiao Ziji's dignity. 2 years later, he would definitely bring his disciples to the Lily Holy Sect to seek justice. In the previous world, young people didn't need to take legal responsibility. But in the Falling Star continent, since you did something wrong, you had to pay the price. Because here, the strong were respected. Really guilty? Sure. Bring those people from the Lily Holy Sect who were full of superiority to the Shao family and come to my Iron Bone clan to apologize. That's your sincerity. Chapter 280. In just a few days, various forces entered the Sacred Springs Sect one after another, experiencing the magnificence of a 5th-rate sect and its hundreds of years of history. Of course, Iron Bone was also waiting for the challenge. Calculating the time, there was only 1 day left until the day of the challenge. Why hadn't that overconfident sect arrived yet? Would he be scared? Would he not come? Many forces thought of this possibility, but they weren't too angry. After all, the purpose of this trip was to see a 5th-rate sect. Scared? Not coming? Sorry, it was dusk. Sect Master Jun led 200 disciples, accompanied by City Lord Xie and the AI family, to the mountain gate of the Sacred Spring Sect. Who are you? The disciple guarding the gate asked. Swoosh. Jun Changshao showed his waist token with the words Iron Bone engraved on it. He gathered qi in his dantian and shouted, Jun Changshao, Sect Master of the Iron Bone Sect, is here to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect. His voice was sonorous and powerful, echoing halfway up the mountain and into the Sacred Spring Sect. He's here, he's here. This Iron Bone Sect Master is standing at the foot of the mountain, but he dares to shout so loudly. He's got guts. If he's a coward, why would he come all the way to the Sacred Spring Sect? I really can't wait. I want to see if this Iron Bone Sect leader has 3 heads or 6 arms. No matter how many heads or arms he has, he's destined to lie down if he dares to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect. All the martial artists discussed. Alliance Master Qin and the leaders of the Alliance, who arrived first, were full of smiles. When they heard the various forces laughing at Jun Changshao, they felt more comfortable than when they broke through. This was a group of pitiful people. Why? Because they couldn't do anything to Iron Bone in the Azure Sun County, so they could only use the discussions of other counties to comfort their long-suppressed souls. If Jun Changshao knew, he would definitely look at them with disdain. Only trash would use such a ridiculous way to comfort themselves. Leah, Shi Jingxian, who was sitting in the small hall in the inner courtyard, heard Jun Changshao's voice and said with a smile, It's him. He really came. Leah curled her lips and said, You really dare to come. Before and after coming to the Sacred Spring Sect, she had been telling the Palace Lord that Iron Bone might admit defeat and not dare to challenge them. Ha ha ha. Ma Yuntung, who was playing chess in a side room of the inner courtyard, placed down a chess piece and said with a smile, Sect Master Jun is here. Wang Donglin said, First he challenged the Vast Qi Sect, and now he's challenging the Sacred Spring Sect. This kid is really reckless. Young people, Ma Yunting said, It's not bad to be reckless. Coming. Murong Exin stood by the window of the wing room, complicated emotions rising in her heart. Although Xiao Ziji won the inter-sect tournament and made her look at him in a new light, wasn't following the Iron Bone Sect leader to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect asking for humiliation? Or could it be that after she broke off the engagement, she no longer cared about anything? AI. Murong Xi inside. Back mountain of the Sacred Spring Sect. Dai Lu, who was sitting cross-legged in a cave, heard the sound and opened his green eyes. He said coldly, Jun Changshao, you're finally here. Brother Green Scarf accidentally obtained the devouring power at the foot of the Black Eagle Sect. He devoured Elder Ghost cultivation and broke through to the 7th grade martial disciple. After returning to the sect, he participated in the sect's inter-sect tournament and performed well. He was successfully promoted from an inner disciple to an outer disciple. Of course, he didn't dare to be too high profile, so he concentrated on cultivating. During this period, he absorbed the vitality of many fierce beasts and plants in the back mountain. His cultivation also stepped into the 1st grade martial master from the martial disciple realm. To be honest, the sect limited Dai Lu's development. Because of his special absorption power, he was destined to rely on absorbing external forces to improve. Cultivating step by step would only be very slow. Dai Lu also considered leaving, but when he thought that Jun Changshao would bring disciples to challenge him, he endured for a few months, destroying my Spirit Spring Sect and killing my cousin. With these 2 great enemies, if he didn't do anything and just left like this, wouldn't it be too cowardly? Dai Lu had been planning. He took out the crystal cores he obtained during this period of time and successfully bribed an elder to obtain a challenge quota. Jun Changshao, I want you to know that the current me is not the same as before. I heard that your Iron Bone is also divided into inner and outer disciples. I will fight with your inner disciple. Even if I can't kill him, I will let him experience what pain is. Brother Green Scarf decided. He wants to challenge an Iron Bone inner disciple as an outer disciple. After this, he will leave the Holy Spring Sect. From then on, he will be a fish in the sea and a bird in the sky. As for who to challenge, let's wait until the competition starts. Of course, if the sect allows, he will definitely choose the strongest inner disciple. Not only can he defeat Jun Changshao, but he can also show off a bit. Brother Greenscarf, who broke through to the first grade martial master, was determined to win tomorrow. Because who am I? I am a devourer. He is an iron bone disciple. What qualifications does he have to compete with me? If he really wants to challenge the strongest inner disciple of the iron bone, excluding Lu Qianqian, then it will be Yi Xingqian. The Devourer vs. the Rebirth of the Great Emperor. It seems quite interesting. The premise is that Brother Greenscarf must hold on, because this opponent is not as gentle as Li Qingyang and Xiao Ziji. He is very fierce. Kakik. Dai Lu covered his face and laughed strangely. Jun Changshao, you and your disciple are destined to be the stepping stones on my path to become a supreme expert. Sigh. May God bless you, our Brother Greenscarf. At the foot of the mountain, Jun Changshao shouted. The Holy Spring Sect's gatekeepers looked at him with disdain. This iron bone disciple is not high level. The sect leader is young, but he is quite arrogant. One of them said indifferently, Sect leader Jun, our Holy Spring Sect has been waiting for your arrival. Please go up the mountain. Jun Changshao flicked his sleeves and led his disciples up the mountain. Yi Xingqian walked up the stone steps with an ugly expression. Then, he unwillingly raised the magically modified speaker. Damn it, why do I have to carry it all the time? Family head AI, City Lord Xie, and the others also hurried up after reporting their names. Looking at the Iron Bone Sect's disciple who went up the mountain, his aura was as firm and unyielding as ever. Challenging a fifth-rate sect is undoubtedly a hellish test. These Iron Bone disciples can still be so calm. How did sect leader Jun train them? Creak. The gate of the Holy Spring Sect was pushed open. Jun Changshao, wearing dazzling sunglasses, wearing a mink coat, and holding a cigar in his mouth, walked over to the accompaniment of the god of gamblers. In an instant, all the martial artists in the outer yard looked over. TSK. He is quite pretentious. When the competition starts tomorrow, the Holy Spring Sect will be merciful if he can leave standing. Everyone talked in disdain. But when Jun Changshao stood in the martial arts arena, 200 disciples lined up neatly behind him, proudly standing straight and releasing their aura. The expressions of the martial artists froze. These iron bone disciples had a strong aura and sharp eyes. As long as one was not short-sighted or blind, they would realize that this was definitely something that only advanced martial disciples had. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Oh my God, an eighth-rate sect, wrong? Jun Changshao held a cigar between his fingers and flashed the certificate given to him by the certification center. He faintly said, if you have a pair of dog eyes like Alliance Master Qin, you might not be able to tell whether it's 8 or 7. He attacked with full force as soon as he arrived. Qin Haoran said angrily, Jun Changshao. Jun Changshao raised his middle finger and said indifferently, Loser, you are not qualified to bark in front of me. He knew that this guy had come to the Holy Spring Sect before and must have made some dirty deals with them. He also knew that he must have brought the Alliance Master here to see him make a fool of himself. You are not happy with me, and I am not happy with you. I am dissing you, what's the point? Damn it. Qin Haoran was so angry that his eyes were about to pop out. He was so angry that his body was trembling, but he did not speak anymore. After all, he was here to see him make a fool of himself. He could not turn the tables. Chua. Jun Changshao shook off his mink coat, and a disciple stepped forward to catch it. Sect leader Jun stroked his black hair with one hand and said, My Iron Bone Sect came to challenge them, but the Holy Spring Sect did not come out to greet them. Is this how a big sect treats its guests? Everyone's mouth twitched, as expected of the sect leader who dared to challenge the Holy Spring Sect. This was really crazy. Lier, Shi Jingxian, who walked out from the inner yard, smiled and said, Sect leader Jun is so domineering. After seeing the light again, I must see what he looks like. As she spoke, She was already fantasizing in her heart. He must have big eyes, a sharp nose, and long ears. Yes, the sect leader June, that palace master she imagined, had already surpassed the level of a human. Strictly speaking, he could be classified as a monster. Chapter 281. All the cultivators saw Jun Changshao as they wished. He didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms, but 2 arms and 2 legs like everyone else. They didn't expect him to attack Alliance Master Qin as soon as he arrived. Many people knew that the two had a grudge, but he was still the leader of a sect. Even if there was a conflict, they couldn't just start a war of words as soon as they met, right? Especially when they heard that this was how a large sect treated their guests. They immediately realized that this 7th-rate sect leader was very arrogant. Yes, if he wasn't arrogant, he wouldn't be arrogant. Would he dare to bring a disciple to challenge the Sacred Spring sect? It was good to be young. They weren't afraid of anything, didn't care about anything, and courted death with all kinds of hot-bloodedness. The disdain in everyone's eyes when they looked at Jun Changshao became even more intense. Little brat. Acting cool would be struck by lightning. Swoosh! At this moment, an old man about 70 years old flew out of the main hall. He landed on the martial arts field and laughed loudly. Sect Leader Jun, we are honored by your presence. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. This person's aura was strong. At first glance, one could tell that he was a high-level Wuzong. Elder Jin, who is in charge of the internal affairs of the Sacred Spring Sect. The Patriarch of the Sacred Spring Sect is in seclusion all year round, so Elder Jin is in charge of all affairs. He is giving Ironbone enough face to appear in person. In my opinion, this is considered peaceful before resorting to force. Everyone discussed in low voices. They could catch a faint trace of displeasure in Elder Jin's eyes. A low-level sect acting so arrogantly in front of their own sect. If it were them, they would also find it difficult to tolerate. Jun Changshao said indifferently, I, Ironbone, came from afar. Doesn't your Sacred Spring Sect plan to arrange a place to rest? Really too arrogant. The disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect were all furious. But after all, they were from a large sect and could control their anger. Instead, they thought to themselves, when the challenge starts tomorrow, you won't be so arrogant. Elder Jin said, I have already arranged a room. Linfeng, take Sect Leader Jun and Ironbone disciples there. Yes. Qing Linfeng walked out and made an inviting gesture. Sect Head Jun, please follow me. Jun Changshao went to the inner yard under the watchful eyes of the crowd. The Ironbone disciples followed behind him. Even though they were being scrutinized by a group of big shots, they were not afraid at all. After they left, the martial artists of various forces began to discuss in low voices. This Ironbone disciple is not simple. Judging from their auras, they seem to be advanced martial disciples. For a 7th-rate sect to be able to do this, it's truly unbelievable. In my opinion, he might have taken some kind of pill to bluff, right? Hearing such doubts, City Lord Xie sneered in his heart. If you know that 2 elders from the certification headquarters in southwest Yangzhou gave Ironbone a top 3 grade, you'll understand whether it is a bluff or not. City Lord Xie really wanted to tell everyone to stop looking down on others. But because Sect Leader Jun wanted to keep a low profile, he could only bear with it painfully. The Sacred Spring Sect still cared a lot about the style of the sect. They arranged for Ironbone and the others to stay in several courtyards with beautiful environments. Have a good rest. Jun Changshao said, prepare for tomorrow's battle. Yes. After traveling for thousands of miles, the Ironbone disciples were still a little tired. They all chose their rooms to stay in. Xiao Ziji did not rest. He sat cross-legged in the stone pavilion in the courtyard and practiced the body metamorphosis scripture, continuing to refine his body. Ever since he joined Ironbone and obtained this divine mental cultivation method, he had developed a good habit of practicing anytime and anywhere. Suddenly, Xiao Ziji opened his eyes. He subconsciously looked at the entrance of the courtyard and saw a girl standing outside looking at him. Morong Xin. The inner yard of the Sacred Spring Sect was not small. There was also a beautiful green area for the disciples to enjoy and relax after practicing. In the bamboo forest, Murong Xian pinched a bamboo leaf and said, "You seem to be stronger than last time. Is this why you were looking for me?" Xiao Ziji sat on a huge rock and said indifferently. He was surprised to see this woman in the Sacred Spring sect, but it was just a surprise. Murong Xian was silent for a while and said, "Your sect master is very reckless. Are you going to follow him?" Xiao Ziji understood. She must think that I, Iron Bone, am courting death by challenging the Sacred Spring sect. Xiao Ziji said indifferently, "You don't need to worry about my affairs, Miss Murong." Then, he got up and returned to the courtyard. Breaking off the engagement that year was like the last feather that broke the camel's back. It made him sink for 5 years. He really did not want to have too much contact with this woman. Watching Xiao Ziji leave, Murong Xian's eyes flashed with complicated emotions. Every time she saw the man she broke off the engagement with, she would blame herself. She blamed herself for the choices she made when she was young, causing him to bear the pain he should not bear. Judging from Murong Xian's psychological activities, she was not an arrogant woman. She just did the wrong thing at the wrong time. If they were still engaged, according to the customs of the Falling Star continent, they should have been married by now. There would be another perfect couple in the world. Unfortunately, they were not destined to be together. They missed a marriage. The next day, the weather was clear and there were no clouds in the sky. There was no need to look at the almanac, because from today's weather, it was very suitable for a competition. Jun Changxiao stood outside the martial arts field with his hands behind his back, facing the Sacred Spring sect's main hall. Behind him, 200 disciples stood tall and straight, showing a sense of arrogance. Various forces had also rushed over and were all secretly amazed. What kind of confidence did this 7th-rate disciple have to be so fearless in front of 5th-rate sect? Why? Because Iron Bone was unyielding. Xie Guanquan, Ai Shang, and the others walked behind Jun Changxiao tacitly. Song Mountain sect's Elder Ma and Elder Wang also stood behind, showing their support for Iron Bone. No one was surprised. After all, Song Mountain sect was in the Azure Sun County. It was reasonable for them to support the sects in the county. The positions of the various forces were closer to the main hall, which meant that they believed that the Sacred Spring sect could win this challenge. Among them were Alliance Master Qin and the leaders of the Alliance, especially when they looked at Jun Changxiao with disdain and sneers. A race between a broken car and a sports car. As long as one had a normal brain, they would believe that the sports car could easily shake off the broken car by stepping on the gas pedal. Iron Bone was a broken car. Sacred Spring sect was a superior sports car. Jun Changxiao did not care about the support of the other forces, because no matter how much they looked down on him, he was still strong. Sect Master Jun, standing opposite him, Elder Jean said, "How do you want to challenge?" Jun Changxiao said, "Let's start with the outer disciples. First, we'll fight 30 to 40 rounds and determine the winner." Hearing this, everyone almost fell over. 30 to 40 rounds? This guy, was he here to challenge or to participate in the sect competition? Jun Changxiao also did not want to fight so many rounds. But this damn epic mission, he had to defeat 30 outer disciples of the Sacred Spring sect to complete it. Chapter 282. Elder Jin's mouth twitched. Sect Master Jun, are you sure you want to waste time and fight so many matches? His Holy Spring sect had 5,000 to 6,000 outer disciples, not to mention 30 or 40 matches. They could even send someone for 300 or 400 matches. But fighting one match at a time would definitely waste time. Jun Changxiao said, "Victory and defeat will be decided quickly. It won't take much time." TCH, everyone snorted. That was as if Iron Bone could end the battle quickly. Jun Changxiao raised his hand. Shua. Under everyone's gaze, Erhe walked towards the training field. He was the first outer disciple to represent Iron Bone. To be honest, he was a little nervous. At this time, Lu Wancher shouted, "Brother Erhe, do your best." Erhe, who was a little nervous, clenched his fists and straightened his back when he heard Lu Wancher's cheers. "Sect Master, let me go first. Dudu will watch from behind." The first battle, Even if I have to risk my life, I must win. Ta! Erhe stopped in the middle of the training field and shouted, Ironbone Sect, disciple Zhang Jolin, please enlighten me. He shouted out a name that even he had almost forgotten. His voice hovered above the training field, revealing a proud aura. Before the battle, Jun Changshao said, your opponents may be strong, but as disciples of Ironbone Sect, your morale cannot be weak. Erhe remembered it in his heart. When he shouted out his sect, shouted out his name, the blood in his body seemed to burn. I'm the first to go. I want to raise the morale of my fellow disciples. I want to win the first battle. The other disciples of Ironbone also seemed to ignite the blood in their chests under his shout. We came from so far away just to fight for our sect. Seeing that Ironbone disciple so imposing, all the martial artists shook their heads. There was no denying it. This kid was not bad, but in front of a fifth-rate sect, it was not enough. Elder Jean waved his hand. An outer disciple of Holy Springs Sect walked up. Holy Springs Sect, Lu Yinxiang. The disciple who was going to fight also announced his name. His aura was as strong as his name. Start. The referee shouted. Shua. Lu Yinxiang rushed over with a profound movement technique, immediately drawing the praises of the martial artists from all sides. This is the Sacred Spring Sect's unique movement technique. 9 steps. It's unbelievable that an outer sect disciple could comprehend it. Then, Brother Ironbone, boom. While everyone was talking, Erhe gathered his strength in his fist and punched Lu Yinxiang in the face, sending him flying. Plop! He fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. With a single punch, the match was over. Caw! Everyone was silent. The expressions on the faces of the martial artists froze, and their eyes gradually widened. An outer sect disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect was killed by a single punch? Qin Haoren and the others, who were already prepared to see a joke, instantly withdrew the smiles on their faces. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Erhe was also stunned. The outer sect disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect were too weak. They couldn't even take a punch from him? It's not that he's weak, it's that you're too strong. Erhe had already reached the peak of martial disciple level and had been tempered in the forging room and the training tower. The strength of his punch was not comparable to that of an extreme grade martial disciple, but it was still 20,000 Jin. What did that mean? It was comparable to an ordinary grade 2 martial master. What about Lu Yinxiang? He was only an ordinary grade 8 martial disciple. How could he withstand such a powerful force? And this was a Sacred Spring Sect disciple. If it were an outer sect disciple of a 6th or 7th-rate sect, he would have been killed by a single punch. Ding! Defeated 130 outer sect disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect. Hearing the notification, Jun Changshao cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you for letting me win. Disciple had killed his opponent and completed a mission goal. It was very satisfying. The martial artists were stunned for a long time. After all, Ironbone defeated a Sacred Spring Sect disciple with a single punch. It was too unexpected. They understood. Ironbone's strategy was to let their strongest disciple fight first. If they let their strongest disciple fight in the first round, would they still send anyone for the next 30 or 40 rounds? Alliance Master Qin and the Alliance Elders thought so in their hearts and couldn't help but sneer. Elder Jean furrowed his brows. He was a little careless in the first round and let Ironbone win first. He would treat it as a friendly host. He didn't have to give Ironbone any face in the following rounds. If a 5th-rate sect didn't go easy on a 7th-rate sect or 2, they would definitely be gossiped about. Let's start the second round. Jun Changshao waved his hand and an outer sect disciple walked out. This person's name was Sun Shao. Because he had a group of monstrous senior brothers, he was considered invisible in Ironbone. In fact, there were many invisible disciples. Because of the limited space, he couldn't explain it to the camera one by one. Otherwise, he could at least write 3 to 5 chapters. At this kind of climax, there would definitely be readers who would say 30 to 40 outer sect disciples fighting. 1 chapter per person, the author can write another 30 to 40 chapters. I want to. but I won't give him a chance. This was because even someone as insignificant as Sun Shao could easily send his opponent flying once the battle began. Seeing the second Sacred Spring Sect disciple fall outside the martial arts practice field, the expressions of the martial art practitioners from various forces froze again. Damn it, another one was killed in seconds. Was the Sacred Spring Sect not serious? Or did Iron Bone continue to send strong outer sect disciples to fight? But that disciple named Sun Shao was only a 7th grade martial disciple. The Sacred Spring Sect's disciple was a 9th grade martial disciple. Why? Because Iron Bone's disciples were strong. You let me win. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said. A trace of anger appeared between Elder Jin's brows. He immediately waved his hand and sent a peak martial disciple to fight. A year ago, Imo Shangfei was only an 8th grade martial disciple, but he could become an inner sect disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect because he had a high-grade spiritual root. This peak martial disciple only had a middle-grade spiritual root, so he could only be an outer sect disciple. There were many disciples with middle-grade spiritual roots in the Sacred Spring Sect. Although their realms were good, they could only be outer sect disciples because of their spiritual roots. Ihei, Jun Changshao said, let's fight. Yes. Ihei strode in, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Behind him, Lu Wanshi cheered for her fellow disciple, as usual. After exchanging names, the battle officially started and then officially ended. Because Ihei's strength was not inferior to Ihei's, he sent the peak martial disciple flying with a rupturing fist. Decisive and not hesitant. In 3 matches, he was defeated in 3 moves. All the martial artists were deeply shocked by the strength of Iron Bone's disciples. Don't worry, the shock had just begun. Next, the 2 sides continued to fight. Although the Iron Bone's outer sect disciples were not as talented as the Sacred Spring Sect, their strength was at a high level. As long as they fought, they would win. In a short time, the 2 sides fought 20 rounds. Although there were more than 2 moves, they still could not reverse the fate of the Sacred Spring Sect's disciples. Ding! Defeated 2,030 outer sect disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect. The system's voice sounded again. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, easy. These words were extremely pretentious. But all the martial artists were silent. 20 disciples fought and defeated 20 outer sect disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect. They were qualified to be pretentious. Chapter 283. Alliance Master Qin and the leaders of the Alliance looked terrible. They were prepared to watch a joke from the beginning, but the Holy Spring Sect's consecutive defeats didn't give them a chance to laugh. This wasn't what they expected at all. As for the various forces that had previously mocked the Iron Bone Sect, their faces were flushed red. After all, if they sent their outer disciples to fight with the Holy Spring Sect, they would be lucky to win 3 out of 30 rounds. Master, standing in the distance, Liu's mouth twitched. Iron Bone won the 20th round. In her estimation, if the Sacred Spring Sect fought 30 to 40 rounds, they would definitely win 30 to 40 rounds. But in the end, it was the reverse of the situation. Shi Jingxian smiled. Master Jun's disciples are so strong. Old Ma, Wang Donglin's mouth twitched. These Iron Bone disciples are too fierce. They didn't lose any of the 20 rounds? Ma Yunting couldn't stay calm at this moment. After all, even if his sect fought with the Holy Spring Sect, there would be victories and losses. The challenge continued. Lin Zhonghang and other disciples who joined earlier fought and won easily. In the past year, although their spiritual roots didn't change, they all had the strength of advanced martial disciples after various resources and body modifications. What did this mean? It meant that Iron Bone didn't have as many top disciples as the top sects, but their basic disciples were not inferior to them. Once all of them grew up, they would be terrifying. Elder Zhou of the certification headquarters was aware of this, which was why he gave the Iron Bone sect a top 3 evaluation. The strength of a sect wasn't determined by a few people, but by the overall strength. Molding pills, molding rooms, spiritual arrays, training towers, various resources, various martial techniques. These were the powerful assets of Iron Bone's basic disciples. What about the Holy Spring Sect? Although it was a fifth-rate sect, its resources were limited and definitely wouldn't be shared with the outer disciples. If the outer disciples wanted to be valued, they had to work hard to be promoted to the inner disciples so that they could enjoy more resources. Which sect's disciple was more fortunate? That's right. It was Ironbone, although it was a new sect, although it was only a year old. But the resources Jun Changshao gave his disciples were many years ahead of this kind of sect. Today, I've come all the way here. If I don't give you a good beating, how can I be worthy of all the resources I've piled up? The outer sect disciples of the Sacred Spring sect were either suppressed in terms of realms or their ranks. Although there were occasionally some who could fight with their opponents for 20 or 30 rounds, they were still inevitably defeated. To be honest, it was a complete suppression. Boom! Another Ironbone disciple sent an outer disciple of the Sacred Spring sect flying. The number of outer disciples defeated in the epic quest increased from 29 to 30. Ding! Disciple defeated an outer disciple of the Sacred Spring sect. Epic mission completion rate, 20%. Host receives 400 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points, 16052000. TSK. Last time, he got 200 points for 20%. This time, he got 400 points. Jun Changshao cupped his fists and said, Elder Jean, after 30 rounds, shall we end the outer disciples competition here? No. Elder Jean said solemnly, continue the battle. If he didn't win a single one of the 30 battles, what face would he have left? He had to continue fighting. Even if he couldn't win all of them, he had to win at least 10 rounds to save his face. The result? Sima Zhongda, Cui Bujian, Lin Jianghang, and the other disciples fought one after another. With their powerful strength, they trampled the outer disciples of the Sacred Spring sect one by one. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. An opponent was kicked into the air by Li Tian. Then he used the cloud steps to hang upside down in the air and directly blasted him 300 meters away. At this point, Ironbone won the 50th round. Ding! Disciple defeated an outer disciple of the Sacred Spring sect 50-50, meeting the hidden criteria. Epic mission completion rate, 30%. Host receives 200 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points, 18052000. Jun Changshao was startled, then grinned. So, there are still 20 hidden victories. When Li Tian kicked his opponent out and landed on the ground, the expressions on the faces of the martial artists from the various sects were already numb. From the first round to the 50th round, it ended in less than 2 hours. The Sacred Spring sect was completely defeated. Who would have thought that a fifth-rate sect would be so badly beaten by a seventh-rate sect? Elder Jin's hands were trembling. If not for the presence of the various forces, his face would have turned sinister from anger. Ma Yunting and Wang Donglin were silent. The strength of Ironbone shocked them deeply. Junior sister, the senior sister standing next to Murong Xian, said solemnly, "This is too unbelievable." Her sect had the strength to sweep away the fifth-rate sections. After all, it was a second-rate sect, but a seventh-rate sect did it so cleanly. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't dare to believe it. The Battle of the Outer Disciples. Ironbone used their strength to ruthlessly slap the faces of the various forces. "Fight again," Elder Jean said in a deep voice. Jun Changshao said, "Elder Jean, my Ironbone doesn't have as many people as your Sacred Spring sect. If we keep fighting like this, isn't it a bit of bullying?" Originally, they planned to send 53 people, but the other party was unwilling to give up, so they could only let the cheering disciples go on stage. If they continued to fight, they would definitely not be able to compete with the thousands of disciples. "How about this?" Jun Changshao said, "Send the inner disciples to fight." The outer disciples had fought enough, and even the hidden mission was completed. The next step would definitely be to fight the inner disciples. After all, completing the epic mission was more important. Okay. Elder Jean agreed and raised his hand. A man wearing a green scarf walked onto the martial arts practice field. His head was lowered the entire time, and it was obvious that his body was trembling. A moment later, he raised his head and said with a grin, "Jun Changshao, do you still remember me?" "Eh," Jun Changshao said in surprise. "You are the green scarf man who teased my eldest disciple outside Qingyang City?" The Iron Bone disciple was immediately dumbfounded. Oh my God, he dared to tease the cold, big senior sister. His courage was commendable. "Cut the crap." Dai Lu raised his hand, pointed at the group of Iron Bone inner disciples with strong auras, and said with a cold gaze, "Send your disciples to fight with me." "Huh." Jun Changshao folded his arms and said, "Who do you want to fight?" "Humph." Dai Lu proudly said, "Send out the strongest. I want to beat him up and tell everyone here that the Sacred Spring Sect is not something that a trash sect like you can afford to offend." After the sect had lost 50 matches in a row, the Green Scarf brother realized that his chance had come, so he had to perform well in front of Elder Jean. Perhaps this battle would allow him to directly rise from the outer sect to the direct disciple position. At that time, he would have more resources and supplies, so he wouldn't have to consider going out to train. TSK, TSK, TSK. Jun Changshao, you and your disciples are indeed my Dai Lu's stepping stones on the path to becoming a supreme expert. The strongest? Jun Changshao began to consider. Yi Xingqian said coldly, "Sect leader, since he wants to find the strongest, this disciple is willing to fight and teach this arrogant green scarf man a lesson." These words caused the mouths of Li Qingyong, Xiao Ziji, and the others to twitch. "Junior brother Yi, you are stronger than us, but as for the strongest inner sect disciple, without asking big senior sister, do you still have any face?" Chapter 284. Brother Greenscarf was arrogant, directly challenging Iron Bone's strongest inner disciple. Yi Xingqian was very unhappy, so he volunteered to fight, deciding to teach this green scarf guy a lesson. However, Jun Changshao said, "Elder Jean, is he an inner disciple?" "Sect Master Jun," Elder Jean said calmly. "Although this old man's disciple is an outer disciple, he already has the strength of an inner disciple." Jun Changshao frowned. "You said you would send an inner disciple, but you sent an outer disciple. How can I complete my task?" Jun Changshao. Dai Lu said calmly, "You don't dare to send an inner disciple to fight with me." "Aya, this kid is quite arrogant." Jun Changshao thought for a while and said, "Xingqian fight." Although it was a bit disadvantageous to send an inner disciple to fight an outer disciple, he couldn't bear to see the green scarf guy so arrogant. The best way to deal with this kind of person was to let someone more arrogant than him teach him a lesson. Who was the most arrogant in Iron Bone? Without a doubt, it was Night Emperor. Swoosh! Yi Xingqian stepped forward, clenching his fists and shaking his head. He said eerily, "A grown man wearing a green scarf, you really don't mind your head being green." Dai Lu sneered. "Green represents nature, what do you know?" "What do I know?" Yi Xingqian stood in the middle of the training field, his eyes cold. "Kid, when the fight starts, I will make you suffer." "That's what I want to say too." Dai Lu smiled evilly. The referee said, "Both sides, please report your names." Yi Xingqian said calmly, "Iron Bone disciple, Yi Xingqian." Not only did he report his name, he also reported his sect. This was very rare. Actually, even he didn't understand why he had to report his sect. If he had to give a reason, Yi Xingqian felt that since he had come to challenge a fifth-rate sect, he should give face to his own sect master. Disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect, Dai Lu. Dai Lu said. At this point, the reincarnation of the Great Emperor was only a few meters away from the Devourer. A battle to determine who was the main character was about to begin. Who? Dai Lu completely unleashed his martial master aura as a proud expression appeared on his face. Ever since he returned from the Black Eagle Mountain, he had been suppressing his cultivation. Even in the sect's small competition, he had only revealed a little. Today, with so many forces watching, it was the perfect opportunity to act tough. Naturally, there was no need for him to hide. He wanted to win the favor of the upper echelons of the sect. As expected, when Dai Lu released his martial master cultivation, the upper echelons of the Sacred Spring sect were astonished. especially Elder Jean. It was only because he had accepted a bribe that he was allowed to go on stage. Who would have thought that he would be given such a pleasant surprise? The disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect were also dumbfounded. It was hard to believe that a disciple who had only been in the sect for a year was already a martial master. The outer sect disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect have all broken through to martial master, as expected of a major sect. They didn't send him out just now because they wanted to save him for later. The martial artists from various forces were shocked. Dai Lu, who had completely unleashed his martial master cultivation, heard the crowd talking about him, and the pride on his face became even stronger. It felt so good to be in the limelight. At this moment, Brother Greenscarf was even more arrogant. With his aptitude, he would never attract attention in his lifetime, let alone achieve much. After awakening the devouring power, his strength had skyrocketed. Naturally, he would be arrogant. However, when Dai Lu revealed his martial master cultivation, Yi Xingqian's eyes were full of disdain. I was wondering how strong this arrogant guy was. It turned out that he was only a grade 1 martial master. What a piece of trash. Begin, the referee shouted. Dai Lu smiled sinisterly and said, I swish. Yi Xingqian used the cloud-treading steps and appeared in front of Dai Lu at an extremely fast speed. He said in a cold voice, Have you experienced the feeling of living a life worse than death? Dai Lu's smile froze as fear appeared in his eyes. Boom! The sound of a fist rang out, and a gust of wind swept across. Everyone's eyes widened. This guy called Yi Xingqian, the aura he released when he attacked was actually that of a martial master. And from the looks of it, it was more than grade 2 or 3. Ding! Defeated 110 inner disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect. A notification sounded in his ears. Jun Changshao was startled and said, How can an outer disciple be counted as an inner disciple? The system said, because the mission determined that the outer disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect, Dai Lu, is equal to an inner disciple. I see. Jun Changshao said, quite smart. However, Yi Xingqian defeated that arrogant Dai Lu with one punch. Wasn't he too weak? On the martial arts field, the air waves gradually dissipated. Brother Greenscarf was lying on the ground, his body twitching violently. Swish! Yi Xingqian walked over and stepped on his face. He said coldly, Brat, stand up and be arrogant. This scene was familiar. Not bad. At the beginning of the book, Jun Changshao stepped on his face and persuaded him to join the Ironbone clan. In the end, he refused and was beaten up. First, he was stepped on by a transmigrator. Now, he was stepped on by a reborn emperor. How pitiful. Dai Lu wasn't unconscious. He was still thinking. His eyes were filled with fear. He had obtained the devouring power in his first battle to show off, but he was beaten to the point of losing his ability to fight. Impossible. Impossible. I have the devouring power, and my cultivation level increases quickly. How can an Iron Bone clan disciple be so strong? How can he defeat me? Dai Lu didn't understand. This was the huge gap between their strength. Not to mention Yi Xingqian. Even Zhang Wei and the others could easily defeat him, unless he used the devouring power. However, during this time, Dai Lu only studied how to absorb plants and beasts. He couldn't absorb martial artists as he wished. Later, he remembered the scene when he absorbed Elder Ghost. He guessed that if he wanted to absorb a human's spiritual energy, he could only activate it in a life and death situation. It wasn't dangerous enough now. It wasn't desperate enough. Because of this, although Dai Lu's face was stepped on, he still mocked with difficulty. You only have this much strength? Yi Xingqian frowned slightly. A piece of trash under his feet dared to mock him. Whoosh! Yi Xingqian lifted his foot and said calmly, Then I'll show you what strength is. Boom! He stepped on Dai Lu's face, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. Very good. Torture me with all your strength. Put me in a desperate situation and make me fight to survive. When the devouring power is activated, I'll take all the spiritual energy in your body. Bang! 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 Yi Xingqian stepped on Dai Lu a few more times, making him dizzy and spitting out blood. However, he still couldn't activate the devouring power. It wasn't miserable enough. It wasn't even close to death. Even though his face was covered in footprints, Dai Lu still tried to grin to provoke Yi Xingqian, who had a bad temper. "Brat, how dare you laugh after being tortured like this? You're really arrogant." Yi Xingqian continued to step on Dai Lu's face, making the spectators' mouths twitch violently. Was the Sacred Spring Sect's disciple crazy? He had obviously lost his ability to fight, but he still used his smile to provoke his opponent and beat him up? They didn't understand. This was Dai Lu's strategy, to explode in a desperate situation. Needless to say, as Yi Xingqian stepped on Dai Lu's face again and again, his injuries became more serious. Suddenly, a strange aura emerged from Green Scarf Brother's body, and his eyes gradually turned green. Together with his ferocious face, he looked a little scary. It's coming, it's coming. My terrifying, devouring power that can absorb martial artists. Bang! Yi Xingqian stepped on Dai Lu again. Blood spurted out from Dai Lu's mouth. Just as the attributes in his body were about to surge, his thoughts and body were suddenly interrupted. He couldn't bear the torture and fainted. Gah! The aura in his body was like a flood. Following its master's fainting, it retreated like a tide, finally hiding in his blood and meridians. Everything returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. If Dai Lu still had his thoughts, he would definitely cry. After suffering so much damage, he was about to make a desperate counterattack. How could he faint? Boom! Yi Xingqian kicked the fainted Dai Lu out of the arena and said indifferently, "Your Sacred Spring Sect dares to send this kind of trash. Are you sure you're not asking to be humiliated?" Chapter 285. Dai Lu's strategy was correct. When he was in a desperate situation, he could activate the devouring power. But first, he had to survive this desperate situation. Facing Yi Xingqian's fierce kicks, Brother Green Scarf couldn't stabilize his state of mind and fainted. The devouring power that was about to erupt was immediately retracted. So, he was beaten up for nothing, but he didn't have the chance to fight back. It had to be said, this was a great tragedy. Jun Changshao shook his head and said, "I thought he was strong, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow." Elder Jean was so angry that his body was trembling. He let Dai Lu fight, but he was defeated in one move and was stepped on repeatedly. It was a disgrace to the Sacred Spring Sect. There was no other way. Yi Xingqian was too strong. Even if he sent Qing Linfeng, he would also lose. The only consolation was that he used an outer disciple to exhaust the strongest disciple of the Ironbone sect. Elder Jean waved his hand. An inner disciple walked onto the martial arts field, his eyes flashing with anger. No disciple of the Sacred Spring sect could tolerate the defeat of so many of his fellow disciples, so he had to win. Jun Changshao said, "Yuhua, go." Yes. Yang Yuhua stepped forward. Ironbone sect disciple, Yang Yuhua. Sacred Spring sect disciple, Qi Fan. Begin. The referee said. Swish. Qi Fan attacked first, performing the 36 paths of Heaven Fist, which instantly transformed into fist shadows. He was a senior inner disciple of the Sacred Spring sect and had an upper-grade spiritual root. Although he was only a first-grade martial master, his fist technique and aura were obviously much stronger than Dai Lu. The strength of each punch is at least 40,000 pounds. This is the real inner disciple of the Sacred Spring sect. The Ironbone sect disciples are unlucky. Swish! Yang Yuhua staggered her steps and crossed her arms. It was clear that she wanted to use her body to resist. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads. 36 Paths of Heaven Fist was a unique fist technique of the Sacred Spring sect. Once performed, it would form an endless momentum. If one chose to defend, they would definitely fall into an absolute passive state. Bang! 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 The shadows of the fists were like cannonballs as they bombarded him. Although each attack carried a force of around 40,000 jin, Yang Yuhua, who had taken the brunt of the attacks, stood on the spot and did not move an inch. He didn't even open the seal barrier. It was effortless. Everyone's eyes widened. The Ironbone disciples would be fine even if they were forced to take half a step back. Qi Fan, who had performed a set of fist techniques, was also stunned. Even if it was a huge beast with rough skin and thick flesh, it would still be forced back a few steps under his crazy bombardment. Shua. Yang Yuhua took advantage of the other's stupefied state to attack with a rupturing fist. This punch was very fast, so fast that Qi Fan could only cross his arms to defend himself. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Yang Yuhua's fist, which was imbued with spiritual energy, came crashing down. Bang! Qi Fan took the brunt of the attack and was sent flying backwards. His face was contorted as intense pain spread through his arms. Yang Yuhua, a second-grade martial master, with the support of the rupturing fist, could punch out with a force of 55,000 jin. How could a rank 1 martial master receive such an attack? Thump, thump, thump. Qi Fan staggered back until he was out of the arena. When he stabilized his body with difficulty, his legs gave out and he knelt on the ground. Ding! Defeated 210 inner disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect. The spectating martial artists' mouths twitched. It was hard to accept that an inner disciple was sent flying with a single punch. Qin Haoren and the leaders of the alliance were also dumbfounded. How could an unranked sect have so many powerful disciples in a short span of a year? Elder Jin was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. In front of their own sect, in front of all the forces, they lost 52 matches. No one could control their emotions. Sigh. Jun Changshao said, Xianzhou, go on stage. Yes. Song Xianzhou walked onto the arena and stood there proudly. The Sacred Spring Sect sent another inner disciple, who was also a rank 1 martial master. In a 5th-rate sect, there were 2 ways to become an inner disciple. One was to have an excellent spirit root, and the other was to be strong. The second way was to become a martial master. If the spirit root was good and the cultivation level was high, they would be a direct disciple. Of course, a disciple with a good spirit root would gradually become stronger. For example, the rank 8 martial disciple Mo Shangfei, who was defeated by Li Qingyang at the Spirit Spring Mountain, became a rank 2 martial master in a year. Unfortunately, it was too slow. Li Qingyang was only a rank 4 martial disciple at that time. Now, not only did he have an excellent spirit root, he also had the cultivation of a rank 5 martial master. With this comparison, the gap between them was not small. That Iron Bone disciple is a martial disciple. The Sacred Spring Sect sent a martial master. He should be able to get the first victory. Everyone discussed in low voices. It was possible to fight against someone of a higher level in the same realm, but it was very difficult to win against someone of a higher level. Old Man Song's heart was in his mouth. His son had just recovered from his paralysis. It was too dangerous for him to fight against a martial master as a martial disciple. However, after the match began, Song Xianzhou relied on the sect's various martial techniques to suppress his opponent in all aspects in a short time. Especially when he took the opportunity to use the mountain-splitting palm, his explosive strength had reached 30,000 jin. His opponent's explosive strength was only 25,000 jin. Old Man Song's face went blank as he felt the spiritual energy emanating from Zhang Xian's palm strike. My son, is he that strong? Boom! Song Xianzhou went to the back and used the exploding fist continuously, directly blasting the Sacred Spring Sect disciple, who was 1 level higher than him, out of the training field. Although he was not as clean as his senior brothers, he had suppressed his opponent from the beginning to the end. This was enough to prove that he was a once-in-a-century genius after he stood up from his paralysis and trained hard in the Iron Bone sect. Looking at his son defeating his opponent and looking at his back, Old Man Song could not control himself and his hands trembled with excitement. Song Xianzhou defeated a rank 1 martial master as a peak martial disciple. Not only did he prove himself, but he also told the spectators that the Iron Bone sect disciples could surpass their level. The Sacred Spring sect's upper echelon had an extremely ugly expression, and this was destined to continue to be ugly, because Zhang Wei and the others who were stronger than Song Xianzhou went up one after another and defeated the inner disciples of the Sacred Spring sect. Ding! defeated 1,010 Sacred Spring Sect inner disciples. Ding! Disciple defeated an inner disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect. Epic mission completion rate 50%. Host receives 400 contribution points. Ding! Contribution points 2205-2000. Ding! Sect contribution points overflow. Jun Changshao was very pleased with his disciple's strong performance. So he opened the purchased items column and spent 500 contribution points to buy 10 bottles of aptitude changing liquid. After the battle, he would give it to the disciples who had gained face for the sect. He could not give each disciple a bottle for the time being, but he would definitely record their achievements and reward them in the future. The outer disciples of the Iron Bone sect were already very strong in this 1 year of cultivation. If they were to improve their spirit roots, they would be even more terrifying. Elder Jin Changshao said, "Do you want to continue?" Elder Jin did not say anything and only waved his hand with a gloomy face. An inner disciple with the strength of a rank 3 martial master walked out again. This meant that he wanted to continue the battle. Jun Changshao naturally would not back down and let Long Xiang fight. The most troublesome thing was, it was already the 61st battle, and only Yi Xingchen from the Iron Bone sect had fought. The others had not yet gone up. Boom! Long Xiang, who was the strongest among the outer disciples, cleanly defeated his opponent and won the 11th battle of the inner disciples. The spectators were calm. In the 61 battles, the Iron Bone sect had won 61 battles. Their minds and muscles were already numb. Chapter 286. The inner sect battle continued, and Jun Changshao sent out Ling Yuanxue for the next battle. Although the girl was a bit timid, she used rupturing fist and splitting mountain palm at the start of the battle. She sent her opponent flying as if she was trying to kill a master. Then she fought 2 more battles. At this point, all the outer sect disciples who went to Death Valley, except for Zhou Hong, fought and defeated their opponents, raising the total number of victories to 64. The corners of the mouths of the various forces twitched violently. Before the battle began, who would have thought that it was not Iron Bone that was defeated, but Sacred Spring Sect? Too scary, Ma Yunting exclaimed. The disciples brought by Jun Changshao. Even if his Song Mountain sect disciples came to fight, they would definitely be defeated one after another. Shi Jingxian smiled. Like I said, if sect leader Jun's Iron Bone didn't have the strength, how would they dare to challenge Sacred Spring Sect? Lear was completely silent. 64 victories. Even her Miao Hua Palace couldn't do it. Murong Xen whispered, so his sect is so strong. Humph, senior sister said lightly. It's a 5th-rate sect. How could it be so weak? What a disgrace. She still didn't understand. It wasn't that Sacred Spring Sect was weak. It was that Iron Bone was too strong. Next, there was no need to fight anymore, because the Sacred Spring Sect that lost 64 battles not only lost the face of the 5th-rate sect, but also lost their underwear. However, Elder Jin sent another disciple to fight. This inner sect disciple looked to be almost 30 years old, and his strength was at the level of a 4th-grade martial master. During this time, it wasn't that Sacred Spring Sect didn't send any 4th-grade martial masters, but they still lost to Iron Bone's 2nd-grade martial master disciple. Facing a group of freaks with all kinds of resources, without an absolute level suppression, it was impossible to win. Jun Changshao originally planned to send Tianqi to fight. Ma Yongning volunteered. Sect leader, please let me fight. First Black and Second Black both came out, making Lu Wansher very happy. He already couldn't hold back his desire to fight. Jun Changshao said, all right, Shua. Ma Yongning stepped into the martial arts field. He was still hugging the saber that had been cut off and reattached. He said proudly, let's fight with weapons. The Sacred Spring Sect disciple looked at Elder Jin, and after receiving his instructions, he took out his 3-foot-long sword. Disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect, Lan Jing. Iron Bone Clan's disciple, Ma Yongning. After reporting their names, the martial artists from the various sects were a little speechless. The two of them were so old, especially the Iron Bone's Ma Yongning. He looked like he was almost 40 or 50 years old, but he was still a disciple. How poor was he? I'm only 29. Who the hell is 40 or 50 years old? Ma Yongning said, when the match starts, you make the first move. Because once my saber is unsheathed, you won't have a chance. Lan Jing. This middle-aged man was really arrogant. Begin. The referee shouted. Clang. Lan Jing unsheathed his long sword and dashed forward. In the process, his wrist shook, and in an instant, intricate sword flowers were intertwined. Tidal wave, sword technique. This is an upper-grade sword skill, everyone exclaimed. Facing the wave-like sword flowers, Ma Yongning smiled faintly. He put down his saber and placed his right hand on the hilt. Whoosh whoosh. In an instant, a thick and heavy saber intent permeated around him, emitting a desolate aura that seemed to come from the North Desert. This saber intent, an expert exclaimed. He's a saber cultivator. What? Everyone widened their eyes. Saber cultivators and sword cultivators were very rare in the falling star continent. Clang. At this moment, Ma Yongning took a step forward and unsheathed his saber, which had obvious signs of repair. The desolate aura instantly exploded like a sandstorm. Saber of the North Desert. Whoosh. The saber aura whizzed out and shattered the wave-like sword flowers with a strong momentum. Oh no! Lan Jing's eyes were filled with horror. He hurriedly retreated outside the arena. Boom! The thick saber aura slashed on the stone floor, leaving a 5-meter-long saber mark. Lan Jing, who had escaped outside the arena, was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. Ma Yongning's saber was not meant to hurt anyone. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape. Instead, he would have been split open. Iron Bone won another round. At this time, the various forces did not care about the 65 victories. What they cared about was that the seemingly old Iron Bone disciple was actually a saber cultivator. Jun Changshao was also a little stunned. He had fought with Ma Yongning before, and he was not this strong at that time. Wow, Lu Wansher exclaimed excitedly. So powerful! Hearing the little girl's words, Ma Yongning slowly sheathed his saber. The pride of a saber cultivator appeared on his face. Ding! Disciple defeated 15 inner disciples of the Holy Spring Sect, meeting the hidden criteria. Epic mission completion rate, 60%. Host receives 200 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 190520000. It seemed that to meet the hidden criteria, he had to defeat a few more people in addition to the original number of people he had defeated. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, Elder Jean, I'm sorry. I want another round by luck. Everyone collapsed. Great leader Jun, you Iron Bone won 65 round by luck. You almost made the Holy Spring Sect cry. Elder Qing Linfeng couldn't bear it anymore and said, Disciple requests to fight. Elder Jean suppressed his endless anger and placed high hopes on Qing Linfeng. Linfeng, you must win. Yes. Qing Linfeng walked onto the stage and stopped in the center, his expression incomparably dignified. He couldn't accept that his junior brother had lost 65 rounds, so he had to win this battle no matter what. The Holy Spring Sect's direct disciple is fighting. We should have sent him earlier to raise the morale of the disciples later. Judging from his aura, young Master Linfeng is at least a 6th-grade martial master. TSK, an extreme martial master of this level, has to have at least 80,000 gene of strength. When Qing Linfeng entered the stage, the various factions finally realized that the Holy Spring Sect had to take this seriously. If Elder Jean knew what they were thinking, he would definitely vomit blood. Our Holy Spring Sect had already taken this battle seriously, but we couldn't win at all. Humph! Alliance Master Qin coldly said, Young Master Linfeng has a supreme grade spiritual root and is also an extreme grade martial master, not to mention a disciple of the Iron Bone Sect. Even if that Jun Changshao were to fight, he would be ruthlessly beaten up. Finally, there's a good show to watch. The Long Blade Sect Master and the Alliance Master laughed. In 65 rounds, the Iron Bone disciples had won 65 rounds, which made them feel disappointed. Now, that Qing Linfeng was going to fight and exuded a strong aura. They were immediately energized. But even if they could win one round, it would be in vain. This guy is not weak. Jun Changxiao held his chin and thought for a while before saying, Zuiji, you go and meet him. Yes. Xiao Ziji walked over. Standing in the middle of the stage, he said, Iron Bone Sect, Xiao Ziji. Xiao Ziji. All the martial artists were startled and looked at Murong Exen, who was watching the battle from afar. Junior sister. The senior sister was also surprised. Could this Xiao Zuiji be your former fiancé? She asked. Murong Exen didn't say anything. Her bright eyes were fixed on the man standing proudly on the stage. She thought to herself, your fellow disciple is very strong. What about you? Chapter 287. Could this young man be Xiao Ziji, who was divorced by the genius of the Murong family? That's him. I heard that last year. He represented the Iron Bone Sect in the Azure Sun County Great Sect competition and won the championship. Didn't he become a trash? Could it be that Murong Xin came to the Sacred Spring Sect to see her divorced fiancé? She is now a second-rate disciple of the Lily Holy Sect, while Xiao Ziji is in the seventh-rate Iron Bone Sect. The two are destined to be in different worlds. Divorced by a woman, what a disgrace. Although the martial artists from various forces were discussing in low voices, every word was clearly heard by Xiao Ziji, making him clench his fists. Murong Xin frowned. Why are these people so talkative? Xiao Ziji turned his head, with a faint indifference in his eyes, as if telling her, Did you hear that? This is the harm you brought to me back then. Yes, you can use your ignorance to shirk your responsibility back then. But as a man, how can I make up for the dignity trampling on me? Murong Xin did not dare to look into Xiao Ziji's eyes, because looking into those indifferent eyes would only make her feel more guilty. Phew! Xiao Ziji exhaled. Just as the sect leader once said, he must take back what he lost with his own hands. What he lost was a man's dignity. How can he take it back? 2 years later, he will ascend to the Lily Holy Sect, stand in front of those high and mighty people, take out a divorce letter, and divorce this woman who brought endless humiliation to him. Not convinced? Then let's fight. Disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect, Qing Linfeng. Qing Linfeng reported his name, and then said, I sympathize with you. This was true sympathy, not ridicule. In a world where men were dominant, being divorced by a woman would definitely bring a fatal blow to his dignity. Xiao Ziji smiled and said, Actually, I am very grateful to that woman. If she did not break the engagement back then, I, Xiao Ziji, would not be where I am today. He paused for a moment. Swoosh. He clenched his fists and said proudly, I won't become a disciple of Iron Bone Clan either. The faces of his fellow disciples behind him were also filled with pride. They were very glad that they had become Iron Bone Clan's disciples. They were able to stand here and challenge the insurmountable mountain. Jun Changxiao's efforts were not in vain. The disciples had a strong sense of belonging to Iron Bone. Begin, the referee said. Shua. Qing Linfeng formed a seal with both hands. His spirit energy whizzed out and formed a large palm that swept over with great force. Spirit gathering seal. Within the Sacred Spring Sect, only the upper echelons and direct disciples could learn a high-grade martial skill. Huff! The palm imprint whizzed down from above, and the strength it carried increased rapidly, directly breaking through the 50,000 gene mark. So powerful! Everyone exclaimed. With the support of his martial arts technique, his strength was comparable to that of an ordinary first-class wuzong. This was the strength of a direct disciple of the Holy Spring Sect. The senior sister standing beside Murong Xin said faintly, Qing Linfeng is not bad. How can that guy compete with him? Her tone sounded as if she was praising a disciple of a fifth-rate sect, and that person should feel honored. It couldn't be helped. The disciples of a second-rate sect were naturally arrogant. When Murong Xin brought the people of the Lily Holy Sect to break off the engagement, facing the Xiao family and Xiao Ziji, her arrogance was even stronger. When the palm imprint was about to press down, Xiao Ziji took a step forward and bent his body slightly. The spirit energy in the cyclone madly surged and gathered in his right fist. Bang! Explosive fist was used to meet the attack head-on. Boom! The moment the fist and a large palm imprint collided, a powerful wave of air whizzed out and swept away the surrounding dust. Thump! 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 Xiao Ziji and Qing Linfeng both retreated 5 steps before stabilizing at the same time. All the martial artists widened their eyes. The Iron Bone disciple and the Sacred Spring Sect's direct disciple were actually not at a disadvantage. Wang Donglin said solemnly, although that kid is only a 5th-grade martial master, he is also an extreme martial master. From the initial exchange of blows, all the martial artists could see that Xiao Ziji was also an extreme martial master. Their mouths twitched violently. To reach the extreme level, the most basic requirement was to have an extreme spiritual root. How could the Iron Bone sect have such a valiant disciple? Murong Xian's bright eyes flashed with surprise. His extreme spiritual root has recovered? You, Qing Linfeng said solemnly, very strong. Swoosh! Xiao Ziji rushed over with the cloud-treading step. His left and right arms used the explosive fist and mountain-splitting palm respectively. A powerful aura burst out, forming waves of wind. Boom! Boom! In an instant, the 2 extreme martial masters exchanged dozens of blows, each with a force of 50,000 pounds. The battle was magnificent. This was definitely the most exciting battle since the start of the challenge. Because the Iron Bone disciple was basically one-sided, there was no such thing as a draw. All the martial artists were dumbfounded. They had thought that the Holy Spring Sect's direct disciple would be able to crush the Iron Bone sect. Who would have thought that the disciple they sent was no weaker than Qing Linfeng? Today, the strength of the Iron Bone faction's disciples had completely refreshed their understanding of the Iron Bone faction. It had also thoroughly slapped them in the face countless times. Bang! Boom! Xiao Ziji's moves were bold. The explosive fist and mountain-splitting palm were frequently used. Although he was 1 stage lower than Qing Linfeng in terms of cultivation level, his strength was no less than his opponent's. This came from martial arts techniques. Although the explosive fist and mountain-splitting palm were not as high as high-grade martial arts techniques, as long as they were comprehended to the extreme, they could provide powerful combat strength. Boom! Boom! Both sides exchanged more than 10 blows. Qing Linfeng retreated more than 10 steps, his expression changing slightly. His arms that bore the brunt of the force were numb. Xiao Ziji stood in place with a calm expression. Their strength was on par, but in terms of physical strength, Qing Linfeng was far inferior. Swoosh! Cloud-treading step was used. Xiao Ziji launched a new round of attacks, and the strength he released was as strong as ever. This guy seems to be risking his life from the start. Can his body take it? As long as Qing Linfeng stabilizes the situation, he'll definitely exhaust him. Although he's on par with young Master Linfeng, he only knows how to explode. One look, and you can tell that he's a boorish man who hasn't experienced actual combat. Jun Changxiao laughed when he heard what everyone said. A bunch of fools. My disciple is playing like this because he's strong and willful. You guys have no right to comment here. Xiao Ziji's body wasn't just a little bit stronger. Not only did he not feel the slightest bit of fatigue, he became more courageous as he fought. Qing Linfeng naturally knew that if he dragged on and exhausted his spirit energy, he would have a chance of winning. But the prerequisite was he had to be able to hold on until Su Zimo was exhausted. For now, Xiao Ziji was getting more and more courageous. Qing Linfeng was gradually at a disadvantage. Holding on for more than 10 minutes was his limit. No, he had to find a chance to defeat the enemy in one blow. Swoosh! Qing Linfeng took advantage of the gap in Xiao Ziji's attack and retreated quickly. Then, he leaped into the air and quickly formed a seal, shouting, "Grand Spirit Gathering Seal." Huff huff! Violent spiritual energy burst out from his body, instantly condensing into a thick and heavy palm print that was 5 or 6 meters wide. Then it mercilessly pressed down on Xiao Zuiji. Chapter 288. Grand Spirit Gathering Seal. This is one of the few supreme-grade martial arts techniques of the Sacred Spring Sect. A disciple can actually use it. When Qing Linfeng condensed a heavy palm print, the martial artist from various factions exclaimed. Elder Jin's brows relaxed, and a rare smile finally appeared on his face. The personal disciple has used his trump card, and the battle is over. Our Sacred Spring Sect has finally won the first battle. Although it's a little late, at least we can win back face among the top disciples. Whoosh whoosh, the Grand Spirit Gathering Seal pressed down with a heavy momentum. With a force of more than 150,000 pounds, and a gust of wind blew the hair and clothes of the martial artists closest to the battle. They all held their breaths in shock. To be able to break free from the intensive attack and use a powerful palm print, the Sacred Spring Sect's personal disciple was really strong. Wang Donglin's eyes were solemn. The power of the Grand Spirit Gathering Seal is comparable to that of a fifth-class Wuzong. It's dangerous, Ma Yunting said. When Qing Linfeng condensed a powerful palm print, the martial artists from various factions who were watching the show believed that Xiao Ziji was in for a bad time. Perhaps this battle would also end. But Jun Changshao didn't think so. He wasn't worried about his disciple at all. Stomp! Xiao Ziji stomped on the ground, and his muscles instantly strengthened. Then he met the palm print with both hands, holding up the sky. He was going to take it head-on. Arrogant! How can such a powerful palm print be resisted by the fleshly body? Isn't he afraid of being crushed to pieces? The powerhouses from various factions shook their heads. If he was stronger than Qing Linfeng, he could take it head-on with his body. But if he was one class lower, taking a 150,000-pound palm print was undoubtedly asking for humiliation. He's too reckless. Murong Xin frowned. Even if Xiao Ziji could take the Grand Spirit Gathering Seal, he would definitely be injured. How would he deal with the enemy? The wisest choice was to dodge and continue to exhaust his opponent. Only then could he have a chance of winning. Both sides were evenly matched. Exhausting his opponent was the right choice. To take the opponent's trump card head-on was definitely a boorish man, Senior Sister said lightly. With this method of fighting, sooner or later he will die miserably. No wonder Junior Sister broke off the engagement with him. Whoosh whoosh, the Grand Spirit Gathering Seal came crashing down and the martial arts practice field turned dark. Xiao Ziji stood below with his palms clasped together, giving off a feeling of insignificance. Come on. His gaze sharpened, and his muscles bulged once again. Every single one of them seemed to have been tempered 1,000 times. Unfortunately, he was wearing his school uniform, so the martial artists from the various factions could not see him. Even if they saw him, they would not care because all their attention was on the palm print that was pressing down. Boom! The heavy spirit gathering seal pressed down fiercely. The moment it came into contact with Xiao Ziji's palm, an even stronger wave of wind was created. The cultivators nearby all retreated a few steps, their faces filled with shock. Ka. Many of the stone slabs on the martial arts practice field were shattered. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Just the spiritual energy wave alone was enough to shatter the stone floor. The power of a martial master was truly terrifying. However, the experts from the various forces stabilized their bodies and resisted the raging winds. They raised their eyes to look at the battlefield, and their expressions all froze. Xiao Ziji's hands were already supporting the Great Spirit Gathering Seal. Although the stone slabs under his feet were shattered into pieces, his body was perfectly straight. He actually took it. How was that possible? Senior Sister's eyes were filled with disbelief. Even Murong Xin, next to her, was very surprised. She had thought that Xiao Ziji could take it, but she did not expect it to be so easy. The experts from the various factions were also stunned. That was a palm print with a force of 150 kilograms. He did not even bend his body after taking it. How strong was his body? Everyone was shocked. Jun Changshao and the Iron Bone disciple were smiling. Qing Linfeng's strength was not bad, But Xiao Ziji was tempered by gravity in the experience tower all day long. Want to suppress him? Impossible. Whoosh. Qing Linfeng landed on the ground and maintained the strength of the palm print. Shock rose in his heart. The strength of his palm was comparable to that of a fifth-grade ordinary martial master. It was unbelievable that his opponent could take it so easily. Whoosh! He leaped into the air again, forming a second Great Spirit Gathering seal and pressing it down. The second palm. This is too awesome, everyone exclaimed. The fact that the Sacred Spring Sect's disciple could form such a powerful trump card shocked all the martial artists from the various factions. It's over, Elder Jean thought with absolute certainty. He did not believe that a fifth-grade martial master could withstand two Great Spirit Gathering seals with a force of 150 kilograms. Morong Xian frowned and said, "It's not too late to retreat now." "Ah!" Xiao Ziji shouted angrily. His school uniform was torn to shreds, revealing his strong muscles. Don't ask why his pants were not shredded, because that would be indecent. Boom! The second Great Spirit Gathering seal pressed down on the first palm. 150 kilograms of force merged with the first, forming a crushing force. Crack, crack, crack. The combination of spiritual power and strength created an oppressive force, shattering the stone slabs in the martial arts arena and rolling up stone foam and dust. The crowd could not see the situation in the battle area, but they were sure that the iron-bone disciple had been suppressed by the two palms. The expressions of the experts from the various forces turned solemn. When the palm print pressed down, they could clearly see Xiao Ziji's strong muscles, giving them the feeling of an iron wall. Maybe he could take it again. As expected, when the dust dissipated, everything became clear. Xiao Zuiji's spine was still as firm as steel. His hands were holding the stacked Great Energy Gathering seal. Crack! The whole arena was silent. Elder Jean and the other martial artists were dumbfounded. Phew! At this moment, Xiao Ziji lowered his arms and bent down. Ha ha ha! He can't take it anymore. He's going to be suppressed. The leader of the Long Blade faction laughed. Qin Haoran and the others were also smiling. Although Xiao Ziji's performance had shocked them, he was still suppressed and defeated by Qing Linfeng. Elder Jean also laughed, but as soon as he rose, his smile froze. After bending down to a certain extent, Xiao Ziji stood up with blue veins popping out on his muscles. Swoosh! In an instant, he stood up again, and with a burst of power, he directly pushed out the Grand Spirit Gathering seal on his hands. Everyone's eyes were about to pop out. It turned out that the guy bent down not because he could not take it anymore, but because he wanted to use it as a buffer to push out the two palms. The faces of Qin Haoran and the others were almost smashed by the invisible force. After all, it was funny to laugh at Xiao Ziji when they saw that he could not take it anymore. Swoosh! When the palms were pushed out, Qing Linfeng landed on the ground with a pale face. Performing two Grand Spirit Gathering seals in a row might have been impressive, but it had consumed a lot of stamina and spiritual energy, too. Good chance, Jun Changshao said. Chapter 289. Young Master Linfeng is tired. The Great Spirit Gathering Seal is an ultimate martial art technique. Even Wuzong consumes a lot of spiritual energy to use it, let alone a martial artist. I can only hope that the Iron Bone disciple is also exhausted. While everyone was talking, Xiao Ziji rushed over with the cloud-treading steps, using exploding fist and mountain-splitting palm to launch an airtight attack. You're tired? Sorry, I just got into the zone. Boom, boom, boom. Because of the severe consumption of spiritual energy, Qing Linfeng could barely defend himself, but he was definitely at a disadvantage. Everyone's mouth twitched when they saw this. Are the disciples of the Ironbone sect even human? They're still so energetic even after taking 2 palm strikes. Elder Jean screamed in his heart. Hold on, you must hold on. Back in the Haoqi sect, Alliance Master Qin had also cried out his heart when he saw his disciples being defeated one after another. And the result? Those who should be defeated were defeated, and those who should be defeated were defeated. It didn't affect the battle at all. Bang! 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 Xiao Ziji's punches were faster, and his power was as strong as ever. The more he fought, the smoother his muscles and spiritual energy became. The more he fought, the more his blood boiled. He felt it, but Qing Linfeng couldn't catch it at all. He could only use his body to receive the storm-like punches. Bang! In the end, he flew out like a cannonball. In the process, the two great spirit-gathering seals that were pushed into the sky gradually disappeared into nothingness as they lost contact with their masters. Boom! Qing Linfeng crashed into the stone wall in front of the hall, and his whole body sank into it. Wah! Blood splattered. He tried to raise his head and said weakly, "Ew, really strong." Then he fainted. His scarred body fell from the groove and landed on the ground with a thud. Phew! Xiao Ziji stabilized his body and stopped attacking. He cupped his fists at the unconscious Qing Linfeng and said, "Thank you." He turned around and left the martial arts field. During this time, he didn't look at Murong Xian as if she didn't exist. This battle was for the Ironbone Sect. Xiao Ziji would never win against the Sacred Spring Sect's disciple and show off to that woman. 2 years later, in the Lily Holy Sect, when I was showing off in front of you and your fellow disciples. After the battle ended, a notification sounded in Jun Changxiao's ears. Ding! He defeated 13 direct disciples of the Sacred Spring Sect. Comfortable. He was comfortable, but Elder Jean was on the verge of tears. My Sacred Spring Sect's personal disciple used all his trump cards. Not only did he not win the battle, he was also knocked unconscious. This is too much of a bully. As a martial arts master, Qing Linfeng was truly powerful. Unfortunately, he ran into Xiao Ziji. Although this fellow had only cultivated for a little more than a year, in terms of body tempering, he could be called a monster, using the Grand Spirit Gathering Seal to hurt him, unless one's level was high and one's comprehension was strong. Of course, if his opponent had been Yi Xingchen, Qing Linfeng would have been defeated long ago. This was because the former's overall strength was greater than Xiao Ziji's. The various forces cultivators gaped, looking at the retreating Xiao Ziji as if they were looking at a monster. To be able to take two great spirit gathering seals head-on and still be able to push them out and launch a fierce attack. In the end, he was able to leave the stage so easily. Just how strong was his physical body to be able to do this? Terrifying, Ma Yunting said in shock. If he were to fight a genius like Qing Linfeng, even if he could win, he would have to pay a huge price. Xiao Ziji's battle not only won glory for the Ironbone clan, but also proved that he was no longer the trash he was 5 years ago. He believed that the news would spread to the Azure Sun County and the Xiao family. They would definitely not feel good, and the ridicule from the outside world would be even more intense. Let's not worry about the Xiao family first. Let's talk about Alliance leader Qin and the Alliance's big shots. When Qing Linfeng was defeated, they were all speechless. Their expressions were as ugly as if they had eaten feces. The Sacred Spring Sect's inner and outer disciples had been defeated one after another, and they had been slapped in the face countless times. Now that Xiao Ziji had defeated a direct disciple, they felt as if their souls had been slapped away. Watching a joke. Why don't you laugh? No one was more shocked than Murong Xian. He had used his strong physical body to resist Qing Linfeng's trump card and won fair and square. In this year, what kind of terrifying cultivation did he go through to be so strong? Looking at the back of the leaving figure, Murong Xian thought of all kinds of terrifying training grounds. This man was gritting his teeth and cultivating. Xian heir, Xiao family Xiao Ziji has good talent and is also very hardworking. Don't blame Grandpa for making the decision to marry you. When she was young, Grandpa Murong's words rang in her ears. At that time, Murong Xian replied, "Grandpa, what does that person look like?" Xian heir has never seen him before. How can you casually get engaged? Ha! Grandpa Murong laughed. Grandpa has already checked that kid. He has great potential and will definitely become a dragon among men in the future. He is worthy of you. As long as he is not a worm among men. At that time, Murong Xian obeyed Grandpa Murong, who loved her dearly. As she grew up, She wanted freedom and broke off the engagement. Today, Xiao Ziji defeated Qing Linfeng. This made her realize that Grandpa Murong was right. He really did have potential. Oomph. That senior sister said indifferently, "The Sacred Spring Sect's direct disciples are really weak. They can't even deal with a seventh-rate Sect's disciple." Can senior sister beat him? Murong Xian's words made the senior sister silent. Although she was also a sixth-grade martial master, she was only a high-level one. If even Qing Linfeng was defeated, it would be very difficult for her to fight Xiao Ziji. Senior sister said, "I can't win, but junior sister can." She was only an inner disciple of the Lily Holy Sect. Murong Xian was the direct disciple of the 11th elder. She was much better than her. Elder Jun Changshao said, "Does your sect have any direct disciples?" Umph. Elder Jun snorted, "My Sacred Spring sect has more direct disciples than your Iron Bone inner disciples." He could lose the battle, but he couldn't lose his momentum. "Then let's fight again." Jun Changshao waved his hand, and Tian Qi walked out. Although his cultivation was the lowest among the inner disciples, his eyes were filled with pride. Without the Iron Bone clan, he was just a medicinal ingredient in the eyes of others. Now that he was standing in front of the Sacred Spring sect and facing their direct disciple, he was happy and proud. Elder Jun sent out the second direct disciple. That person was called Ranhui. Although his aptitude was only high grade, he was a 7th grade martial master. Supreme grade spiritual roots were not easy to find, so many direct disciples of the sect mostly had high-grade spiritual roots. Tian Qi. Jun Changshao transmitted his voice. "Your opponent is a bit strong. Do your best, and don't disappoint me and the other sect members." "Okay," Tian Qi replied with his voice transmission technique. The two reported their names, and the referee immediately announced, "Begin." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the burly Ranhui threw a heavy punch. Thump, thump. Tian Qi crossed his arms to block, and his body retreated more than 10 steps. He instantly judged that his opponent's strength was at least 80,000 Jin. If he wanted to win against him with only 60,000 Jin of strength and continue to win for the Iron Bone, it would be a fierce battle. Tian Qi used cloud-treading steps and exploding fist to rush forward. Sect leader. This disciple is ready to fight for the sect at any time. Chapter 290. Boom. There was a loud noise in the training field. Tian Qi, who was weaker than Ranhui, was sent flying again. He struggled to stabilize himself at the edge of the field and smiled. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had exchanged dozens of blows since the start of the battle. The 4th grade Iron Bone disciple was at a disadvantage. He had been hit many times, but he did not fall down. How did he train his body? Tian Qi was also an advanced martial master, but he was 3 levels behind Ranhui. Even with the help of martial arts, it was difficult to suppress him. But don't forget, he had been training in the Experience Tower. Although he was not as strong as Xiao Ziji and the others, his body was not weak. Ranhui could attack him, but it was impossible to hurt him in a short period of time. Any disciple who had trained on the first floor of the Experience Tower had one advantage, which was that they were very resistant to beatings. Let's see how long you can hold on. Ranhui rushed over again. His fist, which was condensed with spiritual power, was thrown. Tian Qi could not dodge. He could only adjust his position slightly and take the attack with his arms. He retreated to the other side so that he would not be hit out of the field. Whoosh, whoosh, boom, boom, boom. Ranhui caught up with him and attacked like a storm. Dense fist shadows flashed in the training field. The airwaves came one after another. The higher-ups of the Sacred Spring sect felt a little relieved. Since the start of the battle, this was the first time a disciple had suppressed an Iron Bone disciple. Although the opponent was struggling, it was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Indeed, it was a matter of time, but the key was how long it would take. Boom, boom, boom. Ranhui was still attacking crazily. Tian Qi could only defend and retreat again and again. "This is a little troublesome," Ma Yunting said. Wang Donglin said, The Sacred Spring Sect is a sect with a strong foundation. Its direct disciples are very strong. It is reasonable that the iron-boned disciple can't hold on and lose. They had won more than 60 rounds. It was not important to lose one. Wrong. Tianqi, who was defending, did not want to lose. He wanted to continue winning for the iron-boned disciples in front of the sect leader and his fellow disciples. Boom. Ran Hui finished another set of 36 paths to heaven punches and beat Tianqi to the edge of the training field. Then he chased after him. Swish. Swish. 7 Fields steadied his body and used cloud-treading steps to avoid the opponent's attack and leave the danger zone. Damn it! Ran Hui turned around and chased after him, once again launching a bombardment of heavenly flowers, the fury in his eyes growing more and more intense. His strength was clearly stronger than his, but after exchanging more than 100 blows, let alone knocking him down, he couldn't even get off the stage. This was really infuriating. Boom! Tianqi suffered another violent bombardment. Although he could still stand on the martial arts practice field, it was hard for him to suppress a mouthful of blood. I can't. If the iron-boned disciples don't lose, I'll eat *T. I've been on the defensive from the very beginning, unable to retaliate at all. The martial artists of the various forces began to discuss. In fact, this was what they wanted to see. In the end, the Iron-Bone sect had been suppressing the Sacred Spring sect for more than 60 matches. Alliance Master Qin, I think the Iron-Bone disciples will lose, right? The leader of the Long Blade Martial School asked cautiously. The Sacred Spring sect's disciples were defeated one after another, so he didn't dare to gloat easily, lest the result would be a slap to his face. Qin Haoran said indifferently, "They are beaten to the point that they can't even fight back. If they can win, then the sun will rise from the west." Shintong and the leaders of the alliance couldn't help but laugh. The Sacred Spring sect had lost so many matches. Even if they really won one, it didn't matter. But they could find joy and laughter from it. They were really a group of hopeless idiots. Boom! Boom! Ran Hui and Tianqi had been fighting for more than 10 minutes. The scene was still one attacking and the other defending. There was no change at all. However, the spectating martial artists were speechless. The Iron-Bone disciples could still stand firm after being beaten for so long. They were really resistant to beatings. However, defending also consumed psionic energy. If they continued to fight, they would definitely lose, and even lose miserably. However, they ignored a problem. Defending would consume psionic energy, but attacking would also consume psionic energy, and even more. Ran Hui attacked again, and the power condensed in his fist had obviously decreased by a lot. "It's about time for Tianqi to counterattack," Jun Changshao murmured. Sure enough, after Tianqi felt that the opponent's power had decreased, he relied on cloud steps to occasionally receive attacks and counterattack to probe. Until he was sure that the opponent had consumed a lot of psionic energy, he no longer hid and defended, but launched a real counterattack. Whoosh whoosh. Bursting fist on the left fist, mountain-splitting palm on the right fist. Relying on the speed of cloud steps, he launched a crazy attack. Boom, 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 boom. Everyone was dumbfounded. The Iron-Bone disciple had been beaten for so long, but he still had the strength to launch a powerful counterattack. Ran Hui, who was used to having the advantage, was caught off guard by Tianqi's sudden counterattack. He could only keep retreating. Tianqi seized the opportunity. The remaining psionic energy in the cyclone exploded, turning from passive to active, and began to launch a fierce attack. Ran Hui, who had consumed a lot of energy, couldn't take it anymore and could only turn to defense. However, was his physical body as resistant as Tianqi? The answer was no. Therefore, after a huge consumption, he suffered the power of the punches and was instantly beaten back. He was originally suppressing the opponent, but in the end, he was suppressed by the opponent. The battle style suddenly changed. "I can't lose, I have to win." This was the only thought in Tianqi's mind, driving him to condense psionic energy and continue to attack. At that moment, he seemed to have gone crazy. When he felt that all the psionic energy in his body had been consumed, when his physical body was in intense pain, Tianqi stopped and gasped for breath. As for Ran Hui, he had already fainted on the ground from the beating. His exposed skin was covered with dense, bright red fist marks. Senior brother Tian won. Lu Wancher shouted. The Iron Bone disciples also cheered in high spirits. They had originally come to cheer, but their senior brother had won the previous dozens of matches too easily. They only cheered 2 or 3 times before gradually calming down and facing it. This match was different. Their senior brother had turned defeat into victory with great difficulty, so they had to cheer and celebrate. Hearing his fellow disciples cheering for him and celebrating for him, Tianqi's lips curled into a smile. Then he endured the pain and dragged his weak body down the stage. He would walk down the stage the same way he walked up. It was only a distance of a few dozen meters, but Tianqi seemed to have walked for a long time. He stopped in front of Jun Changshao and said, "Sect Master, this disciple did not disappoint you." Before he finished speaking, intense pain and weakness instantly surged into his heart, making it difficult for him to support himself. His body fell straight down. Junior brother, Su Xiaomao was the first to rush over. Tianqi was too tired. He was so tired that he could not even open his eyes. Before he fainted, there was still a smile on his lips. He said weakly, I won, you won. Jun Changshao said seriously. Everyone saw it. Although Tianqi had walked down the stage and fainted after defeating Ran Hui, who was also a high-level martial artist, he had explained to the world what it meant to be unyielding and unyielding. The Iron Bone Unyielding Sect. This name might be unpleasant to hear, and it might be a tongue twister. But with Tianqi's proof, it represented a spirit that would never admit defeat and never admit defeat. Chapter 291. Tianqi defeated Ran Hui with difficulty. Not only did he defend the sect's winning streak, but he also proved that he had the strength to fight against a direct disciple of the Sacred Spring sect, even though he was at the bottom of the inner sect. However, the price was that he fainted. The main reason was that he was suppressed too badly in the early stages, and he fought back in the later stages to win. If Tianqi also had a top-grade spiritual root, even if his cultivation was lower than Ran Hui's, he wouldn't have won with such difficulty. Senior brother's victory made the Iron Bone disciples even more proud. Tianqi's reversal also made the other sect silent. A 4th-grade martial master could defeat a 7th-grade martial master. This was definitely not a fluke, but a reflection of his strength. The Iron Bone clan was really strong. At this moment, no one doubted this 7th-grade sect anymore. Because the Sacred Spring sect's disciples were defeated one by one, it was enough to prove themselves. They used to think if the Iron Bone clan could win a match. Now, the tables had turned. Could the Sacred Spring sect win a match? As for Qin Haoran and the Alliance sect, let's not talk about these idiots because it would only spoil the fun. Sect leader Jun looked at a cultivator and said indifferently, "My disciple has won this battle. Please go to the outhouse now." Why would he go to the outhouse? Eat shit. It was the same as cutting a penis or eating a keyboard. Jun Changshao naturally wouldn't let him go. Instead, he looked at Elder Jean and cupped his hands. Your Sacred Spring sect lost again. Do you still want to fight? Fight, Elder Jean said angrily. He couldn't maintain the demeanor of a 5th-grade sect's upper echelon anymore. The muscles on his face were almost distorted from anger. Li Fei, Jun Changshao said, "Let's fight." Yes. Li Fei tiptoed and walked towards the martial arts arena. However, he also looked back at the unconscious Tianqi and thought, Senior brother Tian, I, Li Fei, will continue to defend the sect's winning streak. The Sacred Spring sect sent another 7th-grade martial master as a direct disciple. As for the name, it was needless to say because after the match started, he was played around by Li Fei, who was running at full speed. What a fast speed! The Sacred Spring sect's disciple can't catch up. Looking at the situation, it doesn't look good. Everyone started to worry about the Sacred Spring sect's disciple. This was a change in mentality. This was proof that the Iron Bone faction was strong. Boom! Boom! After circling around for a while, Li Fei mysteriously appeared behind his opponent. His golden right leg carried with it spiritual energy as he directly kicked his opponent's neck twice. Thump! Thump! The disciple staggered to the side. During this process, Li Fei once again appeared in front of him. With a tap of his toes, he leapt into the air and shouted, "Iron Bone Shadowless Kick." Bang! 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 Pooh! After a torrential barrage of attacks, the disciple retreated to the edge of the martial arts practice field. Blood spurted out, and then his eyelids rolled back and he fell straight down. Plop! His body landed on the ground, leaving the training field. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. This direct disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect didn't even make a move. He didn't even touch the corner of the Iron Bone disciple's clothes. Ding! Defeated, the personal disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect. Epic mission completion rate, 90%. The host has received 600 contribution points. Ding! Contribution value, 2505,2000 points. Ding! Before the notification overflowed, Jun Changxiao opened the shop and spent 1,000 contribution points to buy 20 bottles of aptitude changing liquid. He had already saved 30 bottles. After the challenge, he would definitely distribute them to the disciples who fought. I still need 10% more. I should continue to challenge the direct disciples. Jun Changxiao cupped his hands and said, "Elder Jean, do you still want to fight?" "Fight!" Elder Jean gritted his teeth and said. Right now, he was like a gambler who had lost all his fortune in a casino. He had completely lost his mind. Jun Changxiao said, "I still have 4 disciples who haven't fought. How about another 4? "Sure," Elder Jean said. As he said that, he waved his hand. A tall and strong disciple stepped out. Although he was also a 7th grade martial master, he was obviously stronger than the previous 2. "Little Mo, go on stage." "Yes." Su Xiaoma handed the unconscious Tian Qi to Xiao Ziji. Swinging his arms, he tiptoed onto the stage. After announcing his name, the battle began. Boom! Boom! Su Xiaoma used the cloud-treading steps and circled around the tall disciple of the Holy Spring Sect. Then, he continuously attacked his vital points. Unsurprisingly, although the big guy's skin was rough and his flesh was thick after a series of wild kicks, he fell to the ground like a small hill. Su Xiaoma clapped his hands and raised his eyebrows. No difficulty. Everyone was about to faint. These disciples of the Iron Bone Sect were simply too scary. Torturing the direct disciples of the Holy Spring Sect was like playing around. Next match, Li Qingyang fought. As a well-rounded person, he could easily win even against Qing Linfeng. Therefore, it only took him a few minutes to defeat his opponent. Ding! Disciple defeated direct Disciple 55 of the Holy Spring Sect, meeting the hidden criteria. Epic mission completion rate is 100%. Host has received 200 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 1705,2000. Strange. Jun Changxiao was puzzled. All 3 missions have met the requirements and reached 100%. Why hasn't the epic mission been completed yet? Sect Leader Jun. While thinking, Elder Jean said with an ugly expression, "Please wait a moment. My Holy Spring Sect still has 2 direct disciples in seclusion. I have already sent someone to inform them." "Oh," Jun Changxiao replied. "The 2 direct disciples in seclusion must be Gu Chaojiu and Jian Fifen. The Holy Spring Sect only has a total of 7 direct disciples. Now that 5 have already fought, it must be the 2 of them. These 2 are the core disciples of the Holy Spring Sect. It is said that one has a sacred grade aptitude, and the other is a rare sword cultivator. Their strength is also extraordinary." Everyone discussed in low voices. A sacred grade aptitude and a sword cultivator? Jun Changxiao held his chin and said, "It's a little tricky." Sect Leader Lu Qianqian said, "Leave the sacred grade aptitude to me." Zhou Hong said, "Sect Leader, that sword cultivator, this disciple hopes to fight against him." "Sure," Jun Changxiao said. He was still very confident in these 2 disciples. After all, One was also a sacred grade aptitude, and the other was also a sword cultivator. Not long after, two disciples in the Holy Spring Sect uniform walked out from the inner yard. One of them had a lazy look, giving people the feeling that he did not care about his appearance. The other had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a cold aura. From their temperament, Jun Changxiao could also recognize that the one on the left must be the sacred grade aptitude Gu Chaojiao, and the one on the right must be the sword cultivator Jian Fifan. There were so many good seedlings in the Holy Spring Sect, including Qing Linfeng. If the three of them joined the Iron Bone Sect and were trained by him, their strength and realm would definitely skyrocket. Sigh. Jun Changxiao shook his head and said, "It's a bit of a waste of talent to stay in the Holy Spring Sect." Elder. Gu Chaojiao walked over and said with a sleepy look, "This Iron Bone came to challenge us. Did he have to call the two of us out?" Everyone's mouth twitched. He probably did not know that his sect had already lost 70 rounds, and it was a terrible loss. Jian Fifan did not say anything. He instinctively looked at Zhou Hong opposite him, his dark eyes shining with a strong fighting spirit. Elder. He walked to the martial arts practice field and said, "I'll fight first." Sect leader, I'd like to fight. Before Jun Changxiao could answer, Zhou Hong had already walked out. The two stood in the middle of the martial arts practice field at the same time, staring at each other. Instantly, an extremely sharp aura appeared around them. This is sword intent. That Iron Bone disciple is also a sword cultivator. Everyone opened their eyes wide. Previously, there was a sword cultivator, and now there was a sword cultivator. Iron Bone's level was not high, but there were all kinds of warriors. Iron Bone's Sect disciple, Zhou Hong. Holy Springs Sect disciple, Jian Fifan. After the two sword cultivators reported their names, the sword intent gathered in the martial arts practice field became more intense. The warriors closer to them were so shocked that they took a few steps back. Chapter 292. Zhou Hong and Jian Fifan were only a few meters away from each other. The sword intent they released began to fight, which shocked everyone and made them retreat. A swordsman was indeed a swordsman. He was indeed different. Many martial artists envied him. Swords were commonly used weapons. If one became a swordsman, one's status would skyrocket. Unfortunately, the requirements to become a swordsman were too harsh. Not everyone could become one. Even with the system, sect leader Jun, who was like a cheat, had to be a martial artist without the talent to become a swordsman. Although Yi Xingchen, who was reborn as the Great Emperor, practiced the Ling Jian divine technique, he was still a martial artist. He was not a swordsman at all. "Begin," the referee shouted. Zhou Hong and Jian Fifan were still looking at each other. After a while, they took 10 steps back at the same time to keep a sufficient distance from each other. They did not release their aura or spiritual energy. They just looked at each other as if the scene was frozen. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. Here it comes. When he accepted Zhou Hong into the sect, he thought that the scene of a swordsman and a swordsman fighting would be boring. It would be even more boring. "Show your sword," Zhou Hong said. Jian Fifan said, "My sword will only be unsheathed when I make a move." "Make your move." "Once I make a move, my sword will definitely bleed. So I'll make the first move?" "In a fight with a swordsman, I like to let my opponent make the first move." "Why?" "Because I can measure the strength of my opponent and whether it's worth it for me to make the first move." Everyone's mouth twitched. "You two are in a fight. Can you stop chatting and start fighting? We're all tired." "They're getting impatient," Zhou Hong said. "They must want us to fight as soon as possible." Jian Fifan said, "They don't understand that the conversation between you and me is actually a contest." Jun Changxiao could not stand it anymore. He wanted to send an emoji of, "Is this the world of swordsmen?" to express his breaking down mood. Clang! Zhou Hong finally unsheathed his sword and said, "A swordsman is destined to be lonely if the world doesn't understand." "I agree," Jian Fifan said. Zhou Hong held his sword with one hand and said, "I'll make my move." "Please," Jian Fifan said. Whoosh, whoosh, shwa. Zhou Hong took a step forward and waved his quaint long sword in the air. Beams of sword light shot out instantly. So fast The experts of the various sects exclaimed. Even though they had been watching without blinking, they were still unable to catch how many times Zhou Hong had struck out with his sword in a single breath. Jian Fifan noticed it and was shocked. He had actually struck 60 times in a single breath, which was a full 30 times more than him. This was definitely some kind of profound sword technique. Clang! While he was thinking, Jian Fifan waved his hand and a 1-meter-long sword appeared out of thin air. Then he slashed out streaks of unparalleled sword chi in the void. Ding! 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 The two sword chis collided, and a crisp sound was heard, as if they were intertwined into beautiful music. The sword chi was completely neutralized, and the two of them were still standing in the same place. Zhou Hong said, "You attacked twice." Jian Fifan smiled bitterly and said, "You have too much sword chi. I can only attack once more." Sword force. Zhou Hong turned his wrist and said, "Graceful." The sword was unsheathed, and the light of the sword flashed. Swoosh! The unparalleled sword chi attacked Jian Fifan with a cold aura. It was much stronger than when he used it in Death Valley. Li Qingyang and the others were getting stronger. Zhou Hong, who had been comprehending the sword all this while, would be crazy if he did not make any progress. Swoosh! Facing the incoming sword chi, Jian Fifan held his sword with both hands and slashed from top to bottom, shouting, "Rainbow pierces the sun." Swoosh! The sword chi burst out. Boom! The two sword chis collided, and a cold gust of wind blew, causing everyone's faces to hurt as if they were cut by knives. Although these two sword cultivators talked a lot of nonsense, the sword intent that burst out when they really fought was so terrifying. The second time they fought, they were evenly matched. Zhou Hong bent down slightly, and his slightly weathered face was cold and stern. Huff huff! In an instant, an aura similar to spirit energy appeared around him, and the leaves that were blown by the wind were cut on the spot. The stone slab that was shaken off by the fight between Xiao Ziji and Qing Linfeng was also cut into small pieces. Jian Fifan frowned and sheathed his sword, saying, "You won." Everyone was dumbfounded. From the looks of the situation, no one could do anything to the other. Why did he surrender? Only Yi Xingqian knew that the sword force that Zhou Hong released was actually the second move of the Ling Jian God technique, two-word force technique. He had only practiced the Ling Jian God technique for less than a year, and he had already comprehended the second move. Clang! Zhou Hong sheathed his sword and said, "Thank you for letting me win." He wanted to have a good fight with Jian Fifan, but at this moment, he was representing Iron Bone, so he had to win the fight. Jian Fifan put his sword into the space ring and said, "If there is a chance in the future, I will go to Iron Bone and have a good taste of your sword moves." "You're always welcome," Zhou Hong said. Everyone collapsed. You two talked a lot of nonsense and ended the fight in less than a minute. It was 2F** kept up. This was the battle between sword cultivators. Once to a certain extent, unless it was a life and death battle, there was no need to continue fighting. Not to mention, Zhou Hong was stronger than Jian Fifan in terms of sword force, and he used the second move of the Ling Jian God technique. The latter could not take the sword move and would die under the sword. It was not a life and death battle, so why put him in a dead end? The battle between sword cultivators ended with Iron Bone's victory. The Sacred Spring Sect would definitely be injured. After all, they had lost another battle. "Chaojiao," Elder Jean said with a trembling voice, "This is the last battle. We must win." Got it, got it." Gu Chaojiao scratched his head and walked lazily to the martial arts practice field. "Qianqian go," Jun Changxiao said. Lu Qianqian touched the bracelet he gave her and went to the martial arts practice field. This last battle is usually the finale. Ironbone actually sent a female disciple. They won too many matches and disrespected the Sacred Spring Sect. In my opinion, maybe they're going easy on the fifth-rate sect. After all, they have lost 71 matches. Everyone whispered. Gu Chaojiao was startled and said to himself, "Our Sacred Spring Sect has lost 71 matches? No wonder the elder and his fellow disciples looked so bad. Gu Chaojiao, who had been a little sloppy, immediately straightened his body. His gaze became sharp, as if he was a different person. Mississippi, he said seriously, although you are a woman, I will not go easy on you for the sect's glory. Lu Qianqian stopped and said calmly, Iron Bone Clan's disciple, Lu Qianqian. Sacred Spring Sect's disciple, Gu Chaojiao. After the two of them said their names, the referee shouted, Begin! Ka ka ka! In an instant, cold air whizzed out of Lu Qianqian's body. Wherever it passed, the ground was quickly frozen. Damn! Gu Chaojiao said in shock. Ice element martial artist. 9 layers of ice sealing palm. Lu Qianqian raised her right hand that was wearing the ice bracelet, and an even more powerful cold current swept over. Oh no! Gu Chaojiao's expression changed. He was about to use his movement technique to escape, but his speed was slowed down by the cold air. Frost gradually covered his entire face. Just as this direct disciple with a divine spiritual root was about to speak, his entire body was affected by the frenzied, cold current. He immediately took a step forward and ran before he turned into a lifelike ice sculpture. Whoosh! Lu Qianqian waved her long sleeves. Dense, spiritual energy swept out and pushed him onto the ice on the ground. He slipped out of the arena. Everyone almost fell down. Ka ka ka. After a few breaths, Gu Chaojiao was unfrozen. He was so cold that he held his shoulders and sneezed. His nose was running down. Elder Jin Changshao cupped his hands and said, Sorry, my disciple won again. Chapter 293. The last match was usually the final battle, and it would be extremely intense. But the moment the match started, Gu Chaojiao was sealed in ice and slid out of the arena in a running position, which shocked everyone. It ended just like that. It ended. Gu Chaojiao, who had a Holy Spirit root, was defeated after the referee shouted for the match to start. She was as tragic as Dai Lu. After all, she was the strongest disciple of the Sacred Spring Sect. She was too careless. Gu Chaojiao didn't expect Lu Qianqian to be an ice element cultivator and didn't expect the cold energy to be strong enough to seal her in ice. Yi Xingqian frowned and thought to himself, this woman's control of the ice element has already reached the point of perfection. He was confident that he could defeat Gu Chaojiao, but it wouldn't be so easy. Where did this senior sister come from? What kind of ice element technique did she cultivate? How could she be so strong? Elder Jin Changshao said, Sorry, my disciple won again. Pooh! Elder Jin couldn't take it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. Everyone's mouths twitched. 72 matches, and they lost 72 matches. They could understand the pain in Elder Jin's heart and why he spat out blood. If his own sect were to fight against the Ironbone sect, he would have vomited blood and become delirious after losing the 10th round. Sigh. Today, the Sacred Spring sect was completely defeated. Sect leader Jun was very happy. After Lu Qianqian defeated Gu Chaojiao, she met the conditions and completed the 3rd epic mission. She completed 120% and received 1,000 contribution points. Because he had exceeded his quota, he received an opening seal talisman, a bottle of aptitude-changing liquid, and a certain amount of experience. Strange. Why didn't she break through? Just as Jun Changshao was thinking, the spirit energy in his body started to circulate crazily. The vortex gradually materialized and formed something like a crystal core. What is this? He was very surprised. The system said, this is a spirit core that can only be obtained after breaking through Wuzong. It is an upgraded version of the vortex and can store more spirit energy and transform it into stronger spirit energy. I see. Jun Changshao understood. Hoo-hoo. At this moment, a stream of pure spiritual energy surged out of the spirit core and slowly rotated beside it, forming another cyclone. What's going on? Jun Changshao asked. The system said in surprise, the host actually condensed a cyclone after breaking through Wuzong. According to the information he had gathered from the Falling Star continent, Some martial practitioners could open up 2 or more cyclones in their dantian for some reason. However, after breaking through Wuzong, no matter how many cyclones there were, they would fuse into one and form a spirit core that was larger than others. The advantage was that it had plenty of space, capacity, and endurance. For someone like Jun Changshao, who had broken through to martial ancestor realm, condensed a spirit core, and even created a cyclone, there was no record of it in the continent. The system was a little confused as well. Ooh, right at this moment, the spiritual energy inside the spirit core started to condense and gradually became pure. Jun Changshao could feel his strength increasing crazily, easily breaking through 150,000 gene, 200,000 gene, 250,000 gene a short while later. The increase stopped. The system said, after breaking through to Wuzong from Martial Master, the host's original strength has doubled. With the addition of another cyclone, the host's current strength has reached 300,000 gene. 300,000 gene? Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. He had experienced the thrill of 300,000 gene of strength before, but he relied on the strength-increasing talisman. Now that he had stepped into Wuzong and truly possessed this level of strength, the feeling would definitely be different. The system said, the strength of an ordinary first-stage Wuzong is around 100,000. Although the host has just broken through, it's not a problem for him to beat 3 of them. How much strength does a first-stage Wuzong with excellent aptitude have? Jun Changshao asked. The system calculated and said, the strength of a first-stage Wuzong can reach 250,000. The host's strength is 50,000 more than that. Only 50,000. Only 50,000? What a joke. The system was talking about a first-stage Wuzong. Such people were all top geniuses in the falling star continent. After breaking through to Wuzong, the host's strength is 50,000 more than the top geniuses. You can totally be classified as a super genius. Super genius? It sounded very cool. The system's evaluation was not unheard of in the falling star continent. Some of the high-level sects definitely had sacred or divine spiritual root powerhouses. They might not fight much, but their strength could definitely crush those with supreme-grade spiritual roots. Ding! The host has successfully broken through to second-stage Wuzong. Hearing the notification, Jun Changxiao's blood boiled. After all, every time he completed an epic mission, his cultivation level would continuously increase. However, after waiting for a while, there was no further increase. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched and said, after completing an epic mission, I've broken through to second stage Wuzong from the peak of Martial Master. After breaking through to the next stage, the difficulty of cultivation will increase. The host has broken through to Wuzong and advanced by 1 stage. Are you still not satisfied? The system was speechless. Of course not. No matter what, he had to break through to 3rd stage or 4th stage. Wait, why was the outside world so quiet? Jun Changshao hastily retracted his thoughts. Only now did he realize that everyone was staring at him with wide eyes, their gazes filled with disbelief. The nearby disciples were also dumbfounded. Sect Master Li Qingyang was shocked and said telepathically, You made such a big commotion just now. Did you break through to Wuzong? When Sect Master Jun broke through, he released a strong wave of energy that instantly filled half of the training field and shocked everyone present. Oh my God! He brought a disciple to challenge the Sacred Spring Sect and even broke through to the next stage. What was going on? Jun Changshao explained awkwardly. I won 72 rounds. I couldn't help but reveal my hidden cultivation level. Everyone, please don't mind me. After hearing this, the corners of everyone's mouth twitched again. This guy who seemed to only be a martial master had actually hidden his cultivation level. I knew it. Even if he really broke through to the next stage, he shouldn't have released his aura consecutively. Everyone believed Sect Master Jun's clumsy lie. This was because they did not think that anyone could advance from rank 1 to rank 2 after breaking through to martial arts grandmaster. But then again, a sect master of a 7th-rate sect actually had the cultivation level of Wuzong. This was really inconceivable. Li Qingyang and the others were also stunned. It turned out that the Sect master had been hiding his cultivation level all this time. It turned out that he was a genuine Wuzong. They couldn't see through him. They couldn't see through him. How much strength do I have now? Jun Changshao asked. The system said, according to the host's level of improvement, it should be around 330,000. Breaking through to the next stage only increases my strength by 30,000. Wuzong's strength increases by 10,000 to 20,000 gene. The host's strength increases by 30,000 gene, which is already far above the highest standard. Oh, Jun Changshao replied, then looked at Elder Jean, who was trembling with anger, and said, my iron bone disciples who can fight have already fought. I will take my leave first. After completing the mission, he leveled up. There was no point in staying here. He had to leave. Elder Jean suppressed his anger and said, since Sect Master Jun came all the way here to challenge us, I'm afraid it doesn't make sense for you to only let your disciples fight, right? What do you mean? Jun Changshao asked. Elder Jean said, since Sect Master Jun has the cultivation level of Wuzong, this elder would like to see how powerful you are. Chapter 294. Jun Changshao wanted to leave, but Elder Jean didn't agree and declared war on him as an elder. The main event was about to begin. Qin Haoran was secretly delighted. This guy left the Noble Spirit Gate for the Holy Spring Sect. What kind of secret deal did he have? It was simple. When Jun Changshao came to fight, the elders would fight him. Even if they couldn't kill him, they would at least severely injure him and traumatize him. The Iron Bone disciples would do the same. As long as there was a chance, they would beat them until they lost their confidence in cultivating martial arts. In the end, the Holy Spring Sect was the one who was beaten. There was nothing they could do about it. Now that Elder Jean declared war on Jun Changshao, he would definitely beat him until he doubted his life. After all, he was an 8th grade Wuzong. Kid, aren't you very cool? If you have the guts, hurry up and agree. Elder Jean declared war. This disciple has lost 72 rounds in a row. I definitely can't stand it. Elder Jean is an 8th grade Wuzong. Judging from Sect leader Jun's aura, he's at most a 2nd grade Wuzong. There's no way he can fight. The various forces cultivators all looked at Jun Changshao. Ma Yunting wanted to help him out, but he didn't know how. After all, he took the initiative to challenge the Holy Spring Sect. It was reasonable for an elder to declare war on him. What? Elder Jean said. Sect leader, Jun doesn't dare. It's not that I don't dare. Jun Changshao said. It's that if I win against Elder Jean, your Holy Spring Sect's reputation will be ruined. Everyone's mouth twitched. A 2nd grade Wuzong was actually so arrogant. Elder Jean said with a smile, if Sect leader Jun can win, it means your strength is extraordinary. I'm not as good as you, so how can my reputation be ruined? In his heart, he was roaring, if I don't beat you up, my Holy Spring Sect's reputation will be ruined. You really want to fight? You really want to fight? In that case, Jun Changshao shrugged and said, then let's fight. His tone was so reluctant. City Lord Xie and family head AI behind him couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Sect leader Jun was merely a 2nd stage Wuzong. How could he possibly win against an 8th stage Wuzong like Elder Jean? Humph, Li said indifferently. Iron Bone Sect leader's brain must have been squeezed by the door. Shi Jingxian smiled and said, the Iron Bone disciples are so powerful even under his guidance. Sect Master Jun's strength is definitely not weak. My Palace Lord, Elder Jean is a high-grade 8 martial master. His strength is at least 320,000. Li said, even if Jun Changshao is an extreme grade 2 martial master, it's already not bad for his strength to reach 270,000. That's true, Shi Jingxian said. Li continued. Besides, Elder Jean is a veteran of Wuzong. He's also very familiar with all kinds of martial techniques. How can a 2nd grade Wuzong win? Your analysis makes sense. Shi Jingxian smiled and said, however, I still think that Sect Master Jun will win. Li my Palace Lord, what's wrong with you? Different from Shi Jingxian, all the martial artists believed that Jun Changshao would lose, and lose extremely miserably. They were not as professional as Lier thought, but because there was a difference of 6 levels between a 2nd grade and an 8th grade, it was impossible for him to make a comeback. TSK. The Lily Saint Sect disciple said indifferently, overestimating himself. Murong Xin did not say anything. She only paid attention to Xiao Ziji and had no interest in the other people's battles. A moment later, under everyone's gaze, Jun Changxiao walked towards a martial arts arena. Behind him, Lu Wanshi waved her hand and shouted, "Sect Master will win! Sect Master will win!" The Iron Bone disciples also shouted. Kit, Yi Xingchen thought, if you can defeat the 8th grade Wuzong, this emperor will recognize you as Sect Master. The difference between each grade in Wuzong's stage was not like that between a martial disciple and a martial master. It was almost impossible to win against someone with 6 grades. Even so, Yi Xingchen still preferred Jun Changxiao. After all, he had a lot of good things, and he might have some powerful trump cards. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others did not have such complicated thoughts. They just supported the sect master without thinking, no matter how big the difference was between them and their opponents. Jun Changxiao stopped, cupped his hands, and said, "Sect master of the Iron Bone clan, Jun Changxiao." Very imposing, very stylish. Elder Jean also walked over and said indifferently, "Internal Affairs Elder of the Holy Spring Sect, Jean Shichong. Sect Master versus Elder. This battle was fair in terms of status. Begin." The referee shouted. Whoosh whoosh. Elder Jean opened his right palm and instantly gathered spiritual energy visible to the naked eye, forming a strong air mass. The 8th grade Wuzong had already mastered the use of spiritual energy. Just this release alone was not something a martial master could compare to. Whoosh! Elder Jean casually waved his hand, and the gathered spiritual energy flew over like a cannonball. Everyone was secretly shocked. It seemed to be a casual attack, but the strength was definitely more than 300,000 pounds. Wuzong's powerhouses were so terrifying. The shocked crowd hurriedly looked at Jun Changxiao, waiting to see how he would dodge. That gotta not move? That's right. Jun Changxiao stood in place without moving. When the violent air mass was about to engulf him, he took a step forward and punched with his right fist. A 2nd grade Wuzong dared to fight against the spiritual energy gathered by an 8th grade Wuzong. This was too arrogant. Boom. The sound of an explosion was heard. Elder Jin's gathered strength of 300,000 pounds was shattered on the spot by Jun Changxiao's exploding fist. Everyone's eyes bulged. Elder Jin was also shocked. He thought to himself, this guy's strength just now was also 300,000 pounds. Whoosh. While thinking, Jun Changxiao used cloud-treading steps and instantly approached. He raised his left hand, poured spiritual energy into it, and directly used mountain-splitting palm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With the support of the palm technique, his strength continued to increase and instantly soared to 350,000 pounds. Boom! Elder Jean used his right arm to block the mountain-splitting palm, but after taking the brunt of the force, not only did he stagger back more than 10 steps, but his face also became ferocious. The spectating martial artists were all dumbfounded. Iron Bone sect leader shattered the air mass with a punch, and then pushed Elder Jean back with a palm. This was seriously not the right style. Boom! At this moment, another explosion was heard. Jun Changxiao had already circled behind Elder Jean with his movement technique, and directly punched the side of Elder Jin's waist with exploding fist. Thump, thump, thump. Elder Jean staggered back, and his face became more and more ferocious. It was obvious that the 2 punches had caused a lot of damage. Damn it! He stabilized his body, and his eyes almost popped out. He shouted, "Grand Spirit Gathering Seal." Whoosh whoosh. The spiritual energy around him exploded and instantly filled the air, forming a thick cloud. Whoosh! A huge hand pressed down from the spiritual layer, as if it came from the clouds, and its momentum was also very vast. Elder Jin's Grand Spirit Gathering Seal was far stronger than Qin Linfeng's in terms of scale and power. Jun Changxiao, who was directly below, smiled coldly. The moment the palm pressed down, he suddenly threw dozens of exploding fists at it. The speed of the punches was very fast, and the power was explosive. Bang, bang, bang. After a series of wild explosions, the grand spirit-gathering seal suddenly stopped. And then, with a boom, it exploded in front of everyone's eyes, and the cloud of spiritual energy that had gathered suddenly dissipated. Wah! Elder Gene spat out blood on the spot, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Hiss! The martial artists of various forces all sucked in a cold breath. Elder Jin's grand spirit-gathering seal was broken with just one punch. This was too terrifying. Yi Xingqian's mouth twitched slightly. He was thinking that the sect leader would show some trump card to counterattack. Now, that Elder Gene spat out blood with just one punch, it could only mean that his strength had completely surpassed his opponent's. Second-class Wuzong suppressed 8th-class Wuzong in strength. Could it be that the sect leader was at the supreme level? Chapter 295. In the knowledge of many martial artists, the realms were divided into ordinary, medium, advanced, and ultimate. In fact, there was a super division in the circle of top martial artists, which was no different from the super geniuses in the system. However, to achieve this, one had to have at least a sacred spiritual root. For example, Gu Chaojiu had a sacred spiritual root. Although he was only an ultimate martial artist, he had a chance to reach the super level due to his talent. Qing Linfeng had a supreme grade spiritual root. No matter how hard he worked, he could only reach the ultimate level due to the limitations of his spiritual root. In the end, the spiritual root determined the level to a large extent. However, the Iron Bone disciples were an exception. Many of them had mortal and medium spiritual roots, but their true strength was considered superior among their peers. They ignored the spiritual root and forcibly increased their strength. This was the charm of Jun Changxiao's ability to provide him with all kinds of resources. It was also the reason why he had won 72 battles. Of course, no matter how much they stimulated it, there was still a limit. If the Iron Bone disciples wanted to reach the next level, they could only improve their spiritual roots. Back to the main topic, Jun Changxiao, who had a supreme grade spiritual root, could definitely be called a super level after he broke through to martial artist. Elder Jin's strength was 320,000 without the help of martial arts techniques, while his was 330,000. Although there was only a difference of 10,000, it was an indisputable fact that he was stronger than his opponent. Whoosh! Jun Changxiao rushed over again, not giving Elder Jin a chance to breathe at all, and started a fierce close combat. With the help of martial arts techniques, his strength easily broke through 350,000. Boom! Boom! Fists and palm prints exploded in the martial arts arena like a storm. The waves formed ripples spread in all directions, shocking the martial artists closer to them, for fear of being affected. Yi Xingqian observed for a while and said firmly, "He must be a super level." The martial artists from various forces twitched their mouths. It turned out that the leader of the Iron Bone sect was more terrifying than his disciples. He could actually suppress the 8th grade Wuzong. Seeing that Elder Jin was in a passive position, the expressions of Qin Haoren and the leaders of the alliance froze, and their eyes were filled with shock. What kind of elixir did this guy take to become so strong in just 1 year? Or had he been deliberately suppressing his cultivation from the beginning? Were they all pretending to be pigs to eat tigers? Ma Yunting was enlightened. No wonder sect leader Jun has such high attainments in martial arts. So you are a Wuzong. I knew it. Without powerful strength, how could he solve the difficult problems in martial arts for himself? City Lord Xie's thoughts changed again. He believed that sect leader Jun's strength might have something to do with the fact that his sect had been passed down from the ancient times. In short, no one would have thought that Jun Changxiao would be able to break through from level 3 channel opening stage to level 2 Wuzong in a short span of a year, because this was too terrifying. Therefore, hiding his cultivation was the most logical explanation. Boom! Boom! Jun Changxiao used a rupturing fist to attack Elder Jin twice more, forcing him to retreat to the edge of the martial arts practice field. Elder Jin's face was extremely ferocious, and his arms were throbbing with pain. At this moment, he had also realized that he was weaker than his opponent. If he continued to fight, he would only become more passive. Hoo-hoo! Elder Jin spread out his arms and rotated them rhythmically in the air. Powerful psionic energy converged and was suddenly pushed out. He shouted, "Dragon subduing demon palm." Hoo! The surging psionic energy instantly turned into a long dragon. It let out a dragon's roar and roared towards Jun Changshao. Hoo-hoo! The lifelike dragon beast's strength continued to increase, and finally broke through to over 400,000 pounds. One of the Sacred Spring Sect's secret techniques. The crowd exclaimed. Every sect or sect had its own unique and powerful techniques, and they were often called the secret techniques of the sect. The top-grade dragon subduing demon palm was one of the secret techniques of the Sacred Spring Sect. This technique used psionic energy to transform into a dragon beast. It was extremely strong and powerful. Damn! Jun Changshao, who was about to continue his attack, saw the dragon beast's powerful attack and hurriedly used the cloud-treading steps to dodge. However, the dragon subduing demon palm that flew past him seemed to have a tracking function. It turned around in midair and attacked again with a powerful force. Not good. Jun Changshao, who had just dodged, exclaimed. Boom! The dragon subduing demon palm, which carried 400,000 pounds of psionic energy, instantly produced a thick fog of psionic energy that flooded half of the martial arts practice field. Gah! The surroundings were incomparably quiet. Everyone was staring at the chi waves on the martial arts practice field, and their eyes were filled with shock. Obviously, they were deeply shocked by Elder Jin's powerful move. As expected of an 8th-grade Wuzong, even though he was in a slightly difficult situation, he was still able to use his trump card with ease and launch a powerful counterattack. Elder Jin's dragon, subduing demon palm, has at least 400,000 pounds of force. Sect leader Jun will definitely be severely injured. He's still too inexperienced in front of the experienced Wuzong. I have to say, it's already very impressive for a 2nd-grade Wuzong to be able to force Elder Jin to use his secret technique. The martial artists from various factions discussed, and their eyes were filled with admiration. Alliance Master Qin and the Alliance Elders' faces were filled with schadenfreude. Although they came a bit late, it was still very satisfying. Gradually, the chi waves on the martial arts practice field dissipated. The faces of Alliance Master Qin and the others, who were laughing with pride, gradually stiffened as the chi waves disappeared. They could clearly see Jun Changshao standing proudly on the martial arts practice field, and there was a barrier protecting him. Sealed barrier. The moment the dragon subduing demon palm struck, sect leader Jun activated it. Although it was only at the early stage of the high grade, it was a defensive martial technique bought from the store. With his cultivation, the barrier condensed by him was far stronger than the iron shield in his hand. Elder Jin, Jun Changshao said, "Your strength is a bit weak." Elder Jin was furious. His arms spun in the air, and then he condensed spiritual energy and used the dragon subduing demon palm again. Boom! The roaring dragon beast charged over again. When the chi waves dissipated, Jun Changshao was still standing in the same place, and the corner of his mouth raised into a disdainful smile. "Oh my God!" someone exclaimed. "What kind of defensive martial technique is that? It can easily take on a high-grade martial technique." Seeing the shock on the faces of the martial artists from various factions, the Iron Bone disciples were suddenly incomparably proud, because they also knew the seal barrier that their sect leader used. Damn it! Elder Jin was furious. He condensed spiritual energy and used the dragon subduing demon palm again, but after 3 consecutive attacks, Jun Changshao still didn't move. Powerless. Very powerless. It was as if more than 400,000 force had hit cotton, and it was all canceled out. How could Elder Jin be satisfied? Just as he was about to condense spiritual energy again, Jun Changshao removed the barrier and used the cloud-treading steps to attack. This time, he didn't hold back at all. Martial techniques combined with his own strength, he launched an earth-shattering attack. Boom, boom, boom. The power of the punches hit Elder Jean again and again, and he could only block and keep retreating. After using the dragon, subduing demon palm, he had already used up a lot of spiritual energy in his spirit core, so he was even more passive. Explosive fist, mountain-splitting palm. Sect leader June didn't show mercy. Two domineering martial techniques were used in succession with both hands, and Elder Jean was immediately bombarded into a miserable state. Whoosh! After a long time, he retracted his fists and stood still. Elder Jin's body was half-tilted, and his arms were still instinctively moving up and down, left and right, blocking with the Alibaba. He couldn't stop at all. Chapter 296. Seeing Elder Jean face the air alone, blocking left and right. Black lines appeared on the heads of all the cultivators. How strong was he to be able to beat an 8th-stage Wuzong into such a state? Elder Jean stopped shaking. Jun Changshao shook his head. I've already stopped. Elder Jean was startled. Only then did he realize that the guy didn't attack, but was standing at the edge of the martial arts field. His old face turned red. How disgraceful and conspicuous. Wait, he's at the edge of the martial arts field? What about me? Elder Jean hurriedly looked down and found that he had already stepped over the edge and was standing outside the martial arts field. He had been beaten out by Sect leader June. Elder Jean was so angry that the blood in his body rushed up to his throat and directly spurted out. He staggered back and almost fell to the ground. He was an 8th-stage Wuzong, but he was beaten out of the martial arts field by a 2nd-stage Wuzong. This was a great humiliation. Elder Jean. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you for letting me win. Ding. Side mission completed. You have received 500 contribution points. Ding. Contribution points. 32052000. Ding. Sect contribution points are overflowing. Host, please. It turned out that when Elder Jean declared war, Sect leader June had already received the side mission to defeat him. It seemed that the system had calculated and didn't give him an elite mission. Sigh, I told you to go, but you didn't let me go. In the end, I embarrassed myself in front of so many people and even gave you 500 contribution points. This kind of thing, can it happen a few more times in the future? Jun Changshao was really in a good mood now. After all, including the 3rd epic mission, he had already received 3,500 contribution points from the Sacred Spring Sect. The feeling of getting rich overnight, right? What was even scarier was his contribution points had already exceeded 1205 points. He could definitely use them to his heart's content. Elder Jean. Jun Changshao cupped his hands. Can I leave with my disciple now? Right now. He was in a hurry to find a beautiful and mystical place to refresh himself. Elder Jean stood outside the martial arts practice field with his fists clenched and his eyes bloodshot. It was clear that he was extremely angry. What was the purpose of opening the mountain gates this time to allow the various factions to enter? Wasn't it to tell the world that any sect that dared to court death and challenge their own sect would have to pay a painful price? In the end, the spectating martial artists didn't see how the Iron Bone disciples were brutally abused. Instead, they witnessed the Sacred Spring Sect disciples being abused to the point of no return. This was tantamount to opening the door wide, allowing the various forces to come in and see how their sect was disgraced. If the news got out, they would definitely become a laughingstock. If the Four-Way brothers were still alive and standing in front of him, Elder Jean would definitely slap them to death without any hesitation. Why? Because they were the cause of everything. The disciples have competed, and so have the upper echelons of both sides. Ma Yunting stood out and said, in my opinion, this matter of the challenge can be ended. The Sacred Spring Sect had lost so much face. If they didn't speak up, they would definitely continue to pester them. Elder Jean. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, it's a long journey, so I won't stay for dinner. I'll take my disciples and leave first. Everyone's mouth twitched. Brother, you've abused the Sacred Spring Sect to the extreme. If you still dare to stay for dinner, believe it or not, you'll fight on the table. Let's go. Jun Changshao snapped his fingers and turned to leave. However, a heavy voice came from the main hall. Sect leader Jun, please wait. Shua, shua. A white figure landed on the martial arts field like a flying dragon. It was a white-haired old man in his 70s, wearing a long robe. His whole body was filled with the aura of someone who had been in power for a long time. Greetings, Patriarch. The Sacred Springs Sect's elders and disciples bowed respectfully. Ma Yunting frowned. At this critical moment, the Patriarch of the Sacred Springs Sect appeared. He probably didn't want to let this matter go. Jun Changshao turned and said, "Is there anything else?" The Patriarch of the Sacred Springs Sect was at the peak of Wuzhou. His eyes were unusually strong. He looked at Jun Changshao calmly. Amazing, Ma Yunting praised secretly. Facing a strong opponent, Sect leader Jun could remain calm in the face of danger. He definitely had the demeanor of a great general. The Patriarch of the Sacred Springs Sect was also surprised, but he smiled and said, "Sect leader Jun is so young, but you can defeat an elder of the Sacred Springs Sect. It's really admirable." "It's just luck. Jun Changshao said. His opponent was stunned. If it was just luck, then it would be strange. Sect leader Jun, the Patriarch of the Sacred Springs Sect, said, "This seat wants to fight with you. Can you accept?" "This?" Jun Changshao hesitated. Wang Donglin said lightly, "Patriarch Wang, Sect leader Jun just fought with an elder of your sect. If you immediately declare a battle, then it's a bit bullying." As one of the 4 elders of the Tsang Mountains sect, and a peak of Wuzhou, his aura was not inferior to the Patriarch of the Sacred Springs Sect. Ma Yunting smiled and said, "The elder has already fought. If Patriarch Huang fights again, people will only think that the Sacred Springs Sect is bullying others." These 2 elders were full of the 4 rich people of Yun, Tung, Wang, and Dong. It was obvious that they were on the side of Ironbone. The martial artists of various forces could understand. After all, in the same county, instead of helping one's own people, they would help an outsider. Thinking of this, many martial artists intentionally or unintentionally looked at Alliance leader Qin and the big shots of the Alliance, casting disdainful looks. From the beginning, these people seemed to be waiting to see Ironbone make a fool of himself. They never thought that if they defeated the Sacred Springs Sect, wouldn't they win face for their own county? Realizing that everyone was looking down on them, some of the big shots of the Alliance suddenly felt ashamed. However, Alliance leader Qin and Shuntong were still standing strong. They secretly said in their hearts, "Kid, the Patriarch of the Sacred Springs Sect has declared war on you. Hurry up and accept the challenge." Sigh. It was completely hopeless. "Elder Ma, Elder Wang." The Patriarch of the Sacred Springs Sect said calmly, "Sect leader Jun can rest in my sect for a while and choose another day to fight." Ma Yunting and Wang Donglin's expressions immediately turned ugly. The martial artists of various forces also realized that the Patriarch of the Sacred Springs Sect did not intend to let sect leader Jun leave. Thinking about it, it made sense. Ironbone came to challenge and fought 73 rounds. The Sacred Springs Sect lost all of them. If they let him leave, where would the sect put its face? It seemed, if sect leader Jun went back without any injuries, this matter would definitely not end. "Leah," Shi Jingxian said, "Sect leader Jun seems to have encountered some trouble. Should I help him out?" Leah was speechless. "My palace master, this is a matter between Ironbone and the Sacred Springs Sect. Let's not get involved. Sect leader Jun is an amazing person. I don't want him to be bullied by Patriarch Wang." Shi Jingxian said. Leah said seriously, "Palace master has to consider carefully. If you help this guy, you'll be unhappy with the Sacred Springs Sect. He didn't win one of the 73 rounds. Even if such a sect has a grudge, it doesn't seem to matter." Shi Jingxian said. "Girl." These words pierced the heart of the Sacred Springs Sect. Shi Jingxian got up from the small pavilion and was about to help Jun Changshao out when she heard him say with a smile, "Patriarch Wang, there's no time like the present. Since you want to fight, let's fight now." Chapter 297. Patriarch Wang, since you want to fight, let's do it now. Jun Changxiao's voice was loud and clear, reaching everyone's ears. He accepted the challenge. Everyone's eyes widened in an instant. The Sacred Spring Sect was at the peak of the martial ancestor realm and was only one step away from the king of martial arts. The Iron Bone sect leader was only a second-grade martial ancestor realm, yet he dared to accept the challenge. What kind of courage did that require? At that moment, everyone's admiration for Jun Changxiao grew even stronger. If it were them, even if they were a 9th-stage Wuzong, they wouldn't dare to challenge a peak Wuzong, let alone a 2nd-stage Wuzong. Ma Yunting and Wang Donglin, who were still thinking about how to help Jun Changxiao, suddenly felt their mouths twitch. My dear sect leader Jun, it was understandable that you accepted the challenge from Elder Jin, but it was unreasonable to accept the challenge from a peak Wuzong. Why? Because the two knew that the patriarch of the Holy Spring sect was a peak Wuzong, and his strength was at least 450,000 Jin. Jun Changxiao's strength was at most 350,000 Jin, and there was a difference of 100,000 Jin between them. How could they fight this battle? Some people thought that it was only 100,000 Jin, so it wasn't a big problem. One had to know that Elder Jin and sect leader Jun only had a difference of 20,000 to 30,000 Jin, and he was already beaten up and down, left and right. Shi Jingxian sat down, flicked a strand of hair on her forehead, and smiled. Sect leader Jun still wants to fight? Lier, she had seen reckless people, but she had never seen such a reckless person. TSK, the female disciple of the 100 Holy Sect, said indifferently. Reckless. When Jun Changxiao accepted Elder Jin's challenge, she said that he was overestimating himself, but unfortunately, she was slapped in the face. This time, she said that he was reckless, which was enough to show that he couldn't defeat the patriarch of the Holy Spring Sect. He was even willing to bet his life. For a second-grade martial great master to challenge an expert who was infinitely close to a martial king, even if one used their feet to think, it would still be impossible. The patriarch of the Sacred Spring School said, Sect leader Jun has agreed. Do the two elders of the Tsang Mountain School have any objections? Ma Yunting and Wang Donglin were silent. Brat, if you insist on going up and looking for a beating, we can't help you even if we want to. Patriarch Wang, Jun Changxiao said, this seat has just fought, and your strength is higher than mine. I wonder if you can use weapons? He did not think that he could win against a peak Wuzong with his fists. He could only rely on his weapon, the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. The patriarch of the Sacred Spring Sect said, Sect leader Jun can use weapons, but I'm barehanded. All right. Jun Changxiao had originally thought that since everyone was using weapons and he wanted to fight barehanded, he would definitely be happy to accept. That was it. The head of the Iron Bone sect and the patriarch of the Sacred Spring sect made an agreement and walked to the training field separately. Patriarch Wang is a peak Wuzong. Even if sect leader Jun relies on weapons, there is still a huge gap between them. He will definitely be defeated in this battle. The Sacred Spring sect has lost so many battles. In the end, they can only rely on the patriarch to save some face. Even if sect leader Jun can't win, it will still be a glorious defeat. It was not difficult to see from the words of the various forces that they were on Jun Changxiao's side. The Falling Star Continent respected martial arts. A 7th-rate sect challenged a 5th-rate sect and did not lose a single battle in 73 battles. It was enough to win the respect of others. However, fighting the patriarch of the Sacred Spring sect was obviously a mantis trying to stop a chariot. On the training field, the two were in position. Patriarch Huang said gracefully, Sect leader Jun, please show your weapon. Jun Changxiao raised his hand. Under the blurring of space, the Green Dragon Crescent Blade slowly appeared. Qin Haoran's face was ashen, and his back was itching. In the battle of the Haoqi sect, he was defeated by this blade. Naturally, he would not forget it. Good blade. Ma Yunting praised. Wang Donglin had seen the Green Dragon Crescent Blade before and also witnessed Jun Changxiao defeating Qin Haoran with it. However, he shook his head and said, the disparity in strength is too great. It is difficult to make up for it with weapons. Sect leader Jun, Patriarch Huang said with a smile, "I'm afraid your blade is not lower than high-grade high rank." High-grade high rank? Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. At Wuzong's level, it was already very amazing to have a high-grade low-rank weapon. He actually had a high-grade high-rank one. Envious. Super envious. Jun Changxiao said, kind of. He did not know the level of the green dragon crescent blade, but the system said that the stronger he was, the stronger it would be. Needless to say, after breaking through to second-grade Wuzong, holding the green dragon crescent blade again felt very smooth and comfortable. The system said it could be controlled up to 150,000 gene of strength. The host can use 330,000 gene of strength freely. Patriarch Huang. Jun Changxiao was instantly filled with pride when he held the blade in his hand. He said, "We can start now. Please." Patriarch Huang said, "I will let you make the first move." He fought barehanded and let Jun Changxiao make the first move. This was to tell all the martial artists that he was not bullying the weak. Shua. Jun Changxiao was not one to decline. He rushed over with the cloud treading steps and then jumped into the air. He suddenly slashed down with the green dragon crescent blade and shouted, splitting Mount Hua. Guan Yu. I didn't do it. Whoosh. The green dragon crescent blade burst out with a force of 400,000 gene. Sure enough, after entering Wuzong, Jun Changxiao's strength had increased and could better activate the green dragon crescent blade. Whoosh whoosh. The green dragon crescent blade slashed down with great force, instantly stirring up a strong wind and shocking everyone. This crescent blade was terrifying. Patriarch Huang was also surprised, but he also waved his sleeves. Thick spiritual energy condensed in the air and turned into a fist to meet the crescent blade. Bang! The crescent blade and the spiritual energy fist collided and destroyed each other. However, the force of the impact caused the stone slab, which was still relatively intact, to shatter into pieces. Pangu splits the sky. At this moment, Jun Changxiao, who was about to land, slashed down with the crescent blade again. This time, the power was even stronger than before. Guan Yu, Pangu, splits the sky. Don't talk nonsense. This is not something I have done before. Jun Changxiao had never practiced crescent blade. The so-called splitting Mount Hua, or Pangu splits the sky, was nothing more than a casual shout to increase the momentum. Whoosh whoosh. The second slash turned into a green dragon crescent blade. The yellow patriarch's expression changed slightly. He immediately made complicated hand gestures and quickly condensed a defensive barrier in front of him. Boom! The green dragon crescent blade hit the barrier and shattered it directly. This! Everyone gasped. The defensive barrier condensed by the yellow patriarch was destroyed by that guy with one slash. How terrifying was that? Whoosh! Jun Changxiao took advantage of the victory and continued to attack. He waved his crescent blade and shouted, Wine slays Hua Xiong. 3 heroes against Lu Bu. Surpass 5 obstacles, slay 6 generals. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 powerful slashes hit the yellow patriarch so hard that he could only condense a barrier with his spiritual energy to block them. The barrier was shattered one after another. This guy's crescent blade is very strong. I can't passively defend. I have to take the initiative to attack. The yellow patriarch moved his body and performed complicated footwork. Then, he circled behind Jun Changxiao and condensed a grand spirit gathering seal with his spiritual energy. Even Elder Jean could only condense the seal from the sky step by step. As the master of a faction, he could condense the seal in an instant and launch it at a strange angle. This was the ultimate understanding of martial arts. Not good. Jun Changxiao had no time to dodge. He could only use the seal shield to resist the attack head-on. Bang! The force of at least 500,000 pounds hit the barrier. Jun Changxiao dragged the green dragon crescent blade and took a few steps back. At this time, the yellow patriarch attacked again. He raised his hands, and 2 grand spirit gathering seals pressed down. Boom! Boom! Sect leader Jun was hit again before he could stabilize his body. The defensive barrier he condensed was shattered instantly. He was also pushed back. When he stabilized his body, his blood boiled, and he was about to vomit. Damn it, peak Wuzong is indeed powerful. Chapter 298. After taking 3 grand spirit gathering seals head-on, the seal barrier was broken, which showed the strength of the Holy Spring Sect Patriarch. There was really a big gap between Jun Changshao and him. Of course, the gap between second grade and peak grade was too big. Not only was there a gap in strength, but there was also a gap in spiritual power and martial arts techniques. The martial artists watching the battle were a little stunned. 3 palms with a power of at least 500,000 kilograms only broke the barrier and forced that guy back a few steps without spitting blood. This was too unbelievable. Patriarch Huang was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he said in surprise, "Sect Leader Jun, the level of your defensive martial arts technique is probably not low." It was not high. It was only at the beginning of high grade. But because it was a martial arts technique from the shop, it was definitely stronger than the defensive techniques of the same level in the Falling Star continent. If it were not for the seal barrier, Sect Leader Jun would have been injured and defeated by the 3 palms. It's hard to win, Yi Xingchen said to himself. With such a huge gap in realm, he did not think that the sect leader had a chance to turn the situation around. Phew! Jun Changshao exhaled, and his eyes became serious. The Patriarch of the Holy Spring Sect was a strong opponent. He had to treat him seriously, or he would lose miserably. Swish! Jun Changshao used the cloud-treading steps and ran again. Spiritual power poured into the green dragon crescent blade, and the blade flashed with green light. However, compared with Patriarch Huang's thick spiritual power, there was still a big gap. Not afraid. Just go up and fight. Swish! The green dragon crescent blade slashed down again. The green blade light cut through the void and swept over. Patriarch Huang also knew that the opponent's weapon was strong, so he did not blindly use spiritual power to fight head-on. Instead, he used his movement technique to dodge. Boom! The blade light cut the ground. Swish! Swish! Jun Changshao took advantage of the situation and slashed again. Boom! Boom! For a moment, the green blade light erupted and slashed the ground frequently, immediately bringing up billowing dust. Everyone's vision was blocked, but they were also amazed that although the Iron Bone sect leader was at a disadvantage, his momentum was very strong. Just this alone was worthy of respect. Whether it was Iron Bone or Jun Changshao, they had already won fame and honor in this challenge to the Sacred Spring Sect. Even if they lost to the Patriarch of the Sacred Spring Sect, it would not be shameful. Boom! The sound of a heavy fist came from the dust. Ta-ta-ta! Jun Changshao retreated all the way to the edge of the martial arts practice field. Only then did he manage to forcefully chop the ground with his blade to stabilize his body. Wow! This time, he could no longer control himself and spat out a mouthful of blood. Judging from the situation, everyone guessed that Sect Leader Jun must have been hit by Patriarch Huang again. Finally, he vomited blood. Sect Leader, the Iron Bone disciples began to worry. Yi Xingchen shook his head and said, "You'll only get beaten up if you stand on the training grounds. It's better to just back down." Step down? Jun Changshao had no such intention. He raised his hand and wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. He raised the green dragon crescent blade again and charged into the area where the dust had yet to dissipate. Flood the 7 armies, beheading the handsome and killing the ugly. Boom! Ta-ta-ta! Jun Changshao was blasted out again. He struggled to stabilize his body and spat out another mouthful of blood. His face turned slightly pale. Everyone's mouth twitched. With Patriarch Huang's strength, he was beaten up twice and spat out blood. How could he still be standing? Why did it look like he was only lightly injured? Whoosh whoosh! A gust of wind blew out, blowing away the dust on the martial arts practice field. Patriarch Huang's figure appeared and said, "Sect Leader, Jun's physical body is very strong after taking 5 of my Great Spirit Gathering Seals. It's just SOSO." Jun Changshao wiped away the blood with his sleeve and raised the green dragon crescent blade again. Although his strength was very strong, his opponent could easily dodge it. With the help of the system, he had reached Wuzong realm in just over a year. It could be said that his progress was very fast, but his opponent was too strong. This was only the peak of Wuzong. Above him were Martial King, Wu Huang, Wu Sheng, and even Martial Emperor. So, how could I lose to a peak of Wuzong? Whoosh whoosh. Jun Changshao held the green dragon crescent blade tightly with both hands. Boundless spiritual energy surged out of his body, and his black hair flew wildly. Patriarch Huang was very surprised. Jun Changshao said coldly, Patriarch Huang is the first person who can force me to use my trump card. Trump card? Alliance Master Qin and the big shots of the Alliance snorted. In a situation where there was a great disparity in strength, what kind of trump card could you use to counterattack? Patriarch Huang frowned slightly. He smelled a sense of danger, although it was very weak and not very strong. Was it because of the existence of a powerful trump card that he dared to accept the challenge? If that was the case, he really couldn't be underestimated. The best way was to make the first move and not let him use his trump card to win the challenge. Patriarch Huang wouldn't be stupid enough to take his opponent's trump card, so he decided to end the competition to save some face for his sect. Thinking of this, he rushed over with his body movement technique and released powerful spiritual energy from his palms. The Great Spirit Gathering Seal gathered and pressed forward with the momentum of a storm. The two palm prints each carried a force of 500,000 kilograms. Patriarch Huang is getting serious. It's over. A typical battle with a great disparity in strength. The experts of various forces began to discuss. Even Yi Xingchen believed that the Patriarch of the Holy Spring Sect came to attack with the intention of ending the competition. The sect leader would definitely not be able to withstand it. If he didn't retreat in time, he might be seriously injured. Lu Qianqian frowned slightly and said telepathically, retreat. If he took the initiative to retreat out of the training field, the other party might consider his face and withdraw some of his power so that he wouldn't end up seriously injured. Retreat? Jun Changshao straightened his back, and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He said, tell me loudly what the first purpose of the Iron Bone sect is. This sentence was transmitted in a group way. All the disciples of the Iron Bone sect heard it clearly. What was the first purpose? There were many, but there was only one sentence that left a deep impression in their minds, and that was, everyone shouted in unison through telepathy, be a man of iron bone and do the things of iron bone. That's right. This was the first purpose of the Iron Bone sect. Ta! Jun Changshao took a step forward. Suddenly, violent green airwaves burst out from his body and gathered behind him, transforming into a man in a green robe and armor. He had eyebrows, phoenix eyes, and a long beard. Han Shou Ting Marquis, Guan Yinchang. Whoosh! Jun Changshao raised his saber angrily. Behind him, Guan Yinchang did the same. His empty eyes were suddenly filled with righteousness. Whoosh! The green dragon crescent blade, one illusory and one real, suddenly slashed out. The space suddenly distorted as if it was cut into pieces by the blade. Everyone's eyes widened. Boom! Boom! The two Grand Spirit Gathering Seals that attacked were directly cut off. The Yellow Patriarch didn't have time to be shocked, because after the green blade broke the move, it rushed over without any reduction in power. Very strong. Very strong. He didn't dare to take it head-on. He could only continue to dodge. However, just as he took a step forward, he saw Jun Changshao rushing over with his blade. He suddenly shouted, do you dare to fight with me? Whoosh! The green dragon crescent blade cut through the void with the momentum of sweeping away thousands of troops. Green light burst out. At first, it seemed very small, but in an instant, it became infinitely big and directly covered half of the training field. Chapter 299. At first, Jun Changshao thought that he could win with his weapon advantage. However, after realizing the gap between himself and a peak Wuzong, he could only use his special effect, Soul of Wu Sheng. Not bad. He dared to accept the challenge. This was what he was counting on. When he activated his special effect, he could kill a rare stone-type beast. Now that he had broken through to second-grade Wuzong, how could he not take care of peak Wuzong? Whoosh whoosh. With the support of Guan Yu, Jun Changshao slashed out with his saber. Instantly, a green saber aura covered half of the training field. It carried the aura of righteousness as it fiercely attacked. Ka ka ka. The sound of friction between the saber aura and the air felt as if it had really cut through space. Oh my god! Everyone was dumbfounded and frightened. The Iron-Bone disciples were also dumbfounded. No one was more shocked than Yi Xingqian. He looked at the majestic figure behind the sect leader and said uncontrollably, "This, could it be an artifact spirit?" Weapons with spirituality had an artifact spirit within them. This kind of weapon was similar to beasts. It was a mutated existence and was very rare. Most of them were in the hands of peak experts. The sect leader had one. This definitely surprised Knight Emperor. Not good. Patriarch Huang's expression changed. The attack range of the green saber aura had sealed off all possible escape routes. There was nowhere to hide. If it was just a wide attack range, he could just take it head-on. However, the strength of the saber aura sent a chill down his spine. He realized that the attack strength was at least 600,000 gene. He couldn't take it head-on. If he did, he would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. While thinking, Patriarch Huang made the right choice. He immediately retreated and tried to increase the distance between them. He wanted to let the saber aura weaken before taking it head-on. However, he hit at the edge of the training field. The green saber aura that dragged out a huge stream of light was not weakened. Instead, it became even stronger. If it was anyone else, they would definitely be flustered. However, Patriarch Huang was a peak Wuzong after all. When the situation was extremely unfavorable, he still calmly shouted, "Mountain suppressing mirror." Wong. The space in front of him blurred, and a palm-sized mirror emerged. The surface of the mirror flickered with light, and a defensive boundary, as smooth as a mirror, quickly condensed in front of him. Faced with the menacing saber strike, the Yellow Patriarch immediately summoned his low-tier high-grade defensive supreme treasure. Weapons were a necessity for martial artists. Regardless of the quality, almost everyone had one. However, functional treasures were extremely rare. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the cyan blade aura that carried the power of Wu Sheng's soul slammed into the defensive barrier that was as smooth as a mirror. Bang! It did not even manage to stabilize itself for a single breath before it directly shattered. The mountain-suppressing mirror that was hovering in mid-air dimmed even more before it fell to the ground in a dispirited manner. With the enchantment broken, the Patriarch Huang, who was controlling the enchantment, staggered back more than 10 steps. Finally, he stepped outside the martial arts practice field. He could no longer suppress it and spat out a mouthful of blood. As for the green saber chi, it was also canceled out after colliding with the mirror and disappeared into the void. The entire martial arts arena was shrouded in a fog-like green airwave. The Sacred Springs sect was silent. All the forces opened their mouths and widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. The Yellow Patriarch Huang had activated his supreme treasure, the mountain-suppressing mirror, but he was still sent flying and spat out blood. It was too frightening. Gulp! Alliance Master Qin unconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His face and back were instantly covered in cold sweat. It turned out that this guy still had such a terrifying trump card. If he had used it in the Haoqi sect, even if he had 9 lives, he would not have been able to kill him with a single strike. Fear and terror were imprinted in Alliance Master Qin's heart. The image of Jun Changxiao's saber strike would be hard to erase for him and others with time. Ma Yunting and Wang Donglin were dumbfounded. At that moment, they finally understood why sect leader Jun dared to accept the challenge. He had such a powerful trump card. Of course, the two of them had guessed the same as Yi Xingqian. The saber with the green dragon engraved on it had activated a tall and mighty phantom. It must be the weapon's spirit. It was much rarer than the mountain-suppressing mirror. A weapon with a weapon spirit needed time to nurture it. On the other hand, supreme treasures could be formed with the help of array masters. Therefore, the two could not be compared. Huff, huff. The phantom of Guan Yu behind him gradually disappeared. The green attribute also merged with the green dragon crescent blade. Jun Changshao said, "Patriarch Huang, thank you for letting me win." He had used the special effect of Wu Sheng's soul to repel the patriarch of the Sacred Spring Sect. But no matter what, he had won the battle. Moreover, because he was strong enough, Sect leader Jun did not collapse on the ground, even though he felt tired after the special effect ended. He was still standing proudly. Ding! Hidden mission. Turning defeat into victory completed. You have received 500 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points. 3705-2000. Ding! Sect contribution points have overflowed. Host, please. Ding! Congratulations to host for completing the hidden mission, turning defeat into victory. You have triggered the hidden reward. You have received Supreme Grade Aptitude Modification Liquid X1. It has been transferred to the interspatial ring. Jun Changshao laughed. Defeating Wu Zong at the peak of his strength would not only give him 500 contribution points, but also a bottle of aptitude modification liquid. He would definitely be in a good mood. Sacred Spring Sect. This is really my blessed land. Sigh. Patriarch Huang sighed and cupped his hands. Sect leader Jun is so young, but your strength is extraordinary. I admire you. Although he persuaded him verbally, he was not convinced in his heart. If they were to fight again, he would definitely be able to defeat him with his weapon. Unfortunately, the outcome of the battle was already decided. It was not like opening the bottle of Coke would give him a chance to get another bottle. Jun will take his leave first. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and turned to leave. He secretly prayed, "Don't fight the young one anymore. Let the old one come. Otherwise, my body will not be able to take it." He was already exhausted. If he did not rest for a while, it would be difficult for him to recover. If it was a normal fantasy plot, a Grand Elder suddenly appeared to challenge him, he would definitely be defeated. He was thinking too much. The Sacred Spring Sect did not send a Grand Elder. Jun Changshao brought his disciples and under the watchful eyes of the crowd. They came in and left in the same way. Pa! The sound system was turned on and the music started to play. Don't look at me as a sheep. A sheep's intelligence is unimaginable. No matter how high the sky is, its mood will be unrestrained. Although this song was a bit young, it was very appropriate. Because Jun Changshao and the others who entered the Sacred Spring Sect were like a flock of sheep. In the end, they still beat the wolf and left in a carefree manner. Listening to the unknown voice, the martial artists from various forces fell silent. It was only 4 hours. Iron Bone and Sacred Spring Sect fought 74 rounds. From Outer Sect, Inner Sect, Personal Disciple, Elder, and Patriarch, they all won. This must have created a miracle. There was no doubt. When the news spread out, it would definitely cause a sensation. He was very lucky to be a witness to a miracle created by a 7th-rate sect. All right. Walking to the gate, Jun Changshao stopped and said loudly, "My Iron Bone Sect is recruiting talent from all over the world. If there are talents who want to jump ship, you can consider it." Everyone's mouth twitched. Iron Bone's sect leader dared to poach people in public. He was really arrogant and conceited. Chapter 300. To outsiders, the 7th-rate Iron Bone had defeated the Sacred Spring Sect from top to bottom, which was equivalent to creating a miracle. But to Jun Changshao, this was normal. After all, his and his disciples' strength was not sudden, but predictable. Did the Sacred Spring Sect have molding pills, molding rooms, and training towers? Did they have all kinds of cultivation techniques and pills to learn and use? Not to mention 5th-rate sects. They didn't even have 3rd-rate or 4th-rate sections. Of course, all kinds of resources only showed that the Iron Bone had potential. Compared to the real big sects, not only did they lack a lot of disciples, but they also lacked a foundation. They could recruit disciples, but their foundation had to be accumulated over time. Otherwise, in the eyes of the world, no matter how strong the Iron Bone was, it was still just a new sect. Sect Master Jun. On the way down the mountain, City Lord Xie gave a thumbs up and said, "You and your disciples' performance today really made our Azure Sun County proud." Of course. Family Head AI said, You didn't lose a single one of the 74 challenges. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe. The other family heads also praised one after another. They were in a good mood. Ma Yuntung, who was accompanying them, frowned and said, Sect Master Jun used a spirit artifact in the battle with Patriarch Wang. If this spreads, I'm afraid it will attract the attention of others. He and Wang Donglin firmly believed that Jun Changshao defeated the Sacred Spring Sect Patriarch Huang, not because of his powerful cultivation, but because of the green dragon crescent blade. In fact, that was indeed the case. Jun Changshao said, Elder Ma, do you mean that someone will come to snatch Jun's blade? A weapon with an artifact spirit is undoubtedly a divine weapon in the Falling Star Continent. Naturally, it will attract the attention of others, Wang Donglin said. After witnessing the power of the green dragon crescent blade, the two were very tempted, but because of their relationship with Jun Changshao, they didn't have the thought of snatching the treasure. It was normal for those experts who didn't have a relationship with them to do things like snatching the treasure under the influence of greed after learning about it. Yi Xingqian knew this the best. When the disappearance of the Taishan Sutra was spread, several martial emperors joined forces to target him. Because the treasure was plotted against by a group of experts, it was the rebirth of the Xuanhuan novel. But our Lord Knight Emperor is very powerful. He beat up a few martial emperors and forced them to flee. But in the end, he fell in the hands of a woman. Sigh. Jun Chang smiled and said, An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. In the past, he had dared to show off in the Azure Sun County because he had a sniper rifle and a sect protection array. However, the news of him challenging the Sacred Spring sect would definitely spread throughout the Falling Star Continent. Once experts like martial kings and martial emperors were alerted, the spears and formations would be rendered useless. Damn, sect leader Jun could be arrogant and despotic if he had absolute confidence in protecting himself. However, he didn't think that he could deal with the martial kings and martial emperors. Scram. Ma Yunting said, Don't worry, Sect Master Jun. When we return to the sect, we will apply to the Sect Master, hoping to form an alliance with your sect. City Lord Xie and the others widened their eyes. It was a common phenomenon for forces to form an alliance. But a fifth-rate sect taking the initiative to form an alliance with a seventh-rate sect was unheard of. Yes, pressing the Sacred Spring sect to the ground. Such a sect had unlimited potential in the future. It was reasonable for the Tsang Mountain sect to take the initiative to form a good relationship. Wang Donglin said seriously, You and I have formed an alliance. Whoever dares to have ideas about sect leader Jun will be an enemy of my Tsang Mountain sect. The words of one of the four elders carried a lot of weight. The alliance was set in stone. Jun Changshao cupped his fists. Thank you, two elders, and thank you, Tsang Mountain sect. Since our two sects have formed an alliance, I will definitely visit you in person. It was better to make friends than to have more enemies. As for visiting, he definitely wouldn't be empty-handed. He would bring some pills or something as a greeting gift. You are good to me, and I will be good to you. This was Jun Changshao style. Of course, Jun Changshao also knew that if he was targeted by a strong expert, even the protection of the Tsang Mountain sect would be useless. So he still had to rely on himself. How could he rely on himself? Schwa. He opened the system panel and clicked on the mid-level store. In a dangerous world, relying on others was definitely not safer than relying on goods. Sect leader Jun didn't dare to buy a mid-level store before because his contribution points were too low. Now that he had 1705 points, he naturally had to spend it within 24 hours. I can't buy it casually, Jun Changshao whispered. I have to use it when it's needed. As he looked carefully, his gaze was fixed on a product called the Sect Protection Formation. Item: Mid-level Sect Protection Array. Effect: After use, it can be used to arrange a mid-level defensive array in the sect, preventing non-sect members from entering and leaving. Effectiveness: Once opened, use. Price: 1,000 contribution points. Note: If the array is successfully arranged, it will be activated by default. 10 contribution points will be consumed every day. Jun Changshao said, "This thing can not only protect oneself, but also the sect. It is definitely worth buying." "Good," the system said. "Recommended 5 stars." Jun Changshao did not buy it directly. Instead, he continued to flip through the goods inside. Very quickly, he saw a pill formula called Martial Master Pill. This was a pill created by a strong alchemist. If a martial artist consumed it, they would be able to directly advance from peak martial disciple to martial master. The main point was, there were no side effects. Jun Changshao said, "This is also a good thing." The current Qi revolving pill in the sect could solve the problem of breaking through from the meridian opening realm to the martial disciple realm. If it was equipped with this kind of martial master pill, it would definitely allow the disciples to advance even faster. As he continued to read, he saw a weapon forging formula called the middle grade cold light sword. The items in the mid-level store were really good. Jun Changshao wanted to buy them all, but due to the limit of contribution points, he decided to buy the mid-level Sect Protection Array and Martial Master Pill first. Ding! Host has spent 1,000 contribution points and obtained Sect Protection Array X1. It has been transported into the space ring. Ding! Host has spent 1,000 contribution points and obtained Martial Master Pill X1. It has been transported into the space ring. Ding! Sect contribution points 170520000. Spending 2,000 contribution points in one go, Sect leader Jun felt a bit of heartache. However, one could bring a stronger defense to himself and the sect, and the other could increase the cultivation of the disciples. It was still worth it. The pill formula appeared in the space ring and was automatically matched to the alchemy pavilion. Jun Changshao pulled out the panel and clicked on the Martial Master Pill. Immediately, the refining materials appeared. This kind of awesome pill required a total of 10 ingredients, especially the first few. Just by hearing the names, one could tell that they were very precious. Coincidentally, the AI family head was accompanying him. Jun Changshao asked about the ingredients. When AI Shang heard about it, he said in surprise, "Sect leader Jun, the ingredients you mentioned are all very precious. Do you have them in your shop?" Jun Changshao asked. AI Shang thought for a moment and said, "We do, but not much. We can barely gather 3 to 5 sets." "Only 3 to 5 sets?" Jun Changshao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. After all, he wanted to mass-produce them so that all the disciples who had not broken through to Martial Master could have one set. P.S. The knife used to install the paring knife cut off a large piece of skin from my left index finger. It even cut out a diamond shape. Then blood gushed out like a fountain and wrapped it up. As someone who has been typing for many years, half of my typing skills have been crippled. What does this mean? That's right. My paring knife is not only sharp for peeling fruit, it is also very good for peeling meat. Don't ask me what brand it is. I won't tell you. Please vote. Chapter 301. A pill that could improve a martial master's cultivation would definitely be very good, but without the herbs, it was impossible to cook without rice. Master AI, Jun Changshao asked, "Do you have the seeds for these herbs?" Without the ready-made herbs, he could only ask Elder Wei and the others to plant them. Although it would take a long time, it could at least save a lot of money. AI Shang Yao understood his thoughts and said, "There are many seeds, but the quality of these herbs is not low. Even if the best herbalists plant them, it will take at least 3 to 5 years to mature." So slow? Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. If it really took 3 to 5 years, the disciples would have already broken through to Martial Master by the time the herbs matured. Master Jun, Ma Yunting said, "I have some of the herbs you mentioned, but not many. I can only gather about 50 sets. Do you have them?" "Yes." "Elder Ma, why don't you sell them to Jun?" Since he had the materials, he would definitely buy them and start refining. After all, he could refine them at any time. Ma Yunting said, "These herbs are useless in the ring. Since Master Jun needs them, I'll give them to you to make space." AI Shangyao's mouth twitched. 10 kinds of herbs. One set would cost 100,000 taels, and 50 sets would cost 5 million taels. Giving them away in the name of making space, he was really inhumane. City Lord Xie and the others thought that Elder Ma, who represented Song Mountain Sect, was trying his best to establish a revolutionary friendship with Ironbone. With the support of a fifth-rate sect, Ironbone's future path would definitely be much easier. Jun Changshao said seriously, "You must pay. If it were someone unfamiliar, it would be fine to take advantage of them, but Elder Ma and Song Mountain Sect supported him. How could he take advantage of them?" "Master AI," he said, "how much does one set of these herbs cost?" 100,000 taels, AI Shangyao said. Jun Changshao took out 5 million taels of silver and said seriously, "Elder Ma, please accept it." Ma Yunting had to accept the money and handed over the space ring containing the herbs. Jun Changshao's mind entered it and found that there were many herbs for refining qi-gathering pills, body-shaping pills, and other pills. "Sect Master Jun," Ma Yunting said with a smile, "there are low-grade medicinal herbs inside. Just treat it as a gift." "Thank you," Jun Changshao said. Such a friend warmed his heart. Of course, Jun Changshao would definitely not mistreat his good friend. After Xiao Chun arrived at a mountain forest, he met with Ma Yunting alone. Then, he handed over a bottle of body-shaping pills and said, "Elder Ma, these medicinal pills of mine take up a lot of space. How about I give them to you?" Ma Yunting smiled and said, "Sect Master Jun, this old man has a lot of pills." Jun Changshao said, "This bottle contains body-shaping pills." "Caw!" Ma Yunting's smile froze. After a while, he said in disbelief, Body-shaping pill?" He had definitely heard of the body-shaping pill. After all, Wang Donglin had been hired to oversee the auction house back then. The Blue Mountain Sect had also sent people to auction them, but the bidding was too fierce, and they only managed to buy 3. "Sect Master Jun," Ma Yunting asked solemnly, "why do you have a bottle of body-shaping pills?" A bottle of medicinal pills usually had 10 pills as the standard. The AI family only auctioned 5 body-shaping pills every month. Jun Changshao said, "The body-shaping pills were refined by me. When it came to friends worthy of deep friendship, it was appropriate to reveal the truth and make the Blue Mountain Sect value him more." The body-shaping pills were refined by him? Ma Yunting was stunned. He had discussed this kind of powerful medicinal pill with the higher-ups of the Blue Mountain Sect. It might have been refined by an alchemy grandmaster and auctioned in the name of the AI family. But he never thought that the alchemy grandmaster would be him. Jun Changshao said, "Of course, if Elder Ma doesn't believe me, you can ask the AI family head." "I believe," Ma Yunting said. He didn't think that Jun Changshao was lying since he could guide him in martial arts and train his Ironbone disciples to be so strong. Then, Ma Yunting whispered, "The healing pills sold by the AI family were also refined by Sect Master Jun?" "Yes," Jun Changshao said. Ma Yunting cupped his fists and said respectfully, "So Sect Master Jun is also a hidden alchemy grandmaster." Alchemists had a very high status. They could be called grandmasters and were existences that everyone looked up to. They could quickly recover from injuries and improve the strength of the body. With these 2 kinds of miraculous medicinal pills, they were comparable to alchemy grandmasters. Jun Changshao said, "Elder Ma, you flatter me. I refined these 2 medicinal pills for fun. It can be considered a coincidence." "Elder Ma, such powerful medicinal pills could be refined for fun. How many alchemists who studied alchemy all year round would be angered to death?" "Elder Ma," Jun Changshao said seriously, "I hope that you can keep the matter of the medicinal pills a secret for Jun." "Understood," Ma Yunting said. Jun Changshao said again, "If someone doubts the AI family and wants to find the person behind the alchemy grandmaster, Jun also hopes that the Blue Mountain Sect can help." Ma Yunting immediately understood and said, "The healing pill and body sculpting pill were refined by the Blue Mountain Sect. We authorized the AI family to auction them." The 2 looked at each other and smiled. The green dragon crescent blade might be targeted, and the body sculpting pill refined by the AI family would definitely be suspected. Sect Master Jun planned ahead and discussed with the Blue Mountain Sect first. He didn't want the matter of him refining medicinal pills to be spread. After learning that the healing pill and body sculpting pill were refined by Jun Changshao, Ma Yunting was still shocked. He decided to return to the sect and immediately report to the sect master to form an alliance with the Ironbone sect as soon as possible. He had experience in martial arts and could teach disciples. His strength was also extraordinary, and he was also an alchemy grandmaster. Only an idiot like Qin Haoran would be enemies with such an all-round sect master. Jun Changshao told Ma Yunting about him refining medicinal pills, and his weight in Ma Yunting's heart increased rapidly. The alliance between the two sects was already set in stone. Sect Master Jun. While the group was hurrying, a shout came from behind. They saw Li quickly chasing after them. Family Master AI and Ma Yunting recognized her at a glance. She was the disciple who followed the palace master of Miaohua Palace. "What's the matter?" Jun Changshao asked. Li stopped and said, "My palace master wants to talk to Sect Master Jun alone. Is it convenient now?" Everyone was stunned. A big shot of a fourth-rate sect wanted to talk to Sect Master Jun alone. It was really unexpected. Jun Changshao was a little embarrassed. Ma Yunting smiled and said, "Since the palace master of Miaohua Palace invited us, it's fine for us to wait here for a while." Yes. City Lord Xie said, "We can wait." Li made a gesture and said, "Sect Master Jun, please." Everyone. Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "Jun will be back soon." After he left with Li Ma Yunting smiled and said, "Sect Master Jun is lucky to be invited by Palace Master Shi." Wang Donglin said, "The Palace Master of Miaohua Palace is similar to Sect Master Jun. She became a Sect Master at such a young age. The two of them should have a lot in common." Ma Yunting smiled and said, "Sect Master Jun is handsome and talented, and Palace Master, she is young and beautiful. If the two of them get together, they will definitely become a legend in the pugilistic world." City Lord Xie, Family Master AI, and the others nodded in agreement. Although the Palace Master of Miaohua Palace was blind, she was still the Sect Master of a fourth-rate sect. She was a match made in heaven with Sect Master Jun Changshao, didn't even think about his feelings so much, but they were so proactive. Chapter 302. Inside the Maple Forest. Shi Jingxian stood in front of a tree. Fiery red maple leaves floated past her. Beautiful scenery and beauties decorated the entire scene beautifully. Palace Master Shi. Not long after, Jun Changshao walked over. Sect Master Jun. Shi Jingxian turned around and smiled. "Is it a little abrupt to invite you here?" The two were only a few meters apart. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. The surrounding maple leaves set off the scenery. The scene was really poetic. Jun Changshao said, "How can that be?" Shi Jingxian pinched a leaf on her shoulder and said, "I heard from the disciples that this is a maple forest." "Yes," Jun Changshao said. Shi Jingxian said, "The scenery must be beautiful. It's a pity that I can't appreciate it." Her words were a little sad. Seeing this, Li and the other disciples in the distance immediately became worried. Jun Changshao said, "Palace Master, she is more beautiful than the scenery. These maple trees and maple leaves don't have eyes. It's their regret that they can't see you." Uffed. Shi Jingxian covered her mouth and laughed. The worry between her brows also disappeared. Li heaved a sigh of relief and thought to herself, "I didn't expect this guy to be so good at saying nice things." Sect Master Jun, Shi Jingxian said, "You know how to make girls happy?" Jun Changshao roared in his heart, "If I knew how to make girls happy, would I still be a single dog?" "Palace Master Shi, you misunderstand." He said, "I'm not trying to make you happy. I'm telling the truth." "So?" Shi Jingxian smiled sweetly and said, "Am I really beautiful? Very beautiful?" Jun Changshao said. He really wasn't trying to make the girl happy. He was telling the truth. After all, the Palace Master of Miaohua Palace was not inferior to Lu Qianqian in appearance. Shi Jingxian said bitterly, "No matter how beautiful I am, I can't see it." Jun Changshao couldn't deal with her being depressed so easily. Sect Master Jun, Shi Jingxian adjusted her disappointed state of mind and said with a smile, I would like to visit your esteemed sect in the near future. What do you think? This was the reason why she had invited Jun Changshao over. A seventh-rate sect was able to beat a fifth-rate sect so miserably. Naturally, they were very curious. What was so special about Ironbone? Jun Changshao said, We warmly welcome Miaohua Palace's friendly visit to our sect. A friendly visit? Shi Jingxian smiled and said, Sect Master Jun is so humorous. How about this? She said, I'll go back to handle the sect's affairs first. I'll come back to visit the Ironbone clan in 3 months. You're always welcome, Jun Changshao said. Shi Jingxian didn't say anything more and walked towards the disciple position based on her feelings. At this time, if she tripped and lost her balance, Jun Changshao would catch her in a gentlemanly manner. It would be a scene that only existed in television dramas. It would definitely be very melodramatic. Although Shi Jingxian had an eye disease, she was still a cultivator. Unless she did it on purpose, she would never trip. Sect Master Shi, Jun Changshao said, there might be experts in this world who can treat some difficult diseases. So, don't be pessimistic. It's most important to face each day happily. He sympathized with Shi Jingxian. Because of her eye disease, she had to face endless darkness since birth. However, he couldn't help her. He could only give her some encouragement. To face each day happily, Shi Jingxian shook her head and said, Managing a large sect can't make me happy. That's right. For a woman to manage such a large sect, the burden would definitely be heavy. How could she be happy? Sect Master Jun, Shi Jingxian said, Are you happy managing a sect? Yes, Jun Changshao said. He trained the disciples every day and occasionally chatted with them like family. There was no reason for him to be unhappy. The disciples of the Ironbone sect must be very happy to have such a humorous sect master. Shi Jingxian murmured. Then, she left with the help of the disciples. Jun Changshao shook his head. Then, he met up with the others and continued on their way back to Azure Sun County. Sect Master. Lu Qianqian transmitted her voice. Why is Palace Master Shi looking for you? Jun Changshao was a little confused. Among all the disciples, the most gossipy was undoubtedly Su Xiaomo. He didn't even ask. Why did the eldest disciple, who was usually cold and didn't speak much, ask first? Could it be that? Jun Changshao said, It's nothing, just some words of admiration. It makes me feel embarrassed. Is that so? Lu Qianqian replied indifferently. Jun Changshao said, Sigh, I'm handsome and charming. Everyone loves me. Flowers bloom when they see me. When he was transmitting his voice, he was paying attention to the changes in Lu Qianqian's face. In the end, it was still cold and emotionless. It seemed that he was thinking too much. Lu Qianqian said, Palace Master, she is not simple. Sect Master, you must be careful. Yes, Jun Changshao said. To be able to become the Palace Master of a fourth-rate sect, he definitely didn't think that she was just a beautiful woman. In 3 months, Palace Master she will come to visit, Jun Changshao said. Lu Qianqian frowned and said, She's here to inquire about our Ironbone. What secrets are hidden? Jun Changshao said, There are many things in the sect that cannot be known by outsiders, so when she comes, she will naturally disappear. After the battle at the Sacred Springs sect, more cultivators will definitely know about the Ironbone. Lu Qianqian said, This disciple thinks that it is necessary for Sect Master to activate the Sect Protection Array every day to prevent outsiders from sneaking in and taking away a molding room. Jun Changshao touched his chin and said, That makes sense. Sect Master. At this moment, Su Xiaomo transmitted his voiceover and said, What did Palace Master she talk to you about? As expected, this guy was very gossipy. Sect Master Jun didn't wrong him. It would take at least 3 to 4 days to travel from the Sacred Springs sect to the Azure Sun County. Because he had returned with a great victory, Jun Changshao was in a good mood, so he wasn't in a hurry to return. Ma Yunting and Wang Donglin, who were following along, were lucky to be able to eat Sect Master Jun's barbecue skills. Not bad, not bad. After eating a skewer, Elder Ma praised. This is the first time this old man knows that meat can be roasted like this. Wang Donglin held a small wine jar and ate and drank at the same time. He was in a good mood. City Lord Xie, AI family head, and the others had tasted it before, so they didn't show any exaggerated expressions. They just ate and drank. Sect Master. Lu Wanshur walked over, her hands itching. Let me try. All right. Jun Changshao moved away from the barbecue table. Lu Wanshur's attainments in cooking were fully displayed. The skewer she roasted instantly defeated him and made everyone praise her. However, while everyone was eating happily, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the dark, and dozens of black shadows flew out. They were not masked and wore black, capable clothes. Their eyes flickered with coldness, and their bodies emitted a strange aura. On their chests, there was a pattern similar to a fierce beast's head. Demon Fiend Sect. Ma Yunting and Wang Donglin immediately frowned. What? The faces of City Lord Xie, AI, family head, and the others changed greatly. Demon Fiend Sect, they had heard of this name before. It was a third-rate evil sect with branches all over the major provinces. They were very powerful, and even second-rate sects might not dare to provoke them. Now that they suddenly appeared, they definitely did not come with good intentions. GGG. The leading old man laughed coldly. Elder Ma, Elder Wang, this seat has brought people here. I hope I didn't disturb your picnic. This seat? This person should be the Demon Fiend Sect branch leader. Ma Yunting said in a deep voice. What business do you have here? The old man looked at Jun Changshao and said, This seat came here to borrow something from the Iron Bones Sect master. What do you want to borrow? Jun Changshao said. The old man laughed sinisterly and said, I want to borrow the blade with the spirit that Sect Master Jun used to defeat the patriarch of the Sacred Spring Sect. Chapter 303. It had only been a day since they left the Holy Spring Sect, but the Demon Fiend Sect had already received news about the Green Dragon Crescent Blade and sent a branch leader to chase after them. This speed was very fast. A third-rate evil sect had branches all over the province, so they were naturally very good at obtaining information. Ma Yunting and Wang Donglin frowned even more. From the aura released by this branch leader, he should be at the peak of Wuzong. Although they could deal with him, if they fought with him, it would be the same as offending the Demon Fiend Sect. If it was a righteous sect, offending them would be fine. But this was an evil sect. As long as they had a grudge, they would be mercilessly retaliated. You want to borrow a blade? Jun Changshao said. It's not impossible. Ma Yunting and Wang Donglin were startled. Was sect leader Jun willing to give the blade to the Demon Fiend Sect? Yes. This kind of blade with a spirit was indeed powerful. But if it would bring about a fatal disaster, lending it to a third-rate evil sect was a wise move. However, Jun Changshao waved his hand, and the Green Dragon Crescent Blade appeared out of thin air. His eyes flashed coldly. That depends on whether you have the ability to borrow it. Clang, clang, clang. Li Qingyang, Xiao Ziji, and the others threw away the skewers in their hands and pulled out their cold-edged swords. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. The two elders of the Tsang Mountain sect were stunned. They admired in their hearts. As expected of the Iron Bones sect, Wang Donglin stood up, and his peak Wuzong cultivation erupted. He said in a deep voice, If you want to borrow sect leader Jun's blade, you have to ask if I agree. Elder Wang, Jun Changshao said, These people from the Demon Fiend Sect came to borrow Jun's blade. It has nothing to do with your Tsang Mountain sect. Please don't interfere. Facing an evil sect, daring to stand up for him without hesitation made him feel warm. But he couldn't drag down the Tsang Mountain sect because of this. Since you want to offend them, let me, Iron Bone, do it. Not to mention, they were here for him. Wang Donglin wouldn't just be a spectator. He said seriously, Sect leader Jun Changshao interrupted. How dare this bunch of trash come to borrow our blades? My disciple and I are more than enough to deal with them. Elder Wang can just watch from the side. Kikik. That branch leader laughed strangely and said, Sect leader Jun is really arrogant. No wonder you challenged the Holy Spring Sect. However, He paused for a moment and said with a sinister look in his eyes, "Sect Master Jun, are you sure you want me to borrow it?" "It's your ability that you can borrow it," Jun Changshao said. Branch leader said with a smile, "Once I make a move, I won't just be borrowing a knife. I'll also be borrowing the lives of sect leader Jun and all the disciples. Therefore, Jun Changshao needs to consider this carefully." Puchi. As soon as he finished speaking, a disciple was cut down to the ground. Yi Xingqian said coldly, "If you want to borrow it, then come and borrow it. What's with all this nonsense?" My brother Yi is a man of few words. The division leader's gaze gradually turned cold as he said, "Brat, you dare to kill my demon fiend sex people. I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." Whoosh! A sinister black aura instantly filled his body and turned into a sinister big hand that blasted towards Yi Xingqian. Whoosh! Suddenly, a green saber light slashed over and directly destroyed the big hand condensed by the evil aura. Jun Changshao raised a saber and said, "Old man, your opponent is me." The branch leader was startled. He looked at the green dragon crescent moon saber and said with a burning gaze, "It is indeed a good saber. I didn't rush over in vain." Swish! As he spoke, the evil aura around him spread wildly and immediately condensed into an even bigger black hand, which carried hundreds of thousands of kilograms of force and blasted over. At the same time, the demon fiend sect's disciples scattered around also released their evil aura and attacked Li Qingyang and the others with murderous intent, especially Yi Xingqian. There were 3 people who came to attack him, and their strength was at the 5th or 6th grade martial master level. Babies. Jun Changshao raised his saber and slashed at the incoming black hand and shouted, "Fight for me!" Swish! Yi Xingqian was the first to rush over with the cloud treading steps. Under the infusion of spiritual energy, the cold edge sword instantly burst out with a cold light. Whoosh! 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 Using the one-word sword technique, dozens of sword lights were instantly formed. With a domineering momentum, one of the demon fiend sect disciples was cut into 8 pieces. With Yi Xingqian's current strength, coupled with the cold edge sword and sword skills, not to mention a 5th or 6th grade martial master, even a peak martial master could be easily killed. On the other side, Jun Changxiao's green dragon crescent moon saber once again destroyed the big hand, and the sinister evil aura was also dispelled into nothingness. The branch leader was secretly shocked. The saber aura that erupted from the saber could actually restrain his demonic aura. Nonsense. Guan Yu's saber was young and strong, not to mention demonic aura. Even if it was demons and ghosts, it would be destroyed one after another. It was completely unreasonable. Jun Changshao also realized this problem. The battle intent in his eyes became even stronger, and he immediately raised his saber and rushed over. Puchi! Puchi! Li Qingyang and the others were already fighting with dozens of demon fiend sex disciples. Relying on their superior body techniques and weapons, they killed several from tricky angles. Ma Yunteng, Wang Donglin, and the others were a little stunned. From the decisiveness and fierceness shown by the Ironbone disciples, it was obvious that they had been in battle for a long time. Not only did Li Qingyang and the others show cold killing methods, but the cooperation with their fellow disciples also made the 2 elders of Tsangshan's sect praise them repeatedly. This group of Ironbone disciples was really terrifying. In just a short fight, Li Qingyang and more than 20 disciples, relying on their own cultivation and equipment, firmly held the absolute advantage. Boom! Yang Yuhua did not use a weapon. Instead, she raised her iron shield and directly knocked a demon fiend sex disciple away, causing blood to spurt out of his mouth. Long Zhang wielded his overlord spear and charged into the crowd like a general charging in a battle, slaughtering his way through the crowd. It would take about 10 minutes. The 30 or so demon fiend sect disciples who came with the branch leader all died in front of the Ironbone disciples. The threat they brought was not even as great as the Earthflame wolves in Death Valley. Trash! Yi Xingqian stepped on a corpse and used the corpse's clothes to wipe off the blood on his sword. Boom! A sound came from afar. Jun Changxiao's saber slashed down, and the saber chi formed directly cut a few trees in half. After the demon fiend sect branch leader dodged in a panic, a chill ran down his spine. This person's strength was not weaker than the Sacred Spring sect's patriarch, and was even stronger. After all, he cultivated an evil path. However, Guan Yu's saber chi restrained the demonic chi, making him feel very aggrieved. Just like just now, if it were Wang Donglin, he would not have been able to break the defensive barrier formed by demonic chi. But the result was that the saber cut it open. Guan Yu was clearly much stronger than the Iron Bone sect leader, but because the saber chi was too strong, he could only fight with extreme caution. Damn it! All of his subordinates were dead, and the demon chi he cultivated was restrained. The branch leader wanted to retreat, and he angrily said, "Jun Changxiao, I will remember this." Swish! After saying that, he used a strange footwork to escape. Just as he took a step, a heavy force suddenly appeared behind him. He was so shocked that his mind trembled, and he hurriedly looked back. Ta! Jun Changxiao strode over, and the soul of Guan Yu in a green robe and armor followed closely behind. Swish! He raised the green dragon crescent blade and suddenly slashed out. His voice was like a bell that resounded through the wilderness. "Little rascal, leave your life here." Swish! The green saber aura swept over, carrying an extremely strong and tough chi. The demonic chi in the air was instantly dispersed. Oh no! The branch leader's eyes were filled with shock. The energy in his spirit core crazily burst out, trying to dodge the saber. However, it was useless. Just as he was about to dash forward, the green saber aura swept past, leaving a green mark in the air. Boom! 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 In a fan-shaped area of dozens of meters, trees suddenly broke and fell down neatly. Chapter 304. Countless trees were cut in half, the area spanning tens of meters. This made Ma Yunting and Wang Donglin's hearts tremble. At that moment, they realized that sect leader Jun didn't fully display the power of the blade in his fight with the Yellow Patriarch. The goal of the battle with the Sacred Spring sect patriarch was to win, not to kill the enemy. Jun Changxiao naturally didn't need to unleash the full power of Wusheng's soul. But against this evil sect leader who wanted to borrow a blade, he wouldn't care about unleashing his full power, so the power would be even more terrifying. Too terrifying. It's simply a divine weapon. Seeing the weapon spirit of the green dragon crescent blade appear again, City Lord Xie, Family Head AI, and the others were still shocked. Plop! At this moment, the demon fiend sect leader who was standing still fell down. The head that flew out landed on a tree stump that had been chopped off. The expression on his face was forever frozen in fear and despair. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that he would die so cleanly and cleanly. There was no other way. The demonic energy he gathered was restrained by the green dragon crescent blade. Facing the full power of Wusheng's soul, he could only become a soul under the blade. Thinking about what the leader said just now, we will realize that he didn't rush over, but rushed to his death and then reported to Yama Hall with his subordinates. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side mission. You have received 500 contribution points. Ding! Sect contribution points, 220520000. Ding! Sect contribution points overflow. It turned out that when the leader appeared and said he wanted to borrow a blade, the side mission was triggered. The content was to kill the demon fiend sect leader, and it was an elite mission. With a mission on hand, sect leader Jun definitely wouldn't let him escape. So when the other party escaped, he instantly unleashed the full power of Wusheng's soul and took his head with one slash. Shua! Putting away the green dragon crescent blade, Wusheng's soul gradually dissipated. Jun Changxiao thought to himself, "You should feel honored to die under Guan Yu's blade." Li Qingyang and the rest did not wait for the sect leader's orders. They had already started to loot the crates out of habit, and one after another, they obtained quite a number of spatial rings. The disciples of the Demon Fiend sect did not have anything good, but the one with the most was definitely the branch leader. Inside his ring was a lot of silver, herbs, ores, and a few evil sect cultivation methods. After Jun Changshao collected all of them, he set the corpses on fire and said, "We can't stay here any longer. Let's return to the Azure Sun County as soon as possible." All right. They no longer had any interest in eating barbecue and hurried on their way. 2 days later, they successfully entered the Azure Sun County. During this period, Sect leader Jun bought another 6 bottles of aptitude-changing elixir. His contribution points dropped from overflow to 1,905. Sect Master Jun. When they reached the fork, my Yunting frowned and said, "You've killed the Demon Fiend sect's branch leader, which means you've offended a third-rate evil sect. They'll definitely seek revenge in the future. Why don't you bring your disciples to my Blue Mountain sect to lie low for a while?" This was the best idea he could come up with on the way here. Jun Changshao said, "Jun appreciates Elder Ma's good intentions, but I'll take responsibility for my own actions. I won't drag down the Blue Mountain sect. Although our sects haven't formed an alliance, we have the intention of forming one. If one side is in trouble, we'll definitely help." Ma Yunting said seriously. City Lord Xie and family head AI were filled with respect. For the sake of the Iron Bone, he didn't hesitate to offend the Demon Fiend sect. This kind of friendship was really hard to find in the Falling Star continent. Jun Changshao was also deeply moved, but he cupped his hands and said, "Elder Ma, don't worry. Those third-rate evil sects might not be able to do anything to my Iron Bone." These words were said very confidently. Why? Because they had already bought a mid-grade sect protection formation. As long as it was placed in the sect, whether it was the Demon Fiend sect or the Ghost Fiend sect, they would be considered amazing if they could enter. Jun Changshao had confidence, but Ma Yunting didn't. So when he heard what he said, he immediately felt that he was bragging. Not to mention third-rate sects. Even if they offended 6th-rate or 7th-rate sects, it would be a headache. To be honest, sect leader Jun really wasn't afraid of 6th-rate or 7th-rate sections. After all, he had destroyed the Black Eagle Hall before. "Elder Ma, Elder Wang." Jun Changshao cupped his hands and said, "It's getting late. Let's part ways here." Sigh. Ma Yunting sighed and cupped his hands. "Sect leader Jun, I'll go and report to the sect leader and form an alliance with your sect as soon as possible. Goodbye." Jun Changshao left with everyone. Wang Donglin frowned and said, "Offending the Demon Fiend sect is a big problem for the Iron Bone." Ma Yunting said, "If this new sect is given a few hundred years to develop, they might not be afraid of the third-rate evil sects, but now, let's go." Wang Donglin said, "Let's go back and see if the sect leader has any way to help the Iron Bone get rid of this calamity." In their opinion, Iron Bone provoking the Demon Fiend sect was a calamity. If they couldn't survive, they would be destroyed. However, Jun Changshao, who returned to the sect, was thinking that if the Demon Fiend sect dared to come for revenge, he would become a disaster for them. He would accompany them to the end. Of course, he didn't think that he had the strength to challenge a third-rate evil sect. But there was still a long time. When he became stronger in the future, he would definitely play this evil sect to death bit by bit. Demon Fiend sect. You better not provoke me. Sect leader Jun didn't know that after he killed the branch leader, the Demon Fiend sect branch headquarters in Yangzhou in the southwest had already received the news. What? The branch leader said in disbelief. The Iron Bone of Qingyang County can kill branch leader Zhao, who is at the peak of Wuzong. Lord, an old man said, this is the information from above. There definitely won't be any error. So, we must destroy the Iron Bone as soon as possible and bring back the saber with the artifact spirit. The branch leader touched his chin and immediately ordered, "Send 10 Wuzong over and destroy the Iron Bone." The old man said, "I think it's best to send Jiangya." The branch leader said indifferently, "Sending a martial king to destroy a 7th or 8th-rate sect, isn't it making a big fuss over a minor issue?" The old man said, "The Iron Bone can kill branch leader Zhao, so he should have some ability. I'm afraid there will be fish that slip through the net." That makes sense. The branch leader said, go inform Jiangya. Yes, there was a rather remote town in Yangzhou in the southwest with a population of 2 to 300,000. It was called Jiangjia Town. The reason why it was called Jiangjia Town was because there used to be a rich and powerful Jiang family that wasn't any weaker than the families in the city. Thousands of years ago, the Jiang family made up at least 70% of the people in the town. It could be said that it was a very large family. There was no such thing as eternal prosperity in this world. As time passed, the Jiang family gradually withered from prosperity. Today, there was no more Jiang family. The Jiang family had moved out one after another, but Jiangjia Town remained. Of course, there were still Jiang family members, but less than 10% of them were left in Jiangjia Town. Beggar Jiang, beggar king, sleeping all day and staying in bed all day. Outside a dilapidated house, several children were shouting loudly. Creak! A man in his 30s opened the broken window. He rubbed his eyes and said lazily, "A group of little brats disturbing my sleep again. Are you naughty?" Bang! Bang! Before he could finish, a pile of small stones flew over and accurately hit his face. It was so painful that he hurriedly closed the window and said angrily, "I'm looking for a stick. When I catch you little brats, I'll definitely spank you." Chapter 305. When the children outside heard this, they immediately felt the fear of being dominated by the stick. They hurriedly threw away the pebbles in their hands and ran away. Creak! The broken door was pushed open. The man walked out with a stick in one hand and a hand on his head with the other. When he saw that there was no one outside, he said indifferently, "Oomph, don't let me catch you next time." Cuckoo! Just as he was about to go back to sleep, the sound of a bird came from the tree. The man stopped in his tracks. His originally lazy eyes flashed with a strange luster. Then he raised his hand and grabbed the bird with the letter tied to his leg through the air. He did not open the letter, as if he already knew the contents. He said indifferently, "You actually need me to kill an iron bone?" Whoosh! He walked into the broken house and came out again. His tattered clothes were replaced by black clothes. His hair was still messy, and he emitted a lazy aura. The man muttered, "Finish it quickly and come back to sleep." Whoosh! He used his movement technique and disappeared from the courtyard like a ghost. He went to the Azure Sun County 1,000 miles away. This person was obviously an expert. It was a bit inconceivable that he would live in a broken house and let the children throw pebbles at him. It was normal. In the falling star continent, there would always be some experts with strange tempers. They would either hide in the wilderness or in the city, not known by the world. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were even more ordinary than them. In fact, they had terrifying cultivation and could kill people with a flick of their fingers. This seemingly listless man was a martial king. He was also the Jiangya that the leader mentioned. He was a member of the Demon Fiend Sect, but not a disciple. It was more like an employment relationship. Therefore, he did not live in the southwest Yangzhou branch. That's right. He was a descendant of the Jiang family. His parents had passed away, leaving him with only a dilapidated house. In the eyes of the Jiangjia Town's residents, he was a good-for-nothing who liked to eat and do nothing. But in fact, he was an evil sect expert. Killing people was like eating a meal for him. Because of his personality, Jiangya did not like to show his face in public. When he didn't have any missions, he would live in a rundown house. Even if he was bullied by children, he would behave like a normal person. At that time, the big branch leader had asked him, "In the branch headquarters, there are good wine, good food, and beautiful women to serve you. Why do you want to live in Jiangjia Town and live like a beggar?" Jiangya said, "Because that is my home." There wasn't much explanation, just a few simple words. Big Branch Master's evaluation was that this person was sick, and very sick at that. Of course, when doing quests, Jiangya seemed to have transformed from an ordinary person into a demon from hell. As long as he set his eyes on his prey, there would be no chance of survival. He had annihilated at least a dozen sections. Because he was a martial king who killed people like scything flax, the Fiend Devil Sect branch disciples gave Jiangya a nickname, King of Hell Jiang. In Jiangjia Town, because he was idle and had nothing to do all day, the townspeople gave him a nickname, Beggar Jiang. The King of Hell, the beggar. Two titles, two extremes. Iron Bone Clan, Jiangya, who was moving at an extremely fast speed, muttered, "This seems to be an unrated sect. It's really surprising that they could kill branch leader Zhao." Iron Bone Clan. After Jun Changshao separated from City Lord Xie and the others, he brought Li Qingyang and the others back. The disciples, who were looking forward to it, immediately cheered excitedly after learning that they had won 74 rounds. Sect leader Li Luoqiu said, "I never dreamed that our Iron Bone Clan would win 74 rounds and not lose a single round." Jun Changshao laughed. "There are still many things that you didn't expect in the future. There's no need to make a fuss." Then, Li Luoqiu said, "Do you want to celebrate tonight?" Of course. After winning a big victory, Sect leader Jun would definitely celebrate. However, before that, he first took back the primary grade sect protection array that he had set up in the sect, and then began to set up the middle grade sect protection array. Buzz. An hour later, after spending 10 contribution points, the brand new formation was quickly formed, and then it became invisible. Because the level was relatively high, not only did it cover the inner and outer courtyard, it also covered a large area of the back mountain. The system said, "The middle grade sect protection array is far higher than the primary grade. It should not be a problem for it to withstand the bombardment of the Martial King and Wu Huan." Jun Changshao said, "I'm at ease. With such a powerful array, there was no need to fear the Devil Fiend sect finding trouble." After the array was set up, Jun Changshao opened the purchased items column and spent 200 contribution points to buy 4 bottles of different levels of aptitude modification liquid. At this time, he already had 40 bottles of aptitude modification liquid and began to distribute them to the outer sect disciples who had participated in the battle of the Sacred Spring sect. Yang Yuhua and Ling Yuanxue received the high-grade aptitude modification liquid. Li Tiantian, Sima Zhongda, and the others received the mid-grade aptitude modification liquid. Thus, in a short period of time, after the outer sect disciples who had participated in the battle took the modification liquid, their spirit root level increased by a level. In fact, with Jun Changxiao's current contribution points, if he bought all the high-grade aptitude modification liquid, he could instantly create dozens of disciples with high-grade spirit roots. But he couldn't spend it carelessly. After all, the middle grade sect protection array had to be activated at all times to guard against the Devil Fiend sect's attack. This thing costs 10 points a day and can burn 1,000 points in 3 months, so he must leave enough contribution points. After the outer sect disciples were distributed, Jun Changshao called Tianqi over and threw him a bottle of the highest grade aptitude modification liquid. He received 2 bottles of this modification liquid from the Sacred Spring sect after completing the mission. "Thank you, Sect Master." Tianqi took the modification liquid back to his residence and drank it. His spirit root went from high grade to top grade, and his realm also went from 4th grade to 5th grade Martial Master, the same as Li Qingyang and the others. At this point, the Iron Bone inner sect disciples all had top grade spirit roots. As for the outer sect disciples, there were also 14 high grade spirit roots. In terms of a number of high grade spirit roots, even the 4th-rate sects might not be able to compare. The only thing they lacked was to raise their cultivation. There's still a bottle of the highest grade aptitude modification liquid. Who should I give it to? Jun Changshao muttered. He now had 2 candidates. One was Long Ziyang, and the other was Song Xianzhou. After all, both of them had high-grade spirit roots from the start. "Forget it," Jun Changshao said. "When the sect competition is held, whoever gets first place and becomes an inner sect disciple will take it as a reward." Calculating the time, there was only a little more than half a month until the first inter-sect tournament began. Of course, Jun Changshao would not let the outer sect disciples who got first place enter the inner sect. As long as their performance was outstanding enough, they could enter the inner sect. In this way, Yang Yuhua and Ling Yuanxue, who had already entered the Martial Master realm, had a high chance of becoming inner sect disciples. "Should I set up a direct disciple?" Jun Changshao said, while holding his chin. The system said, What the host should consider now is to set up the position of elder or more halls. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, I also want to, but at present, who in the sect is qualified to be elder or hall master? The system was silent for a while, then said, no one is qualified. Chapter 306. Night fell. On the training field of Ironbone, there was a huge bonfire. The rising flames illuminated the surroundings clearly. Hundreds of tables surrounded the bonfire. On them were all kinds of delicacies, pastries, and jars of wine. Thousands of disciples stood in a mess. The atmosphere was warm and high, as if they were holding a celebration party. Come. Jun Chang raised his big bowl and said, to the disciples who defeated the Holy Spring Sect and spread the might of Ironbone, let's drink this bowl of wine. Sect leader is mighty. Senior brother is mighty. The disciples raised their bowls and drank to their heart's content. Their mood, which had always been in a high-intensity cultivation, also eased a lot under the stimulation of alcohol. Balance between work and rest. This was always emphasized by sect leader Jun. Therefore, such gatherings would naturally be held once in a while. Firstly, it could allow the disciples to relax. Secondly, it could allow everyone to better integrate into the big family of Ironbone. Sect leader Su Xiaomo raised his wine and said, thank you for cultivating me for more than a year. This bowl of wine is a toast to you. Hey, Jun Changshao said, if each of you toasted a bowl of wine, I'm afraid I would be drunk into a puddle of mud today. Although he said that, he still raised his bowl and drank with Su Xiaomo. After all, he was a native of Shandong in his previous life. On the wine table, he was forthright and did not refuse anyone. Moreover, Spirit Chi could dispel the alcohol. As long as he didn't want to get drunk, it didn't matter how much he drank. Sect leader Xiao Ziji raised his bowl and said, this cup of wine is a toast to you. I also hope that the sect will prosper and become the strongest sect in the Falling Star continent. Su Xiaomo smiled and said, junior brother Xiao said the wrong thing. It should be the strongest sect. Drink as punishment. Drink as punishment. Li Fei and Tian Qi hurriedly followed suit. Xiao Ziji awkwardly drank 2 big bowls in a row. Unable to withstand the alcohol, his face immediately turned red. When he won the Great Sect competition in Liang City, he had drunk too much. He hugged the wine jar and cried, because that was the emotional release of 5 years of grievances. Now that he was drunk once more, there was a smile on his face. Because there was no more grievance, no more decadence, only a stronger heart. Jun Changshao was happy to see that Xiao Zueji, who had sunk into depression, was able to stand up again after being fed chicken soup and trained. Sect leader Li Qingyang raised a cup and said, this cup of wine is a toast to you. If he had not met Jun Changshao, his life would have ended outside the Green Sun City, and he would not have achieved what he had today. The other disciples all toasted to express their admiration for the sect leader. After a while, Jun Changshao drank dozens of bowls of wine. Although he occasionally used his spiritual power to dissolve part of the alcohol, the drunkenness still disturbed his sea of consciousness. Come. Su Xiaomo drunkenly held a bowl of wine and put his arm around Li Fei's shoulder, saying, let's drink. How is one enough? Tell me how many. At least 6, lucky. Damn, you're quite gutsy. Come, let's drink 6. Su Xiaomo and Li Fei stood up. The two of them placed 10 large bowls on the table, and then filled them all with wine. They're going to fight. All the disciples gathered around to watch the show. Gulp. Su Xiaomo and Li Fei stepped on the chairs, and then began to drink bowl after bowl. Senior brothers, Li Tian shouted, this bowl of wine is more expensive than a kilogram of meat. Don't spill it. Puffed. Li Fei couldn't hold it in and spat out the wine, splashing it all over his face. Ha. All the disciples laughed until they were convulsing. Jun Changshao held a bottle of wine and lay on the stairs in front of the hall, watching the disciples play to their heart's content. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile. He wanted to build the strongest sect. He also wanted to build a happy and warm home. For now, he had a happy and warm home, but there was still a long way to go before he could build the strongest sect. Not all of them had been drinking. For example, Lu Qianqian, Yi Xingqian, and Zhou Hong. Although the three of them didn't drink, standing in front of the table, the cheerful atmosphere around them also affected their hearts. Especially Yi Xingqian. Looking at his fellow disciples drinking without any scruples, looking at the frank smiles on their faces, he thought to himself, "In my previous life, I've never seen such a happy sect." After half a round of drinking, Jun Changshao turned on the speaker, and the disciples danced around the fire to the accompaniment of music. Sect leader Lu Qianqian walked over and stood in front of the stairs, saying, "It's a little inappropriate to let your guard down like this." "It's fine." Jun Changshao took a sip of wine and said, "No one can break in, boom." Suddenly, a loud sound was heard. The disciples who were dancing all stopped, their eyes filled with surprise. "Ha!" Jun Changshao turned off the speaker, got up, and quickly dissolved the alcohol with spiritual energy. His whole person suddenly became extremely sober. Boom! Boom! Just at this moment, two more loud sounds were heard. The formation hidden in the space gradually revealed itself. Clearly, it was under attack. Lu Qianqian frowned and said, "The people of the Demon Fiend Sect are here. They're really fast." Jun Changshao stepped forward and opened the dark red door. At the entrance of the mountain gate stairs, a man in black clothes scratched his head and said, "I didn't expect this little iron bone to have an array protecting it. Who is this person?" "Hades Jiang, beggar Jiang." At dusk, he was still thousands of miles away, but he came so quickly. His speed was quite fast. Jun Changshao said, "Who are you?" Jiangya raised his head, flicked his messy black hair, and said with a smile, "Demon Fiend Sect, Jiangya." Creak. The door closed directly, and Jun Changshao's voice came. "Sorry, my Iron Bone Sect doesn't welcome people from the Demon Fiend Sect. Please go back." Jiangya grinned and said, "Boy, is it because of the defensive array that you are so fearless?" Chua. As he spoke, he raised his right fist. Spiritual energy visible to the naked eye instantly surged from all directions, and then suddenly blasted over. Bang! The power of this punch was at least more than 1,000,000 caddies, which could be said to be quite explosive, but it didn't cause the slightest ripple when it hit the sect protecting array. Jiangya was a little confused. His strength just now had already condensed to 2,000,000 caddies. Even if he couldn't break the array, he should at least give it some face. This Iron Bone's defensive array is a bit strong. Jiangya rubbed his hands, but also smiled and said, "However, for me, it's also very challenging." Ho-ho! His body released a vast amount of demonic energy, and then under the control of spiritual thoughts, it instantly turned into fists and blasted toward the array barrier. Boom! 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 Bursts of explosions came, like the sound of firecrackers. However, after the crazy bombardment, Jiangya grabbed his hair and collapsed. What the hell is this array? After dozens of punches, there is no reaction at all. There was a reaction. With the series of bombardment just now, the sect protecting array, which was slightly blurry, became clearer and clearer. The disciples who were in the sect could see the arc-shaped array barrier in the sky. "Babies." Jun Changshao clapped his hands and said, "It's getting late. Go back and rest." Yes. The disciples cleaned up the martial arts practice field and then returned to the inner courtyard to sleep. Although at night, there were occasional bombardment sound from outside, they slept very soundly. This was because they had been cultivating for too long, drinking and having fun to relax. Jun Changshao also had a good sleep. The next day, when he woke up and opened the red-painted door, he saw the guy called Jiangya still standing in front of the mountain gate, his eyes bloodshot. This was not because he had stayed up late. This was because he was angry because he couldn't break the array through the night. Boom! Jiangya fiercely blasted the barrier again. His strength was still 2 to 3 million caddies, but it didn't shake at all. Finally, he squatted on the ground, grabbing his hair with a look of despair. Chapter 307. Jiangya, a genuine martial king. At this moment, he was squatting in front of the Iron Bone Mountain Gate with a face full of despair. He had originally planned to complete the mission and go home early to sleep, but after an entire night, he couldn't even break through their defensive array. It was a tragedy. He was also helpless. Jun Changshao leaned against the door and crossed his arms. "Are you tired?" Jiangya's eyes were filled with anger, and he said, "Brat, if you have the guts, get out here for this king." This king? This self-proclaimed title was a bit amazing. Could it be that he was— That's right. The system said, "This person is a martial king. His strength is unfathomable. If the host goes out, he will be beaten into a pile of shit." TSK, TSK. The Devil Fiend sect really thought highly of him, sending a martial king. Jun Changshao grinned and said, "I am standing in front of the door. If you have the ability, break the array and come in." The other party was a martial king, so he definitely wouldn't go out. "Brat." Jiangya clenched his fists tightly and said with a cold gaze, "When this king breaks the array, I will tear you into pieces." As expected of Hades Jiang, once he entered the mission state, just the look in his eyes was very frightening. Unfortunately, he could only say ruthless words outside and couldn't enter at all. Creak. Jun Changshao ignored him and closed the door. He first went to the first and second floors of the training pagoda to train for 4 hours, and then began to circulate the Yi Jin Jing to cultivate. After breaking through to the second stage Wuzong, he could clearly feel that although the speed of absorbing spirit energy had increased, the strengthening of the spirit energy in the spirit core had slowed down a lot. Even with the supply of qi gathering pills, it would be good enough to break through to the third stage in a year. As Jun Changshao muttered to himself, he took out a perfectly round martial master pill. He had obtained 50 points of medicinal herbs from Ma Yuntang, and on the way back to the sect, he had already finished refining them. With this kind of pill, disciples who have reached the peak of martial disciple will have an easy time breaking through, and it will also save a lot of time for self-comprehension. If Xiao Ziji and Yi Xingchen were stuck at the peak of martial disciple, they would have had the martial master pill, and their cultivation would have been even higher. This was what it meant to be a tree planted by one's predecessors, while the descendants enjoyed the shade. Jun Changshao called Li Qingyang over and said, "Go and count the number of disciples in the sect who have reached the peak of martial disciple realm." Sect leader Li Qingyang said, "There are a total of 67 peak martial disciples." He was truly a qualified supervisor of internal affairs, knowing the cultivation of his fellow disciples like the back of his hand. "It's a little too much. It's not enough to share." Jun Changshao said, "We still have to get more herbs to refine it." Boom! Outside, another rumbling sound could be heard. Sect Master Jun, who had originally planned to make a trip to Huyang City, frowned and said, "Although that guy can enter, he can't get out by blocking the entrance. He could use voice transmission to inform the members of the Drizzle Hall in Huyang City, but he had to think of a way to get rid of that guy called Jiangya. How to solve it? This was a very big problem. Jun Changshao did not think that he could defeat a martial king with the help of the Green Dragon Crescent Blade. If he used it to deal with a single person, it would be a bit of a waste. Headache. Jun Changshao sat in the study and rubbed his temples. The system said, even if the host can get rid of that martial king, the Demon Fiend sect will definitely continue to send experts to harass you. Sigh. Jun Changshao said strength. If he had the cultivation of a martial king and wielded the Green Dragon Crescent Blade, how could he be afraid of the Demon Fiend sect? At this moment, a voice rang out. Jun Changshao looked up and saw the fire dragon lying in its nest yawning lazily and then waking up from its hibernation. This little guy has finally woken up. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, a scorching flame erupted. Not only did it envelop the fire dragon, it also burned its nest in an instant. The temperature in the room rose sharply. Shwa! Jun Changshao reacted quickly. Without saying a word, he rushed over and picked up the little guy who was enveloped in flames. Then, he jumped out of the open window. Whoosh whoosh. As soon as he arrived at the open area, the flames around the little dragon's body had already risen to 2 to 3 meters high. Fortunately, Jun Changshao was its master and could ignore the temperature of the flames. Fortunately, he carried it out quickly. Otherwise, the study would have been burned down. Oh my God, what a big ball of flames. Could it be that the sect leader is cultivating a fire attribute martial technique? When the passing disciples saw the huge wave of flames erupting from Jun Changxiao's hand, their eyes immediately filled with envy and admiration. But in fact, the flames were erupted by the little dragon. It had nothing to do with him. Arriving at the small martial arts practice field in the inner courtyard, Jun Changxiao hurriedly threw the little guy in the center, then took a few steps back and muttered, "Why did it spit out fire for no reason?" The system said, "It should be evolving." Evolving? The system explained, every time a special beast hibernates, it will begin to evolve, and its strength will also increase by a lot. Jun Changxiao's eyes lit up. After spending so much money, if the beast that was hatched became stronger from evolution, it would naturally be the best thing. Huff huff. The scorching flames continued to rise. The temperature in the inner courtyard became hot and dry as the flames rose. Although Su Xiaoma didn't know what was going on, he hurriedly returned to the side room and hung the freshly washed school uniform outside the martial arts practice field. Seeing this, Li Fei and the others naturally wouldn't miss the good opportunity to dry the clothes, so they took action one after another. In a short period of time, ropes were placed around the martial arts practice field. There were school uniforms, bedding, and white underwear on them. Jun Changxiao's mouth twitched. "My contract beast is evolving here, and you guys are relying on the released flames to dry the clothes. Can't you be more serious?" Huff huff. The scorching flames were still erupting without restraint. At first glance, it looked like the big fire that was lit during the celebration party yesterday. If it woke up yesterday, it could have saved some firewood. Jun Changxiao muttered. The fire dragon was shrouded in flames and continued to burn for several hours. Until night fell, the scorching flames began to fade. "The evolution is over," the system said. Jun Changxiao's eyes flashed with a luster of anticipation, looking forward to what changes his contract beast would have after the evolution. Gradually, the flames fell from the initial 2 to 3 meters high to a very small size. The little dragon's figure could also be clearly seen. Just from its physique alone, it was much bigger than before. Huff huff. After a while, the dragon's head appeared. Its 2 nostrils breathed in and out, and the surrounding flames were sucked in. In the dark night, as the flames gradually decreased, it returned to normal from the red color. Roar! After the evolution, the little dragon raised its head and roared. The dragon's roar suddenly echoed in the sky above Ironbone. Jiangya, who had just punched twice without any results, frowned and said, "This Ironbone, could it be that there is still a guardian beast?" The dragon's roar alarmed the disciples. They walked out of the side room one after another and saw a half-meter-long, fiery red beast standing on the small martial arts practice field like a snake. "This is..." Su Xiaoma's mouth twitched and said, "Little dragon." Li Fei hugged his head and said, "Why did it wake up? Why did it become bigger again?" Tianqi collapsed and said, "That big flame, was it released by it?" Chapter 308. After sleeping for a few months, the fiery dragon completed its evolution. Its body also changed from the size of a palm to more than half a meter long. At first, because its body was too small, it gave people the impression of a lizard. Now that it has grown a lot, because its body is very smooth, it looks like a snake. Jun Changxiao didn't think that the little dragon was a snake because it has 4 short legs, and each leg has 5 sharp claws like an eagle. The system said, "This guy doesn't look like a fiery dragon." "Nonsense," Jun Changxiao said. The system said, "In terms of physique, it is closer to a dragon. In terms of a number of claws, it is more like the legendary 5-clawed divine dragon." 5-clawed divine dragon. Jun Changxiao was stunned. He had heard in his previous life that the 5-clawed divine dragon symbolized the emperor in ancient times. The dragon on the dragon robe also had 5 claws. The system said, "In the world of martial arts, the 5-clawed divine dragon is called a divine beast and is also the king of dragons." "You mean, I hatched the fiery dragon's egg into a divine beast-level dragon?" Jun Changxiao said. The system said, "This is just a guess. There is no evidence to prove that it is a five-clawed divine dragon. What if it evolves a few more times and evolves into a fiery dragon? Jun Changshao was speechless. He definitely didn't want such a thing to happen. After all, the difference between a divine beast-level dragon and a fiery dragon is huge. Gulp! The little dragon that had just finished evolving growled from its stomach. It looked at its master with a pitiful look. It was hungry. "Let's go," Jun Changshao said. "Let's go eat." Swish! The little dragon took the first step and rushed to the outer courtyard's cafeteria with its four short legs. Because of its extreme speed, it was like a flash of fire. "Damn," Jun Changshao said in surprise. It ran so fast. The system said after this little guy evolved from the aura it emitted, it should have reached the level of middle stage. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. Although he had the system and could forcefully increase his cultivation, he had to spend a lot of effort to complete the epic mission. This little guy only slept for a few months and evolved once. When it woke up, it was already comparable to a martial master. How enviable! Jun Changshao was very happy with the little Longlong's awakening and evolution. But to Su Xiaomao and the others, it was a huge disaster because there would be no meat to eat again. The word want was removed the next day. This was because when they arrived at the cafeteria, before they could even raise their chopsticks, little Long Long had already jumped onto the dining table, its two fiery red eyes constantly looking around. He seemed to be saying, "I want to eat the meat in your bowls." The corners of Su Xiaomao and the others' mouths twitched. They willingly pushed all the dishes with meat over and roared in their hearts. When is it going to hibernate again? Swoosh! Whoosh! Little Long Long opened its mouth and gobbled up all the meat on the plate before going to another table. After a few rounds, there were only vegetarian dishes left on each table. At this moment, Lu Qianqian walked in from outside. The half-full little dragon met the cold woman's gaze and immediately remembered the pain of being controlled by the cold air. It quickly slipped away with its tail between its legs. Fortunately, the eldest senior sister could cure it. The next time they ate, Su Xiaomao and the others learned their lesson. As long as they saw Lu Qianqian go to the cafeteria, they would immediately follow. As expected, as long as the eldest senior sister appeared, little Long Long, who was acting like a tyrant, would quickly disappear. It was completely a formation that could not be provoked and could only be avoided. Jun Changshao would not watch this little guy snatch the disciples' meat, so he ordered Lu Wanshi to cook for it alone. "Sect Master," Lu Wanshi pouted and said, "Little Long Long's appetite is too big. It eats 700 to 800 pounds of food in a day." So much. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. With his current financial resources, it was no problem to feed little Long Long. However, the sect did not have much food stored, and there was a martial king guarding the mountain gate. How would he replenish it if it was all eaten? No, Jun Changshao said, "We have to sneak around that guy and go down the mountain to buy enough food." Night. Jiangyu was still standing in front of the mountain gate. His eyes were still bloodshot. He had been here for 2 days. During this period of time, he had bombarded the formation thousands of times, but he still could not shake it. Huff huff. Behind him, 10 Wuzong were panting. They were sent by the great branch leader to assist Jiangya in destroying the iron bone. They rushed over early in the morning and knew that the iron bone was protected by a formation, so they bombarded it for 12 to 14 hours. Although there was a big gap between Wuzong and martial kings, 10 Wuzong were still comparable to a rank 1 martial king. Even after bombarding it for so long, they still could not do anything. It could be seen that the sect protective formation was really strong. Jun Changshao felt even more comfortable. With such a powerful formation protecting him, he wished he could go out now and mindlessly cause trouble. After all, if he offended someone, he could just hide in the sect. "Damn it," Jiangya said angrily. "I've done so many missions, and I've always completed them with the fastest speed. I didn't expect to be troubled by a small iron bone today." "Lord," one of the Wuzongs said, "should we inform the great branch leader and send a formation master to break this formation?" Jiangya rubbed his chin and said, Since brute force is not enough, I can only rely on intelligence. Inform the great branch leader. Yes. One of the Wuzong retreated a few steps and made a complicated hand seal. He muttered something and then saw a black light fly out. HM. At this moment, Jianya seemed to have sensed something and coldly laughed. Brat, you finally came out. At the cliff of the back mountain, Jun Changshao used the cloud-treading steps and jumped back and forth between the rocks. He needed to buy a large amount of food to feed the little dragon. The main gate was guarded by the demon fiend Sect's experts, and he could not send disciples to take risks. He could only secretly stay in the back mountain. The system said, "There is something I must tell the host." Speak, Jun Changshao said as he jumped down. The system said, after entering the martial king realm, you can form spiritual sense that cannot be seen by the naked eye. From there, you can capture targets within a certain range and make them unable to hide. Jun Changshao stood on a rock, the corner of his mouth twitching as he said, "You mean the martial king guarding the mountain gate will release spiritual sense to capture?" Hoo-hoo. At this moment, a powerful force suddenly emerged from the foot of the mountain. Jianya rushed up with a torrential air wave and coldly shouted, "Brat, your time of death has come." Although he could not break the array, he still released his spiritual sense to cover the entire iron bone. If there was any movement, he would be able to catch it immediately. So, in the face of a martial king expert, the Type 88 sniper rifle was no longer a threat, because the moment the bullet was fired, it would be captured by the spiritual sense and dodged in advance. F***CK. Seeing Jianya charge at him fiercely, the shocked Jun Changshao hurriedly turned back, roaring his heart, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" The system said, "I just remembered." Shwa, shwa, shwa. Jun Changshao was really going all out. The cloud-treading steps was instantly activated to the extreme, jumping left and right nonstop. Jianya's face changed. This guy was only a second-stage Wuzong. The movement technique he used was not bad. With his current speed, he would definitely be able to catch up to him and return to the array first. Who? While thinking, Jianya stretched out his hands and put them together, opening his palms. A powerful spiritual energy quickly gathered together, flashing with a strange light as he said, "Soul chasing life reaping." Show. The light condensed between his palms rushed out from the bottom, dragging a long stream of light. Jun Changshao looked back and exclaimed, F***CK, is this Kamehameha? Shwa, shwa. Tom did not allow him to think too much. He could only desperately jump up until he reached the top of the mountain. The stream of light behind him was about to rush over. Sect leader Jun spat out his tongue like a mad dog and rushed into the array. But because he stuck out his butt, he was directly swept by the stream of light. Bang, bang. The explosive energy slammed into the array formation's barrier. Chapter 309. Boom. Jianya's soul-chasing attack hit the defensive barrier. Although it did not shake it, there was a loud sound. What's going on? Why is there such a big commotion? Let's go and take a look. The Iron Bone disciples who had not slept rushed to the back of the mountain in groups and came to the place where the sound came from. Gah! In an instant, they were all dumbfounded, because the sect leader was lying on the grass with his butt sticking out. There was a big hole in his pants, showing his red and swollen skin. Sect leader. The disciples rushed over in alarm. Don't come over. Jun Changshao grimaced and said, I'll be fine after lying down for a while. Relying on the cloud-treading steps, he tried his best to climb to the top of the mountain, but his butt was still swept. Under the impact of the force, he was directly sent into the formation. To be honest, he was a little embarrassed. But thanks to the energy wave, he was able to quickly enter the formation. After resting for a while, Jun Changshao stood up holding his butt and said, It hurts so much just from being swept. If I was hit directly, I would definitely be injured or killed. The system said, This is the strength of a martial king. Damn it. Jun Changshao's eyes flickered with anger. I must think of a way to play with that guy to death. Being hit on the butt and being seen by the disciples. How embarrassing was this? He must take revenge. At this moment, Little Dragon rushed over from afar. When it saw its master swollen, but its eyes immediately filled with anger. Roar! The little guy roared, and its body suddenly erupted with scorching flames. Its master was beaten. As a contract beast, it definitely could not tolerate it. The more Little Dragon thought about it, the angrier it became. The flames it spewed out spread to a range of 2 to 3 meters. Jun Changshao could feel its anger and comforted it. Don't worry, when Master becomes stronger, he will naturally go and beat him up. Master. Suddenly, a childish voice came from the flames. I'll go and beat him up now. Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. The disciples' eyes almost popped out. A voice came from the flames. Could it be that Little Dragon is talking? That's impossible. Ta! Suddenly, a figure about a meter tall walked out of the scorching flames. Although he was naked, the flames just happened to cover the important part of his lower body. From its form, it looked like an 8 or 9-year-old child. However, his arms, chest, abdominal muscles, and even the muscles on his legs were very well developed. One look, and one could tell that he was a fitness expert. The skin of this person was crimson red, like burning charcoal. In that case, why do you put quotation marks on the word human? This was because it had the body of a human, but it had the head of a goat with 2 slightly curved horns. What was even more troublesome was behind his buttocks was a thick and long tail with a cluster of flames burning crazily at the end. This wasn't a human. This was a monster. Jun Changshao and his disciples were all dumbstruck. Right at this moment, the scorching flames behind him began to converge and soon disappeared without a trace. Jun Changshao didn't notice his own contracted beast, so the corner of his mouth twitched violently. You're the little dragon? Yes. The fiery red monster said with a tender voice, Master. Jun Changshao almost lost his footing and fell. The contracted beast actually turned into a human-like monster and could even speak. Was he dreaming? Master. The little dragon said, This is my combat form after evolution, called dragon form. Jun Changshao's mouth twitched. From the head, it doesn't look like a dragon form at all. Instead, it looks more like a goat. The little dragon said, I need to evolve a few more times before I can achieve true dragon form. The system said, Host, this dire beast that you hatched has mutated. If I'm not wrong, it should be a mirage beast. The so-called mirage beast was particular about the word mirage. For example, Peppa the wild boar looked like it didn't have much combat power, but it could transform into a beast and produce a powerful sound wave to intimidate the opponent. From the little dragon's first combat form, the system determined that this must be an illusion, thus achieving human form. Jun Changshao said, Little dragon, you're a mirage beast? Mirage beast? When the disciples heard this, they suddenly understood. If it was a mirage beast, it didn't seem too strange to transform from a dire beast to a human form. The little dragon said, My combat form can only last for 15 minutes, so I have to hurry up and get rid of the guy who hurt you. Jun Changshao said solemnly, The person who hurt me is a martial king. The little dragon's eyes flashed with human-like disdain. As long as it's not a peak martial king, I can torture him until he has nothing left to live for. Is that so? Jun Changshao said. Master, the little dragon said proudly, Do you want him alive or dead? Seeing how arrogant it was, Jun Changshao said, If you can torture him, beat him until he's half dead, and then carry him back. Okay. The little dragon rushed toward the formation outside. The important parts of its lower body were covered by a cluster of flames. Don't go, Jun Changshao hurriedly said. In front of us is The cry of falling into the cliff suddenly resounded in the sky. Jun Changshao, all the disciples, is this contract beast of mine reliable or not? Jiangya leaped a few times and landed steadily on the ground. The corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. Kid, my soul-chasing attack just now carried a force of 3 million gene. Even if it only hit your butt, you will definitely die or be injured. Jiangyu was very confident in his own strength. He did not think that a second-stage Wuzong could withstand it. In fact, Jun Changshao's body was already quite strong after more than a year of tempering. Moreover, it was only a graze, so it was only a minor injury. Clap. Jianya clapped his hands and said, "When the leader sends a formation master to break the defensive formation, this king can easily take care of the iron bone." He covered his face and laughed strangely. Everything is under this king's control. Suddenly, a child's scream came from above. Boom! 5 meters away, something suddenly fell and kissed the ground, rolling up a cloud of dust. Jianya, who was laughing strangely, was startled. The dust dispersed, and a human-shaped pit appeared on the ground. The corner of Jiangya's mouth twitched. Did someone take things too hard and jump off the cliff to commit suicide? He merged his spiritual sense into the pit and understood everything inside. He was stunned. Is this a human or a beast? As expected of a martial king powerhouse. Suddenly seeing the existence that looked like a human and a demon, he was only a little surprised and did not feel any panic. Clap! Little Long Long put one hand on the ground and climbed out of the pit in a sorry state. Damn it! It patted the dust off its body and covered its forehead. It broke down. It's the first time I used my combat form, and I did such a shameful thing. Hey, Jianya said, are you a human or a demon? Swoosh! Suddenly, Little Long Long appeared in front of him. Its fiery red eyes flashed with anger. I'm a dragon man. So fast, Jianya's expression changed, and he instinctively wanted to dodge. But it was too late. Little Long Long's seemingly tender little fists had already landed on his chest. Jianya could rely on his spiritual sense to see it in advance, but there was no time to dodge. He couldn't even block it with his arms. Bang! An energy wave visible to the naked eye spread out from Jiangxia's back, and he was sent flying, crashing into the mountain wall. Swoosh! Little Long Long rushed over. Its red arms waved crazily, launching a rainstorm of attacks. You hurt my master. You have nothing left to live for. Bang! 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 Dust filled the air, and gravel flew everywhere. The mountain wall suffered the bombardment of power and cracked rapidly, spreading upward like a spiderweb. There was only one word to describe it: brutal. These 4 words were extremely brutal. P.S. Please vote. Chapter 310. After a round of crazy bombardment, at least 5 to 6 meters of the mountain wall was shattered and caved in. Swish! Little Long Long stopped and said indifferently, "This is the result of injuring my master." Jianya was caved in the stone wall. His body was full of wounds, and his face was blasted into a pig's head. One word: miserable. He didn't say anything because he had fainted after being beaten up. A martial king. He was directly beaten up. It was extremely terrifying. If it wasn't for Jun Changshao's order to keep him alive, this king of Heljiang would probably have returned to his hometown. Just now, he said that everything was under control, but in the blink of an eye, he was beaten up. The speed of face slapping was simply too fast. There was no other way. Who would have thought that a demon who looked like an 8 or 9 years old child would have such terrifying strength? Jianya was a second-rank martial king, but he was beaten up so miserably. Little Long Long's strength was at least comparable to a 5th or 6th rank martial king, or even higher. Its combat form was so terrifying. Swish! Little Long Long grabbed one of Jiangya's feet and dug him out of the stone wall. Then it jumped up the cliff and landed on the top of the mountain. Just like that, the unconscious Jiangya was dragged into the iron bone by Little Long Long and then thrown on the martial arts practice field. This, looking at the demon fiend sect expert who was beaten up to the point that even his mother couldn't recognize him, Jun Changshao was dumbfounded. Counting the time, it had only been 10 minutes since his contract beast jumped off the cliff. A martial king was beaten to such a state. The speed was too fast. It was mainly because Jianya was a bit resistant and Little Long Long was beating him up more, so it hit him for a while longer. Otherwise, it would have been done in a few minutes. Master, Little Long Long raised its head and said in a childish voice, "Quickly praise me." Amazing, amazing. Jun Changshao gave a thumbs up. To be able to beat a martial king so miserably, his contract beast, was simply amazing. In order to increase the mutation rate, He almost spent all his fortune. Now it seemed that it was worth it. Little Long Long said seriously, I won't be happy because of Master's praise. The corners of the disciples' mouths twitched. If you're not overjoyed, why are you wagging your tail? Boom! Suddenly, a crisp sound was heard. Little Dragonite returned to its normal form and lay on the ground like a limp loach. Although the battle form was very powerful, its weakness was that it could not be maintained for long. After returning to normal, it would also fall into a weakened state. Jun Changshao walked over and hugged it in his arms. Little fellow, you've worked hard. The little dragon was so weak that it didn't even have the strength to cry out. It could only lie on its master's body and close its eyes to rest. Sect leader Li Qingyang asked, how do we deal with this guy? Seal the meridians. Jun Changshao glanced at Jiangya and said indifferently, lock him up. Under normal circumstances, martial artists with low cultivation levels would never be able to get close to a martial king, let alone seal their chi meridians. But now, Jiangya was beaten half to death and was completely at the mercy of others. Therefore, Li Qingyang easily sealed the chi meridians and even sealed more than 10 chi meridians on his body. It was absolutely foolproof. Just like that, Jiangya, who originally wanted to complete the mission early and go home to sleep, successfully entered the Iron Bone, but sadly became a prisoner. He was no longer king of Heljiang. He was now a genuine beggar Jiang. Little Long Long activated its battle form. Although it was terrifying, the side effects were also very great. The next day, it was still in a weak state and didn't even have the slightest appetite. Jun Changshao was very worried. The system said, after using the illusion technique, the Mirage Beast will enter different degrees of weakness according to the strength. Little Long Long can abuse the martial king, so it's normal for it to be weak for a long time. Jun Changshao relaxed and said with a cold gaze, injuring Lousy and making Little Long Long weak, that guy must not be let off easily. He must suffer a fate worse than death. In a sturdy cell, Jiangyu was pressed against the wall. His hands and feet were bound by thick iron chains, and his head was half-hung. The wounds on his body from Little Long Long's bombardment were still clearly visible. Being tortured so miserably and having more than 10 chi meridians sealed, there was no need to use chains to bind him, but for the sake of a martial king, he had to be treated with high standards. After a while, sunlight shone in through the iron window and shone on Jiangya's eyes. His eyelids blinked slightly, and he gradually woke up from his coma. The moment he woke up, intense pain engulfed his heart, and his body felt as if it was about to fall apart. Jiangya, who was enduring the pain, recalled what happened earlier. He remembered that he was attacked by a monster that looked like a human and a demon, and then he lost his mind. Needless to say, he was knocked unconscious. Then, where was he now? Enduring the pain from his body, Jiangya tried to raise his head and found that he was in a dark room. Only a ray of sunlight shone in through the window. Hua hua. As his limbs moved, the sound of the iron chains came. Jiangya instantly realized that he had become a prisoner. The anger in his heart suddenly rose, and he immediately activated his mental cultivation method. However, he could not get in touch with the spirit core. Damn it! Not only did he become a prisoner, but his chi meridians were also sealed. This was simply too cowardly. Bang! At this moment, the tightly shut iron door was kicked open. Jun Changshao walked in with a few disciples with a murderous aura. Sect leader, Su Xiaoma said, this guy is awake. Knock him unconscious again. Jun Changshao said coldly. He came here with only one purpose, and that was to use all his strength to torture this guy, to take revenge for yesterday's spanking. Yes. Su Xiaoma walked over, and without saying a word, he began to bombard Jiangya like a storm. The bombardment made Jiangya's face abnormally sinister. A martial king expert was very good at using spiritual energy. They could even cover their whole body to form a defense. Now that Jiangya's chi meridians were sealed and his cultivation was gone, he was just a punching bag that was more resistant than an ordinary person. Therefore, after a round of torture, he, who was already extremely weak, lowered his head and fainted again. This was most likely due to anger. After all, as a martial king expert, he had never been humiliated by a low-level martial master. Hua! A basin of cold water was poured over, and Jianya woke up again. Jun Changshao said indifferently, "Continue." Yes. In this way, in half an hour, Jianya was beaten unconscious 5 times and woken up 5 times by cold water. Although his whole body was in pain, he did not scream, showing that he was very strong. Jun Changshao was not surprised. After all, if a martial king screamed after being beaten a few times, it would be a loss of the demeanor of a strong expert. Little brat. After waking up again, Jianya endured the pain, raised his wet head, and said with a sinister smile, If this is how you treat prisoners, then it is really very ordinary." Provoking me? Jun Changshao walked over, raised his right hand, and a cluster of flames immediately rose. He smiled coldly and said, "Don't be anxious. The show has just begun." "This is," Jianya said in shock, Ling Long fire. Whoosh! Ah! A painful scream was transmitted in the cell, and it was hair-raising. Chapter 3:11. Jun Changshao did not doubt that if not for the Sect protection formation, the guy called Jianya would have rushed in and he and the Sect would have been destroyed long ago. Therefore, he did not show any mercy in terms of torture, taking turns to use all kinds of torture. Especially the burning of the exquisite fire. It was the most cruel, burning Jianya until he screamed in pain, leaving behind charred scars on his body. The martial king was also human. When the pain reached its peak, it would also scream out miserably. However, the martial king's will was extremely strong. After being burned by the exquisite fire, Jianya woke up once again and said with a sinister smile, "Little brat, this kind of method this king can still. I can still bear it," Jun Changshao said indifferently. "This is only the first day. After this, I will let you have a good time." With that, he left with Su Xiaomao and the others. He had already been imprisoned, so he had plenty of time to play with him slowly. And so, for the next 3 days, Jianya had to endure torture at every moment. If it was an ordinary person, their will would have already collapsed. Sect leader, Li Qingyang said, "Why don't you give him a quick death?" He was not sympathizing with an evil sect martial cultivator, but he was worried that if something unexpected happened, it would be troublesome. Jun Changshao sat in the study room, the back of his hand holding his chin, and said, "This is a martial king. It would be a pity to kill him." "What does sect leader mean?" Li Qingyang said. Jun Changshao said, "If we can destroy his will and control his soul source, it would be pretty good to stay in the sect as a servant." The martial king was still very strong. If he could take him for his own use, it would definitely be better than killing him. Li Qingyang said, "The martial king has his dignity. Relying on torture to make him submit, I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult." "That's right." Jun Changshao leaned back in his chair and said, "After being tortured for so long, he is still very unyielding. It will be a bit difficult to control him." Wong. At this moment, the invisible array formation in the outside world suddenly appeared. At the entrance of the mountain, Ten Wuzong was very depressed. It's been 3 days since my lord went to the back of the mountain. Why hasn't he returned yet? Just as he was thinking, the Fiend Demon Sect's branch sent over 2 array masters. They couldn't wait for Jianya, so they ordered them to infiltrate the defensive array formation and destroy it from the inside. Pooh! However, they just entered it when a terrifying force swept over, and it instantly shook their souls to the point they were dazed. Both of them retreated explosively and spat out blood. They suppressed their surging chi and blood as shock appeared in their eyes. This formation is too strange. I've studied it for decades, but I've never seen such a complicated formation. Both of them were experienced array masters who had set up and broken array formations countless times. However, after they infiltrated the Sect protection formation, they were immediately stunned by the intricate lines and formations inside. There were traces to be found in any formation. However, the array formation standing on the iron bone was invulnerable. Even without the backlash from earlier, with their current cultivation, they wouldn't be able to break the formation even if they studied it for a lifetime. The Sect Protection Formation was something from Merchant City, and it was different from the Falling Star Continent's array system. It was impossible to break it. Jun Changshao didn't care about the formation's appearance, nor did he care about the people outside. Instead, he focused on how to subdue Jiangya. Although he could use torture to torture him, he couldn't break his strong willpower, so he had to use another method. Creak. The cell door was pushed open, and Lu Wancher walked in with a lunchbox. Looking at Jiangya, who was bound by thick chains and covered in injuries, she couldn't help but ask, "Big brother, does it hurt?" Jiangya lowered his head and didn't say anything. Lu Wancher put down the lunchbox and opened the lid. Instantly, the fragrant smell of food wafted out. Not bad. Jun Changshao planned to use delicious food to tempt him. Needless to say, Jiangya, who had been hungry for a few days, smelled the intoxicating fragrance, and his stomach started to rumble. "Big brother, I'll put the food here." Lu Wancher placed the food in front of him, packed up the lunchbox, and left. Clatter, clatter. Jiangya dragged the chains and walked over with difficulty. Because his hands were bound, he could only open his mouth to eat. He wasn't worried about the food being poisoned. After all, he was already a prisoner. If the other party wanted him to die, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Munch, munch. Eating the food made by Lu Wancher, Jiangya felt like he was bathing in the mountains in the spring breeze. That feeling was too comfortable, too wonderful. Vaguely, he remembered when he was young, when he was hungry, his sister brought him to the restaurant in town to steal leftovers. "Big sister, there's shredded meat. Big sister, there's an unfinished fish. Big sister, why aren't you eating?" Big sister isn't hungry. When he was young, Jiangya didn't know that it wasn't that his sister wasn't hungry, but that she risked her life to steal food for him. Although he was eating leftovers, it was the most delicious and satisfying meal he had ever eaten in his life. Later, the matter was exposed, and the restaurant owner sent people to take his sister away. Jiangya was also beaten up and laid in a broken house for 3 days and 3 nights. From that day onwards, he and his sister were separated and never saw each other again. Later, because Jiangya had the opportunity to cultivate martial arts, he tied up the restaurant owner and found out that his sister was sold to a brothel in the city. That day, the flames burning in the restaurant couldn't compare to the anger in Jiangya's heart. "Big sister, I will definitely find you." After he was angry in the mountains, he went to the city, but that brothel had already closed several years ago. His sister's clues were cut off. For a long time, Jiangya spent his time asking and searching, but there was no progress. In the end, he could only join the Demon Fiend Sect and willingly become an evil sect member. Why? Because this organization had a strong intelligence network. However, even with the help of the powerful intelligence network of the Demon Fiend Sect, Jiangya still couldn't find his sister. This made him feel incomparable despair and even wondered if his sister had already fallen. No, as long as there was no evidence, his sister must still be alive. He had to continue searching, even if he had to search for a lifetime. Little Xia, although our parents are gone, but our home is still here. No matter how difficult the future is, we must live well. This was what his sister had said back then, and Jiangya had deeply remembered it in his heart. Therefore, after a long and fruitless search, he lived in Jiang Town, hoping that his sister, who was still alive, would one day return to this dilapidated home. Unfortunately, year after year of waiting, in exchange for year after year of no news. Because of his sister's fetters, Jiangya, who could have been stronger, took a long time to break through to the Martial King realm. The Martial Dao was not important to him. If he could find his only family in this world, it didn't matter if he stopped forever. Lu Wancher's food reminded Jiangya of his painful past, making him eat while tears streamed down his face. Damn! Su Xiaoma stood outside, the corner of his mouth twitching. Dudu's food made the Martial King cry. Jun Changshao said, "Food is the most important thing for the people. Even a Martial King can't resist the temptation of delicious food. If we let him eat for a few more days, he will definitely surrender." The two of them didn't know that this wasn't because of the food, but because of the scenery. 3 days later, he opened the prison door and entered, sitting on the chair prepared by the disciples. Jun Changshao clasped his hands together and said, "Hand over your soul source and become this seat's servant. I can let you live." Jiang hadn't been tortured these past few days, and he had been fed. Although he still didn't have any strength, his spirit was very good. He laughed strangely and said, "Brat, do you think that with just a few meals, you can make this king submit? You don't agree? I am the king of martial arts. How can I bend my waist for 5 bushels of rice?" Chapter 3:12. All right, Jun Changshao got up and left. Then he cut off the food supply and began to destroy his willpower mentally. He thought that he could use delicious food to control Jiangya. But in fact, he guessed wrong. Because that guy hadn't eaten for a few days, his willpower was still very strong. Lu Wancher's delicacies were indeed very tempting. But as the king of martial Dao, he naturally had the pride of the king of martial Dao. How could a black and 2 black martial disciples compare to him? Of course, Jiangya still missed it. Sect leader Su Xiaoma scratched his head and said, "This guy is very hard. Do you want to continue torturing him?" Jun Changshao rubbed his chin and said, "It's impossible to destroy his willpower by relying on external forces. Right now, we can only slowly consume it." Lu Wancher said, "Sect leader, let him eat something. What if he starves to death?" Jun Changshao said, "Send some food in." Lu Wancher took the lunchbox and went in. Jiangya didn't stand on ceremony and ate it clean. As long as it was food, he would eat it. But want this king to submit? Absolutely impossible. Such a tough bone made Jun Changshao feel even more troubled. In the end, he could only choose to continue being imprisoned and prepare for the first great competition. As for the experts of the Devil Fiend sect outside, because they couldn't break the formation and couldn't see Jiangya return, they could only stand in front of the mountain gate and look at each other helplessly. Even though 5 days had passed, little Long Long was still in a weak state, and his appetite had greatly decreased. It could be seen that although this kind of strength that suddenly possessed the strength to oppress a martial king was very powerful, the side effects were also very tragic. Someone would ask, since little Long Long was so awesome, why would he be afraid of Lu Qianqian? The reason was very simple. The first time he was frozen, it left an indelible psychological shadow in the little guy's heart. It was almost time for the great competition. Long Zhang, Yang Yuhua, and the other outer sect disciples were cultivating with all their might, hoping to enter the inner sect. Firstly, they could prove their strength, and secondly, they could obtain more resources. Xiao Ziji, Yi Xingqin, and the others were completely focused on the Tower of Experience and their cultivation. They were completely oblivious to what was happening outside. After Jun Changshao was done with the preparations for the inter-sect tournament, he opened the system attribute panel once again. It had been 10 days since the middle-grade sect protection formation was activated, and he had burned 100 contribution points. No. Jun Changshao frowned and said, "The people of the Demon Fiend sect have been guarding the mountain gate. If this drags on for a year or so, the contribution points will definitely be used up. With the sect protecting formation, they could sit back and relax. But without contribution points to activate it, it was definitely going to die." The system said, so the host should quickly think of a way to get rid of the Demon Fiend sect. Otherwise, even if you can hide for a while, you won't be able to hide forever. At this time, Jun Changshao tapped on the beginner's shop and said, "We can only place our hopes on this. Hopefully, we'll be able to find even more powerful firearms." The system said, "You might as well buy a mid-tier item from them all." Jun Changshao also wanted to, but 1,000 points was too expensive. If he couldn't solve the problem, the remaining contribution points wouldn't be able to support him for long. He didn't refresh them all immediately. Instead, he first burned incense and took a bath praying. It was done very formally and also very metaphysically. Everything was ready. He directly pulled down. Then the tragedy began. He refreshed 5 times in a row and spent 100 contribution points. There wasn't a single useful item, but he did get a lot of daily necessities. With the extra 1 point of luck value, I can't feel his existence at all. Calm down, calm down. I'll refresh another 100 points. If I really can't get anything good, I'll decisively choose to give up. Jun Changshao restrained his thoughts and pulled down them all again. The sixth item that appeared was still a pile of dispensable daily necessities. Just as Jun Changshao was about to continue refreshing, the last item made his eyes light up. It was a product called the Battle Exemption Card, and its shape was similar to a token. Click on the details. Item, Battle Exemption Card. Effect, write the name of the enemy force behind the Battle Exemption Card and can forcibly avoid fighting with the other party for 3 months. Disadvantage, can only be purchased once in the mall. Price, 200 contribution points. After reading the introduction, Jun Changshao almost jumped up and said, "This thing is good." Although it could only avoid fighting for 3 months, although it could only be bought once, it could undoubtedly provide a certain amount of time for the sect. The system said, this is the credit of 1 point of luck value. Otherwise, the host would never have this kind of product in the beginner's mall. Jun Changshao rolled his eyes and said, "You're really good after the fact." The point was on the purchase. Ding! The host has spent 200 contribution points and obtained the Battle Exemption Card X1. It has been transferred into the space ring. Ding! Sect contribution points, 12852000. Jun Changshao didn't use it for the time being. Instead, he took advantage of his good luck and refreshed them all again. Needless to say, there really was something good. The second item in the first row was still a token-shaped product. Its name was Surrender Order. Click on the details. Item, Surrender Order. Effect, raise the surrender order and shout the word surrender towards the captured target. You can force the other party to submit. Disadvantage, can only recruit the captured target once. Martial Disciple and Martial Master for 3 months. Wuzong and Martial King for 2 months. Wu Huang for 1 month. Wu Sheng and above for 2 months. Price, 200 contribution points. Jun Changshao was startled and immediately said in joy, "I was just worried that I wouldn't be able to subdue that tough bone." The system said, this item can only recruit the Martial King for 2 months. Jun Changshao said, "Not to mention 2 months. Even if it's 1 month, as long as I use it well, I can make him willing to become my servant." The system was silent. Ding! Host has spent 200 contribution points and obtained the Surrender Order X1. It has been transferred into the space ring. Ding! Sect contribution points, 10752000. After buying the surrender order, Jun Changshao did not refresh it again. After all, there were only 1,000 points left, so he would keep it for emergencies. Then, should I use the Battle Exemption Card first? Or should I recruit that guy first? Jun Changshao thought for a moment and decided to recruit them first. After all, the Devil Fiend sect only sent a dozen or so people, so the problem wasn't too big. Not to mention, if he could recruit that Martial King and make him listen to his orders, he could make good use of it and try his best not to use the Battle Exemption Card. Inside the cell, Lu Wancher brought food over again. She blinked her big round eyes and said, "Big brother, why don't you compromise?" "Humph," Jiangya said indifferently. "A mere trash sect wants me to be a servant. It's simply wishful thinking." Lu Wancher said, "You don't have to be a servant. You can be a disciple of our Ironbone." Jiangya said in disdain, "Little girl, do you think that a sect can accommodate a great Buddha like this king?" Although his words were a bit arrogant from a normal point of view, it was indeed unbearable. After all, even in a fifth-rate sect, there were very few Martial King level experts. Lu Wancher said, "Although our Ironbone's level is not high, it is a very warm family. When you integrate into it, you will definitely like it very much." "Big family?" Jiangya laughed coldly. "It's just a sect, no matter how warm it is. How can it be compared to my own home?" He secretly added in his heart, "Even if it's tattered." Creak! Jun Changshao pushed open the door and walked in, and said, "Have you considered it for the past few days?" "Kid," Jiangya said proudly, "do you think that you can use torture and delicacies to make this king submit? You're really underestimating me. Jiangya. You don't agree? Jun Changshao said. Jiangya vowed. If you have any methods, just use them. If this king submits, I will take your surname from today onwards. Chapter 313. Jiangya was unyieldingly defending the dignity of a martial king. Fine. Jun Changshao had completely lost patience with him. He raised his right hand and took out a warm surrender order from his space ring. Kakik. Seeing the two words surrender engraved on the command token, Jiang Xia laughed strangely and said, Kid, what are you singing? Surrender. Jun Changshao said indifferently. Xiao. The two words surrender on the token flickered with a white light. A beam of light instantly flew out and accurately entered Jiang Xia's forehead. Ga. His smile froze. Call for surrender, call for surrender, call for surrender. The sound kept lingering in his ears. Jiangya's face gradually became ferocious. An irresistible force was crazily spreading in his body. It began to control his thoughts and forced him to lower his noble head. In the end, he gritted his teeth unwillingly and said, Servant Jiang Xia greets the Lord. He swore that he didn't want to say it, but his thoughts and mouth didn't listen to him and came out. Lu Wancher was shocked. Just now, he had stubbornly told her that Iron Bone was trash and couldn't hold a god like him. How did he become a servant in a blink of an eye and greet master? That's right. He had just said that if he surrendered, he would take the sect leader's surname. Wouldn't he be called Jun Xia in the future? Jiang didn't consider whether his surname would be Jiang or Jun. Instead, he roared in his heart. Who can tell me what is going on? Ka. The chains were removed, and he was free. Jiangya wanted to raise his weak hand and slap his own face, but he cupped his hands and said with difficulty, Thank you, master. Thank my ass. That's not what I wanted to say. At that moment, Jiangya's thoughts were very clear, but there was a special force that forced him to listen to Jun Changshao. This was the surrender order in the merchant city. No matter how unyielding you are, no matter how strong you are, no matter how strong you are, as long as you're bound by the power of surrender, you can only obey the orders of the user. There is no reason at all. Unfortunately, since he couldn't erase the rebellious thoughts, he could only forcefully control them. Even though Jiangya had no choice but to listen to Jun Changshao, he was still unconvinced. This is what it means to have my body, but not my soul. Jun Changshao didn't care, as long as the other party obeyed his orders. Even if it was just a short month, he was confident that he could influence the other party and make the other party willingly become his servant. Come. Jun Changshao sat on a chair with one leg crossed over the other and said, Tell me everything about the demon fiend sect targeting my Iron Bone sect. If it was in the past, Jiangyu would definitely not say anything, but the special power controlled his body and mind, so he blurted out everything. It was very clear and detailed. He couldn't help but be surprised. When did he become so fluent in his speech? From Jiangya, Jun Changshao learned that this was a mission issued by the leader of the Yangzhou branch in the southwest. They were to destroy Iron Bone and bring back the saber with the weapon spirit. However, he frowned. That's it. I've been living in seclusion in Jiangjia town, so I don't know much about the branch. Jiangyu was crying in his heart. He really didn't want to say these words, but he couldn't control his mouth. Oh, Jun Changshao was surprised. Why do you want to live in seclusion in Jiangjia town? An arrogant martial king who didn't enjoy the high standard treatment and chose to live in seclusion in a town. This was definitely a person with a story. Because it's my home, Jiangya said with difficulty. Home? Jun Changshao clasped his hands together and said, Please tell me your story. Jiangya's story was very complicated. He had never told anyone, and even the leader didn't know much about his past. Now, under the control of the power to summon him, he started from his childhood, talked about his sister who had lost contact with him, and also talked about why he wanted to live in seclusion in Jiangjia town. After Lu Wancher finished listening, she wiped her tears and said, Big brother, you're so pitiful. Jiangyu was silent. After talking about his past, although he was angry, his suppressed state of mind was released. Jun Changshao thought, I thought he was a disciple of the demon fiend sect. It turns out that he was only temporarily attached to the sect and used the intelligence agency to find his family. This person's strength is not bad, and he's not a real evil sect. The host can try to recruit him as an elder of the sect. The system recommended. Jun Changshao said, I thought of the same thing. After learning about Jianya's story, he really did have the thought of recruiting him and appointing him as an elder. After all, a martial king was qualified to take this position. Facts have proven it. Jun Changshao said, even if you attached yourself to the demon fiend sect, you still couldn't find your sister. In the end, you became their killing tool. Jianya smiled bitterly and said, it can be considered as using each other. Jun Changshao said, have you ever considered using another method to find your sister? What method? Jianya said, just by saying it casually. His eyes flashed with a hopeful light, which made Jun Changshao believe that his sister was very important in his heart. This was his weakness, since he knew, if he didn't persuade him, what kind of sect master was he? What kind of transmigrator was he? Jun Changshao leaned forward and said, join my Ironbone sect and become a member. I'll help you find your long-lost family. Under normal circumstances, Jianya would definitely say disdainfully, even a third-rate sect can't do it. How can a trash sect find her? Limited by the power of control, he said with difficulty, Master can help me find my sister. Jun Changshao said, you may think that I'm lying, but in fact in the Falling Star continent, Jun Changshao, can do things that others can't. For example, he paused and said, you are a martial king with a strong will. Why would you bow down to me? These words made Jianya silent. He still had the ability to think independently. He was still thinking, why did he submit to him uncontrollably even though he didn't want to? Some kind of sorcery? Impossible. Impossible. Although he wasn't the most orthodox martial cultivator of the evil sect, he had been in contact with such people for a long time. He had never heard of any sorcery that could forcibly control others. Of course, Jun Changshao stood up and said, that alone won't be enough to convince him. Once you take this pill, you should be able to fully realize how extraordinary I am. As he spoke, he threw a mid-grade healing pill. This was an order. Although Jianya was unwilling, he took the pill directly after receiving it. Whoosh! The pill took effect, and the damaged meridians were quickly healed. Even the skin that was bombarded and burned recovered quickly in the blink of an eye. Jianya's eyes were filled with shock. He had many healing pills in his space ring, but he had never seen such a pill that could quickly recover after taking it. He had heard of it. Jiang Xie said in disbelief. The medicinal pill that Lord gave, could it be the healing pill refined by the AI family? That's not right. As far as he knew, that kind of pill was only limited to low grade and couldn't treat martial kings. Jun Changshao said, my pill is 1 grade higher than the AI family's healing pill. Jianya's mouth twitched. Since there were pills that could quickly heal injuries so common? Or was it that he had been living in seclusion for too long and was isolated from the outside world? Chapter 314. P.S. The 4 chapters that were updated at midnight yesterday were sent in the wrong order, and the content has been modified. Those who did not update immediately can try to clear the cache or delete this book and add it to the bookshelf to read the latest content. Jiangyu did not think that he was alone, because he would do missions every once in a while and had some understanding of the matters of the Jianghu. He had never heard of this kind of pill that could quickly heal injuries and was suitable for the martial king level. I can control you and also have pills that can heal injuries. Jun Changshao crossed his arms and smiled. You should have some understanding of my extraordinariness, right? More than understanding. Jiangyu was shocked. Yi Xingqian, who was reborn as a martial emperor, was still guessing that Jun Changshao might be from the upper realm, not to mention that he was a martial king. Master is extraordinary, Jiangyu said seriously. The word master had the power to summon him, and extraordinary was his original intention. Forcefully controlling him and having a pill that could heal him quickly, this was too strange. Jun Changshao said, so, instead of helping the evil in the demon fiend sect, why don't you abandon the dark and join my Iron Bone Sword sect. He could directly order Jianya to join Iron Bone. But after all, it was only for a month. Once he regained his freedom, he would leave and he would not be able to stay. If he wanted him to join the sect, he would have to be loyal. Of course, Jun Changshao added. If you join, I can appoint you as an elder. Master can really help me find my sister? If Jiang Yi cared about his position and wealth, he would not live in a dilapidated house. He only cared about his sister, who was his only family in this world. Jun Changshao shrugged and said, I can't guarantee that I can definitely find your family. A trace of pain appeared in Jiang Ye's eyes. But, Jun Changshao said again, you have been in the Demon Fiend sect for so long, and there is no news. Why don't you come to my Iron Bone and give it a try? Trees die when they move. People live when they move. You should understand this principle. Sect leader Jun's words to win people over were one after another. Furthermore, he didn't promise that he would find it. It was just that he couldn't be fixated on one place. When there was no hope, he had to know how to be flexible. Jiang Yu was silent. No matter how many times he searched, there was no news of him. He became more and more disappointed with the Devil Fiend sect and thought of leaving. However, this was a sect that had information all over the provinces and counties. After leaving, who would be able to find them? The Starfall continent was so vast. Jiang Yu did not think that he could find his family in the sea of people by himself. Not to mention King Wu, even Wu Huang couldn't do it. Unless the martial emperor. This kind of supreme existence could travel thousands of miles in the blink of an eye, so it was naturally easy for them to find someone. Jun Changshao said, the human heart is very complicated. You want to use the Demon Fiend Sect's intelligence agency to find your long-lost sister, but they may not be sincere in helping you. This sentence was very lethal, and Jiang Yu was stunned on the spot. Jun Changshao said, if I were the head division leader, in order to keep a killing tool like you, even if I really got the news, I would definitely not tell you. Jiang Yu clenched his fists, his eyes filled with anger. It was not impossible. Jun Changshao caught the change in his eyes and said, I am not trying to sow discord. You should know the style of the evil sect better. He was clearly trying to sow discord, but he still said it with an innocent face. No one else could do this. Phew. Jiang Yu exhaled. After a fierce struggle in his heart, he murmured, if a tree moves, it will die. If a person moves, he will live. If this road is blocked, it's not impossible to change the road. He was tempted, not because of the power to recruit. Chua. Jun Changshao took out the entry form and placed it on the table, saying seriously, I will make it clear in advance. Once you enter the Iron Bone, you will always be an Iron Bone person. You can't be different for a year or a day. He did not want this guy to move to his sect and then move to another place. Jiang Yu laughed. Master, please be at ease. The one who decided to stay is not me, but this sect. If I am not controlled, then let me stay in the Iron Bone forever? Sure, but it depends on whether this sect has the value of letting me stay. Jun Changshao held the pen and said, name, Jiang Yu. Pa. After writing, he stamped the sect leader's seal. Ding. Sect member, 10012000. Ding. Sect contribution, 128620000. Jun Changshao said, from today onwards, you are a disciple of the Iron Bone clan. Jiang Yu was stunned. Only asking for his name after joining the sect. Wasn't this too careless? Thinking back, in order to sneak into the Demon Fiend sect, he was interrogated for a long time before finally passing with difficulty. Shout, Mo. Jun Changshao said, release his meridians. Yes. Su Xiaomao walked in from outside and released the sealed meridians for Jiang Yu. He grinned. Before we were enemies. Now we are from the same sect. Don't mind the past. Jiang Yu was instantly angry. He remembered that the second day he was captured, he was beaten up by him. If it wasn't for the sect leader's sake, spirit energy would have flowed through his meridians. He would have already exploded and beaten this guy up. Just like that, Jiang Yu joined the Iron Bone clan. He was not a Demon Fiend sect disciple, so he did not have any psychological burden. But what Jun Changshao needed to consider was how to make the sect leader temporarily give up on targeting his sect. I'll leave it to you, he said. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. I am just one of their fighters. Although I have a bit of status, it is impossible to change the sect leader's mind. Jun Chang smiled and said, although this is difficult, you just need to stall for time as much as possible. I'm just giving it a try. Jiang Ye said. The Demon Fiend sect had their eyes on the Ironbone clan. Unless the higher-ups withdrew the order, the sect leader would not stop. And the only thing he could do was stall for time. As for how to stall, that was a problem. Jun Changshao said, you can return with injuries and tell the sect leader that the Ironbone clan is not only protected by formations, but there are also powerhouses overseeing it. They will beat you up. Jiang Ye murmured, this method is not bad, but I am not injured. Very simple. Jun Changshao looked at him and said in a serious tone, then let's beat you up again. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched violently. Come. Jun Changshao said, take back all the spirit energy. He had to get rid of the Demon Fiend sect as soon as possible, so he could not wait to beat Jiang Ye up so that he could report back. Can you be gentler? You have to hit harder, otherwise you will be exposed. Jiang Ye's heart collapsed. If he had known earlier, he would not have taken a healing pill, because the injuries were absolutely real. Now, after recovering quickly, he had to be beaten up again. Although he was a martial king and his body was strong, being beaten up all the time was too sullen. Bang, bang, bang. After a round of crazy violence, the pitiful king of Heljiang was once again reduced to a beggar. Moreover, because he did not use spirit energy to protect his body, he was heavily injured and almost had no strength to walk. Jun Changshao didn't treat Jiang Xie unfairly. When Jiang Xie was walking down the cliff, he gave him a mid-grade healing pill and a body sculpting pill. He also warned him, after you return, take them when your injuries are healed.